summoned for a special occasion.
For who they call their son now.
Destiny impatient. Coming up, coming up. I feel the rush, I feel the rush. If this ain't legendary, what you call it? I said if this ain't legendary, what you call it? Feel the vibe, feel the vibe. Extra live, and I don't need improvement. Fell asleep, a man woke up superhuman.
Welcome back to our spring split quarterfinals. Two more teams take the stage tonight to fight for our last spot in the semifinals. Fans are out in droves to support their favorite team, CLG versus FlyQuest tonight. Here's CLG in their ready room just moments ago, preparing to walk on stage. Lemonation and the rest of FlyQuest making their way into the arena just a short time ago as well. And here he is on stage, the man himself, Lemon, the support. Getting ready for the game today, but we had a moment to talk to him earlier about what it would mean to yet notch another belt or another championship into the belt and on a different organization. Take a look.
Winning the entire split would be, you know, godlike. It'd be amazing. So, and we're not far from that. You know, it's just 3 matches compared to the regular split. That's not very much. If we, you know, are able to pull off a godlike performance and win just 3 matches, then we're gods. We've won the whole thing.
Simple as that. They're gods. They've won the whole thing. Speaking of gods, I'm James Dash Patterson alongside Mark Zimmerman and Aiden Zyrene Moon. How does it feel to be here for playoffs?
Like a god, because when I talk, my voice comes down from the
right.
skies. There's a crowd
Feels
of
good,
people
man.
who will do whatever I tell them.
Exactly.
Applause! Applause! You didn't say anything.
I love it, I love it, I love it. There's a lot of energy in the building today. But to what Lemonation said here, Zyrene, let's talk about what it would mean for these guys, himself, High and Balls, to achieve yet another championship here in the North American LCS, but on a completely different organization.
It would be crazy. And like he said, they would be gods if they actually were the team to represent North America at MSI and won 3 matches. And even if they don't do that, though, make no mistake, these guys are legends. Those 2 Cloud9 championships that they have back there on the wall, those are theirs. So no matter what happens, they walk away pretty much heroes.
And will always be remembered as some of the most dominant League of Legends that we've seen here in the North American LCS. Of course, yesterday we saw Phoenix won 3-0 against Dignitas to earn their spot against C9 next week, which makes our match today, CLG versus FlyQuest, the determining match for who will play TSM. Of course, later tonight, stick around for NALCS tonight with myself, Jat, and Zyrene, where we'll talk about all the weekend's happenings, yesterday's series, today's as well, and what we're looking forward to next week. But as well, over on NALCS 2 Shot Caller stream with Jat, Meteos, and Smoothie on how Aphromoo and High control the map. And I find this particularly interesting because we had a chance to speak to Aphromoo earlier in the split, and he mentioned that playing against Mata and High, those are the 2 hardest shot callers to play against. Here he's got to do a 5-game series against High, the man himself.
And one of the things that makes such a great shot caller is they always know what to do at all points, and you never have those games where you're stalling or resetting going, what are we resetting for? They always know what they're working towards.
A big thing about that is when you're playing against them, you have a moment to usually think like, okay, we have flashes down on these guys. I'm power spiking with this item soon. Can we stall it to them? But when you play against great shot callers, you don't have that extra moment to try and collect your thoughts and figure out what the next step is.
Right, and these are just 2 of the many veterans that are sitting on the stage here today. We have 8 out of the 10 players who are playing today have an NALCS title. These are 8 champions playing today for their chance just to move on to the semis.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, too. Counterlogic Gaming, even just last year, exact same roster were able to take a championship, and now they're trying to get another one here. But you talk about there's 8 here, so I want to talk about the 2 guys I'm really looking at under a microscope today, Moon and Altec, because these are 2 guys that in high-pressure situations have actually choked previously, and I'm looking at that there. What up, man?
I don't know if he knows what you're talking about.
But that's the thing, is Moon has had such a great split that it's interesting. I really want to see if this carries over.
Can't hear what you're saying. He just knows.
Yeah, he heard Moon. Doesn't know what you're saying. Might have some jitters. But just to touch on the veteran point real quickly, one thing I love about League of Legends is the fact that veteran doesn't mean slow. In a lot of traditional sports, when a team's a veteran team, that means that they have a slow, cerebral approach to the game and kinds of things like that. But both these teams are super aggressive despite being veterans and long-standing members of the esports scene.
And I think that's what's really cool about these 2 shot callers. We talk about they're really great, but I feel like Aphromoo's shot calling, early, it's objective focused. Later, it's team fight focus. It's how you approach those fights and set them up. Whereas High is inversed. He knows when to fight early, and then later he knows how to play the map and split push.
All right, so both teams have a plethora of experience across their lineups, but I want to know who you guys think is going to walk away with the win here to move on and face TSM next week. Mark, starting with you.
I'm going to start with CLG. I think one of the things that goes in their favor here is that they play a lot of different styles. I know FlyQuest has a lot of different looks. We've seen them pick any champion that seems that
Good or bad?
Yeah, they find it, they play it. But CLG has better strategy around those. So if they want to play the more split push style with Darshan, with Trundle and things like that going off, I think they can play that style better, as well as having a better late game carry in Stixay, who they can play like Orianna comps around, which I'm not sure you'll see the same thing out of FlyQuest.
I feel like their laners right now are just doing a lot better overall for Counter Logic Gaming. But FlyQuest, the kind of trump card here for me is Moon in the jungle. If he doesn't have those nerves, he would most likely outperform Xmithy, who's second most deaths in the entire league. But given all of that, I still give the edge to Counter Logic Gaming.
Just to touch quickly on your point about the deaths in the league, this is one thing that might swing it a little back in FlyQuest's favor, despite the fact that we're both going with CLG. Is both these teams are the two bloodiest teams in the league. If you look at their combined kills and deaths per minute, they are #1 and #2. But the big difference is CLG is under a 1 kill death ratio, which means they die more than they get kills, whereas FlyQuest is even. So if it gets to be really, really bloody.
So I really like this because it's like we're both predicting Counter Logic Gaming, but we both know when you underestimate this. So we're like, FlyQuest, they're doing a little bit better. This, that, Moon, maybe you can pop off. As soon as you start believing in Counter Logic Gaming, that's going to let you down. So maybe.
Well, and I think we have to talk a lot about, trends and how the teams looked at the end of the split, right? Of course, we know that FlyQuest exited the regular season in a 2-0, so a little bit of an uptick there, but struggles for the team prior to that. And so I think a lot of people will be pointing at kind of those crazy picks and wondering whether or not they're going to enter the best of 5 with a more reserved, kind of strategy, saying let's play more the meta style and rely on that experience and maybe the shot calling of High up against CLG.
I think the pick ban phase will be an extremely important one. I mean, you look at the fact that LeBlanc has come flying back into the meta, and that's something that High has always been extremely good at. So if he gets his hands on LeBlanc, starts forcing bans out there, those kinds of things can crop up and maybe grab a couple games.
There's also been some teasers, too, from Stixay talking about, like, maybe Twitch, maybe Tristana on Twitter.
We saw Twitch in vain in the EU LCS today, so I would love to see a couple of those crazy picks making their way over to the NALCS as well. Both of these guys here voting for CLG real quick. I want to know what the audience here in the studio thinks is going to come with a victory. We got a FlyQuest.
Oh, damn.
Oh, all right. Hey. There's passion. That's all I care about. There's passion. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you at home as well, so make sure you tweet us at LOL Esports. Let us know how you LCS with the hashtag HowILCS. As you can see, we get to do it on the stage. Pretty sweet setup, and we'll move back to our big screens.
Oh, they don't keep us out here during the games?
No, I wish.
What am I doing?
We would be too distracted.
Yeah,
right?
my neck looking at that screen. No.
No, anyway, all right. That's going to do it for the Twitter announcements. Time to send it over to the casters, though. Get the games underway.
All right, thanks, Dash. I'm here with Meteos and Smoothie. Welcome to the alternative stream. It's quarterfinal matchup, obviously, but we're here to talk about shot calling. It's kind of impossible, I feel like, to do a shot calling stream since we are not in the game. But both of you guys have dabbled in shot calling in the past. We have High in this game. Meteos, I kind of want to start with you really quickly. We're respectful of High. He's a very good shot caller, but tell me, what do you think the biggest misconceptions about shot calling are?
Okay, so High is really good at shot calling, if you will. But I think people have this idea that shot calling is kind of like playing chess, right? Like, High doesn't micromanage every decision that every single person makes. He just has these ideas in his head, and everyone's really good at listening to him. So he'll go for really crazy stuff. Like, I think that High is probably the most aggressive Baron caller ever. Like, when you play against FlyQuest, if you ever lose vision of Baron for 1 second, it might just die. Like, you don't really know. So High goes for these extremely aggressive calls, and he's got a really good backing for his team. So I think in that sense, he's a great shot caller. He understands strategy well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's not playing the game for everyone. He does take input from his teams. It's not like High talks and everyone else is silent. So I think that it gets a little bit, overhyped just how much shot calling he does. He's great at it, but I don't think it's, he's not some like puppet master.
Yeah, and Smoothie, you are also kind of known as the shot caller of Cloud9 this split. Can you tell me a little bit about your style and the way Cloud9 operates in that sense?
I think that the most ideal way for me personally would be to have everyone funnel in information to like just everyone in general and just have one person make the final decision, or like someone who has a good idea of how to play the next move or do the next thing, just say something. And that's like, I think that's like how I come in. I just like say the last thing and people just follow. And it's really easy that way.
Yeah, so essentially we now have Aphromoo versus High, but really it is CLG versus FlyQuest. And you guys have both experienced playing against them this split. What are some of the things you have to watch out for if you're FlyQuest? Let's start with them at least when you're doing the full game. How do you prepare to play against FlyQuest?
Against FlyQuest?
Yeah, as like you're trying to worry about what High and the rest of FlyQuest are going to be doing. What do they do differently from a shot calling perspective that other teams don't do?
Right. So I think the big thing when playing against FlyQuest is CLG really just needs to hammer on their fundamentals. I think FlyQuest is a team that really likes doing weird stuff all the time, and it's pretty hit or miss. You know, they whip out Shaco, they whip out Mordekaiser. Sometimes it's cool, but I feel like a lot of the time they kind of overextend like how edgy they're trying to be with their picks.
Yep.
And so if you just play a really solid game, you can beat them. And as far as shot calling goes, I think that FlyQuest is just going to make a lot of very, very aggressive calls. I know that High does not like playing defensive. He doesn't like waiting.
Yeah.
He just wants to always go. Even when he's behind, he thinks he's ahead and just wants to always play, which is great. You know, I love it, but it can get him in trouble.
Yeah, I probably look at a few more stats than you guys do. I go to Oracle's Elixir a lot, and they have this stat in there called it's early game rating and then mid-late rating. And essentially, the early game rating is calculated based off of all the games that he pulls, which is like 800 from this season. And based on like a goal lead in the Drake score, it tells you what your percentage chance of winning that game is. And then after 15 minutes, it compares that with your overall win rate. So essentially, after 15 minutes, it's kind of like, well, if you're a really good shot calling team or a really good team, you should have a high mid to late rating, right? It should be above 0 because it's a percentage thing. FlyQuest is like -5 this year. So they're actually below where they are from their early game, and I think some of that comes to the over-aggression. Smoothie, what are your thoughts about playing against High and FlyQuest?
Yeah, I think I agree with Medio says. Like, CLG has really strong fundamentals. I think they do play to like the level of their opponent though. Like sometimes they lose against like teams that are not expected to like beat them. And yeah, I think just like really solid that way.
Yeah.
And
CLG? I mean, they've
playing
been
against
rather inconsistent this year, I would have to say.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like CLG's got kind of a niche style that they've had for a while. You know, I think that they do well when Huhi's on his comfort champs. You know, he plays some stuff like Aurelion Sol, and when Huhi goes off, they generally have really good games.
Yeah.
And then there are a few other things that you balance out. You know, I think Aphro as well on playmaking champs, either something like Karma where you can like push in and move around the map all the time, or you know, something like that. And then Stixate as well on, you know, his Caitlyn Ezreal. He's great on those.
Yeah.
So I think that when CLG plays their style, you know, can't forget the Darshan split push. But I think they're good at that. But sometimes when they branch out and do other things, it's not quite as clean. So I think that if you prepare against what they're most known for, it'll probably have the best results.
Yeah, and that's another thing with FlyQuest is I've even heard them say that they aren't going to be doing those weird picks and that they over-practice some of those things. But we're obviously in a champion select. What do we see here? We got Graves, Malzahar banned by CLG, Camille Shen banned by FlyQuest, so a lot of Darshan bans. That's been pretty common for FlyQuest throughout the split.
I like that a lot because, like I was saying, you know, CLG really does well with this split push style. One thing that I think CLG does more than any other team is they're extremely confident just saying, all right, Darshan, just go. You know, don't even worry about the TP. Like, we'll just 4v5 them and try to stop Baron or try to stop their siege. And CLG does this a lot, and they can pull it off a lot, too. You know, they're confident in Darshan's ability to split push. He's confident in his team's ability to defend. So by getting rid of these champs that are really good at split pushing, I think that it takes that away from them.
Yeah, I see a last ban Nautilus as well up against Balls. That's something I almost never see. Smoothie as a support player, there's also a Lulu available.
Yeah, I think Lulu is extremely high priority. Yeah, there it is.
Lemon loves Lulu. I've played up with this guy for years, and I don't know how many arguments we had about Lulu support. I would say Lemon, play Thresh, Lulu is not good, and he would still play Lulu. So
Lulu's
I know
good now, though. So
she is good now. She is good now. So Lemon's probably happy about that. I think he's a great Lulu player, so should be good for FlyQuest.
I think Lulu's a really, really strong pick because she kind of counters a lot of these assassins that coming out in the jungle and top lane these days. So, and she's really good at protecting your carries too. So she's just really good, solid champ overall right now.
Yeah, we got the ex-Smithy Rengar. That hasn't been good for a lot of this year.
I feel like Rengar is, I don't think he's a bad champion, but I think he's very overrated. I see him get first picked in so many games, and you know, I think Rengar has his place. I think he can be very good, but I don't think he's good in all situations. So I think that, you know, we'll probably see the priority drop. Smoothie, forget what I'm talking about next time I'm playing. Just
no, you're
block
not.
it out.
Medios and Smoothie, we have no team affiliations here.
Right.
None. Absolutely none.
Cloud9. I want to touch in a little bit on this because we obviously have a lot of these conversations when we're on the caster desk. Oh, you know, a top laner, we got the Fizz versus Rumble matchup, that's going to go one way, but from like a macro perspective, or how this is even going to be influencing your decisions you're making in game, how do you start seeing these team compositions fit together, Smoothie?
Right now, I see, like, since I have Lulu, I expect them to have like a really strong mid ADC, like really hard hyper carries. And for CLG side, I expect pretty aggressive, like maybe Zyra or something for support, or just maybe not assassin, maybe like a mage mid laner, because Lulu deals really well with assassins.
So one of the things that sticks out to me about FlyQuest comp is they're very, very light on hard CC. Generally, jungle support and top lane are the roles where you're going to get the most hard CC. You know, like that's where you get your Nautilus, that's where you get your Thresh, and FlyQuest has a lot of champs together that just really don't have that. So I would like to see them pick a mid and AD carry that brings some of that CC, maybe a Varus or something along those lines. You can win games without hard CC, but I feel like it just makes it a lot easier to have, especially with Rumble. You know, there's some champs that just benefit so much from enemies not being able to move.
Yeah, and even tying it back into FlyQuest from earlier, when they like to play so fast, when you're going to be doing that, having CC is one of the most important things. Another thing that I'm curious about is the LeBlanc and whether we're going to see it here, because
it's
that Gunblade LeBlanc is available. It's unbanned.
Interesting.
Neither team has picked their mid laner. CLG loves playing 1-3-1. That seems kind of right up their alley.
I am really
especially against a low CC team right now.
Yeah.
Like that last pick LeBlanc could totally come in for CLG.
I would really like to see High take LeBlanc here.
You want to see High?
High is a great LeBlanc player. It would bring some of that CC that the team really needs. She's a super good playmaker. I don't actually know why she's not picked yet.
It's really confusing. I think that LeBlanc right now is like one of the strongest mid laner, if not the sole strongest mid laner. So I think it's really weird that none of them are picking right now.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because LeBlanc was presumed dead about a month ago. And like, Gunblade. And
so Orianna Ezreal. So, that is a team with
So I was
almost
expecting
zero hard CC.
Yeah. I love seeing the Orianna with the Lulu, because I feel like that synergy is insane. But you usually see that with something like a Caitlyn. With an Ezreal, it changes it a little bit. As you mentioned, almost no hard CC. They're going to have to be pretty clever with the way they find their fights.
So what this says to me is they're trying to play this like kind of poke kite comp sort of deal, because they do have that. You know, Ezreal does give you that great win condition of just in the late game, his Qs are hitting you for 500 on a 0-second cooldown. So I think that's great. But, you know, as far as forcing fights, like I know FlyQuest wants to do, if you jump at them with this comp, you're probably not going to have a good time. So I'm not in love with FlyQuest's draft. I'm not in love with it. I think that CLG's draft is a little bit more well-rounded. They do have that Aurelion Sol like I was talking about, so...
Yeah. But even the CLG composition, when I look at it, doesn't have a huge amount of hard CC, so it might be a very kind of rotation fill.
Well, they've got enough. You know, like when the team fight starts, you're going to get Asher, you're going to get Nami ulted, Rengar, Aurelion Sol, even Fizz ult. So they've got a lot more than FlyQuest, because if you look at the amount of ways you can lock someone down, it's kind of Whimsy and Orianna's ult, and that's it, which is pretty limited.
Pretty limited. So Smoothie, when you're looking at these team compositions, if you were piloting one of these from a theoretical chess match shot calling game, which one would you rather have? Which one has more tools?
I think that, like from a champion perspective, I like FlyQuest a lot. They have a lot of strong champs. Rumble, Lulu, and Orianna are three really strong champs that work really well together. And even though they don't have a lot of CC, they have a lot of priority in lane, so they can always move around the jungler a lot. They can, like in fights, they just kite back, and it's really, really easy to fight, because CLG's comp has to kind of dive into them. Like, but it also depends on how they fight too. If CLG gets a flank or something on their backline, it'll be really catastrophic for the backline for sure.
See these new graphics? They're super fancy.
T-Tours.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. We're in space. Anyway, just for you guys watching the stream, the way this is going to work is we are Fog of War stream right now. So we are going to be watching blue side. Scout's on it right now. We're going to be going into our observer machines and making sure we're only seeing Fog of War from blue. Smoothie,
stop
switch it over on your side. Okay, I'll show you how to do it. You got to click that button. Nope, a little bit below it. And then go to blue. Yes. So now we can only see blue side. Our observers are on top of this as well.
I'm no observer.
You guys at home are in for a treat. I think that this will probably be one of the more interesting ways to watch an LCS game, because when you see it with all the vision, a lot of things that teams do don't really make sense, but when you only see their vision, I think it'll make a lot more sense to see what they're trying to go for, even if it doesn't work.
Yeah, and we did a few Fog of War streams during Worlds. I've actually never done this before, so I've always thought it would be super interesting to observe a game from Fog of War. I do it a little bit when I'm, spectating a friend or something, but never here. So very start of the game, defensive line opening. What they just saw, it looked like they saw Xmithy up in the top side.
Yeah.
So
Right.
Ash and Nami in the bottom. What does this tell you then as FlyQuest? Because that's who we're casting this from the perspective of.
Well, I think it's not going to be a lane swap. We haven't seen that in
2 years.
What, a couple years.
It feels like
So
that. It's been
probably
6
gonna be
months
standard
since lane
lanes.
swaps.
The thing that actually stands out the most to me about this start is that Kha'Zix is starting with Machete. Because right now in the jungle, starting Race, especially on champs like Rengar and Kha'Zix, who can do them quite easily. Sorry, Raptors. I'm living in the past. And you need Talisman for that because you put that healing thing on everyone and you just get a lot of health back. But because Moon's starting Machete, it means that he's probably not doing that because it's hard to start that with Machete. So if CLG saw that he started Machete, they can probably guess that he's not doing the most common jungle clear.
And then I guess the question would be, does Moon now have to account for that? Because he would know that they saw him. So what would his defensive mechanisms be? Because he starts blue, he's going Gromp. Generally that path, he would have seen that ward just get placed over the wall as well. So he's been scouted out with the cleared blue.
Right, so CLG, he knows that CLG has full vision on what he's trying to do. So when you're against Rengar, he's a very strong early game jungler, and there's basically 2 routes that you'll see Rengars do. There's either the Raptors red, and then you do your Krugs and Recall, which kind of takes away a counter jungling possibility by not letting your Krugs get taken. Or what you can do is Raptors red, Wolves get level 3, and then you invade. So Moon, I like what he's doing. He's sitting in the bush here, so he'll see Rengar if he comes from the invade. And now he looks like he's gonna be moving into the jungle, which
and Smoothie, the bottom lane has some jungle party. You just said this is smart. What's he doing here?
Right now, so Moon knows that bot and mid are. Oh, he's looking for a gank mid actually.
Yep. Who's been pushed up and is out of wards.
Flash. Wait, this might actually kill him.
No, he's dead.
It might actually kill him, yeah.
They don't have a lot of CC. I think he might be able to get away, but
Maybe burn flash.
he's gonna have to burn at least
There you
one
go,
some. Yeah, there you go.
So a lot of people would ask right there, why didn't Moon run through the river? Because then he'd be able to cut off the flash.
Well, I think that generally, if you're ganking someone and they take a really odd escape route, it might be because their jungler's there. And Rengar's a jungler that you do not want to face check.
And he hasn't been spotted.
If you walk into a Rengar and let him jump on you, you're going to get behind. So now what I'm thinking is, look at the jungle LCS. It's 3 to 17. Granted, it's not that big of a discrepancy because, some of the camps have so many minions. But Moon is probably going to have to do some farming to catch up.
He's actually ahead in
He's
level right now.
ahead in levels.
Yeah, you get these little snippets of information. So when you see he's at 17 CS and you look at his inventory after he just showed, that means he started on the red side of the jungle. So he would have done the Raptors red buff Krug's recall route.
Right, so
From there.
that tells Moon that, Xmithy did that route, and his Raptors will be respawning at about, 420 or 430. So that's a pretty critical time for junglers who start Raptors because it's an opportunity to either invade that, which honestly is something that Moon might go for. If he does his Krugs, well, he's going to be kind of late now if he wants to recall and go for it, so it probably won't happen. But what a lot of junglers will do is they'll recall around 4 minutes, get 2 longswords, and then just invade the Raptors. And this would actually be good for Moon to do because he didn't start Raptor of his own. So there's only going to be 1 camp spawning at that time. So basically both junglers are going to want it. So we're going to see how Moon decides to react to this. He knows that Rengar's going to want to do his Raptors on the re-clear. So he will have that info to go off. And high warded the Raptors, which is good. So I think they did spot Rengar there.
Yeah, it looks like FlyQuest is doing a really good job of tracking Xmithy so far, which is kind of allowing them to play up in lanes. Smoothie, if you're in this situation, kind of how is the communication working right here as you're tracking the jungle? We just heard kind of Meteos talk about everything the jungler is thinking about, but that's not something every laner can be thinking about. So how is the information being relayed for FlyQuest to actually use this?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think the bot lane's playing really well right now. FlyQuest's bot lane has really a lot of pressure on CLG's bot lane, so they're allowed to move into the jungle and get wards on the Gromp like they had earlier to see Xmithy. And High too. He had priority mid, so he walked up and warded the Raptors. So I think like any information on the jungler, it takes so much pressure off the laners. Because they saw Xmithy topside, their bot lane can play aggressively. Oh, there's a fight here actually.
Are you going aggressive? Oh, Huhi.
There's Huhi with that Aurelion Soul Roam.
There it is. Yep.
And get your drinking cups ready. If anyone saw Elimination's tweet, he's actually advising people to play the drinking game where you drink each time he dies. So
now, why you would advise that before a playoff game is a little questionable.
He's embraced it, man.
He's embraced it.
Some people just like feeding.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
So that was pretty bad from FlyQuest to die like that.
Well, not many people play against Aurelion Sol. We'd mentioned they had all this pressure. They probably felt pretty confident because they had deep vision of the jungler and were thinking we have Xmithy track, but essentially they forgot about the mid laner.
Right, that's pretty big though, because Aurelion Sol, his play pattern, like he's not really a scaling champion.
Yep.
He's not bad in team fights, but his advantage, the reason you pick him, is his insane roaming early game. And that's just something you got to watch out for. You know, Hai should always be on top of trying to track where he is, and they should get some defensive control words up.
Yeah.
But they didn't, and they got punished.
And we see some ward stats right here. One thing I noticed is these wards per game stats look high, but what is that? Wards killed per game is very low for FlyQuest. So as far as like a vision control team, they actually rank pretty low in a lot of different categories. Is that something that could bite them? Do you feel like that's going to change in this game against Huhi's Aurelion Sol because they need more wards? Smoothie, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's pretty deceptive. Honestly, I think FlyQuest is the type of team, again, like Medio said, they just kind of make really, really unorthodox plays sometimes, and they kind of just like sometimes ignore vision and just do it. So I think that doesn't really matter too much, but yeah, the stats are definitely not so good for FlyQuest.
One thing that I would have really liked to see FlyQuest do, and they're basically losing their window for it, they force Aurelion Sol's flash very early, and they do have a top and bot lane that can push in. So basically what they could look for is you push one of your side lanes, you have either the support or you have Rumble come with Kha'Zix and you 3-man mid and you just kill him. But like I was saying earlier during the draft, having that total lack of hard CC, it just makes situations that could be kills just turn into not kills because you can just kind of walk away. So I think that is kind of biting them. And especially if you fall behind in the comp like this, it's going to be really hard to win unless CLG throws.
Yeah, for sure. These champs that they FlyQuest have a really strong laning phase, but they don't really have any comeback tools that they get behind. So they have to play really, really well to snowball the game.
That's interesting as well because we mentioned how Aurelion Sol isn't necessarily a late game champion either. So I liked how you transitioned to kind of what they're doing next. Here it comes again though.
I'll take with a good flash in the bubble. And he's gathering.
Really good gank by Huhi there.
Yeah, and this is something that we didn't necessarily see coming. We should probably, we're doing a lot of conversation, focusing on how we can track this Aurelion Sol because we're seeing that it's kind of coming out of nowhere. What the heck do Hai and Moon and Altec and Lemon have to do to stop that from being such a surprise each time? Because that's 2 kills now.
Well, I do like what FlyQuest did with their control wards. They have defensive ones, but somehow Aurelion did find a gap to get down there. It looks like he probably just went down the river.
You can see the ping they just put in the river.
Yeah, so that was a great gank by Huhi. FlyQuest definitely didn't expect it, but I think they really need that bottom pixel bush below mid warded. That will give him a ton of control, and it's super hard for Aurelion Sol to slip by if you have that one. So they've got their defensive line, which is good if you're behind, but not good if you want to see an Aurelion Sol come through the river.
For sure. If you have Aurelion Sol, you really need the advantage. If they had the pixel ward, like Hai placed right now, I think.
Yeah, he just went to get it. But it's immediately being pushed out by Aphromoo.
He did get the control word killed, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Aurelion Sol doesn't get these roams, he would have lost a wave for free, and he would get pretty behind off that. But it's making the roams work, and that's doing really well for CLG.
Yeah, and it's so tricky, right? Because that, as you mentioned, that pixel brush is the route he's been using to get those ganks off. Hai just moved up, placed a ward, he placed a trinket. You can't buy normal wards anymore. What does he do now? Right? The vision's gone. Does the bot lane just have to play back this whole time? Do they have to just kind of take it for a little while?
Well, ideally, your support has a Sightstone at this point in the game, but Lemon did opt to go for the Frostfang before completing his Sightstone, which is a bit of a more aggressive route, but when you're behind and under pressure from an Aurelion Sol, I can't say that I support the decision, because now they just don't have the vision that they need.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you're ahead, Frostfang's really good because it gets you a lot of gold in the late game, but yeah, if you're behind, you definitely need vision, especially versus a roaming champ like Aurelion Sol.
So now FlyQuest is feeling really pressured. They've got all their vision cleared out. That pink behind your red is kind of like your last beacon of vision you can easily control, and they lost that. So their bot lane's going to be very pressured.
Oh, roam from balls here.
Yeah, Huhi's going towards the side he has so many wards on.
Oh, he blew his flash. Wow.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah, well,
Definitely was weird.
What I saw is Balls came in with the Equalizer, which was going to force the flash anyway, but Huhi did burn it a little earlier.
Right.
That's a loss of pressure too, because that's now both FlyQuest ultimates down.
Forcing Aurelion Sol's flash is good though, so that was definitely not a bad play. It was a good run by Balls. I like that.
So you saw earlier that FlyQuest spot lane had all pressure in the lane, but now they have to be really respectful of Rengar ganks and Ashe arrows, especially onto Lemon. As Lulu, you have a really, really strong post 6. Your trading is really ridiculous in early game, but post 6 with Ashe arrow and Nami follow-up, it's really, really easy to kill.
I actually think that Balls is going to be under the most pressure here for a while because against a Fizz with Ignite and a Rengar as Rumble, you don't really have any ways to fight Fizz.
Oh, Rengo.
Mid lane.
Oh dear.
Thanks, Fake Smithy.
All right, so things are going a little dark right here.
Not great.
For
Not great.
FlyQuest. We didn't even talk about before the series who we think is going to win right here, but I think Smoothie and I had a slight favor to CLG.
Right. I
wanted FlyQuest.
I was
to
kind of
win.
hoping for FlyQuest to win. You know, they're my old teammates, they're my friends, but you know, this game they're not playing great. One thing that I did think coming into this is the draft is going to play a huge part, and it really feels to me like they're just being punished for their picks. You know, they're not really doing a whole lot here.
Yeah, we watched the start of the game, and we saw that they had priority in 3 lanes, essentially, as far as being able to kind of push up with an argument to be made for Huhi's Aurelion Soul. But then as soon as he started getting the roams down, the vision kind of fell apart for FlyQuest. And this is something I feel like everyone wants to know, and I don't think they're going to be able to give a satisfactory answer. What do you do when you're down 3,500 gold 12 minutes into the game with no vision control?
Well, generally what you want to do when you're behind is, you know, the enemy team, when they're ahead, they're going to want to set up vision, and then they're going to want to take objectives. So if you can catch them setting up vision, you can look for picks. But what I keep coming back to, I feel like I'm going to repeat this the entire game, is just this lack of CC on FlyQuest.
Yeah.
It makes it so hard to do anything. You can't win fights when you're ahead. You can't win fights when you're behind. It kind of just, it's a super fragile draft that they did. You know, you took champions that have slight lane advantages that are pretty easy to kill.
Oh dear.
Lemon. And he's gone.
Probably gone here again.
Yeah, it's really hard now with the Aurelion Soul with the mid turret gone. They're allowed to get vision control on any side of the jungle, and it looks like they want the bot side and gonna take this red probably.
Right, I don't even think they're going to be able to hold their turret. This is probably the first turret going down here, so
Yeah.
it looks like High is moving towards the top side, which is pretty much all you can do. You know, if they're taking the bot turret, let's try to get something top side, but Fizz pushed in the wave. Very hard champion to kill. So High's probably just going to have to settle for maybe, you know, checking for some control wards, but that's not really worth a turret.
And poor Altec here, sitting at a second-tier turret trying to fire two-shot barrage as a red buff while everything else is dying. Let's try and kind of refocus into, can we find an opportunity for FlyQuest to get back in this? Because we kind of know what they want to do, but I mean, let's just even try through the little snippets of knowledge they're gaining through the minimap, if there's anything they'd be able to pull off.
So, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, this is really good what they're doing right now. They're giving up the bot side because they know that CLG want Dragon, and they'll probably get one good bot turret next because they have wards all on the bot side. So they're going top instead and trying to force down turret, look for a trade.
Yeah, they just saw a couple people recalling in Fog of War, so they shouldn't be able to make it here in time. And they're hoping Darshan would have stuck around, but...
This was actually a good play.
Yeah.
I think that CLG probably could have taken the bot turret earlier if they wanted to, but they chose not to. FlyQuest had a good read, or maybe it wasn't a read and they just felt pressured, but they did actually get a turret trade out of it.
And now 4 people show on the minimap as well. So do you continue this push as FlyQuest because you just saw 4?
There's no way you're going to get the tier 2 turret. The best thing you can do here is just take vision in the top jungle, and like Moon's doing, take whatever camps are available. So, you know, this was a fine play for FlyQuest. They're not really falling more behind, but it's mostly just a trade, which is good to do when you're behind.
Yeah, it's going to be even trade with turrets and a Dragon for CLG, but they can't really do much about it. They're behind, so they have to play a bit more passively.
It was only a Cloud too, so
yeah,
of any Dragon to give up, that's probably the least punishing one.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to tangent. I still think Cloud Drake is good. I want to hear why you don't like it.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's not useless by any means, but it isn't as good as 8% AD and AB.
Yeah, and it's not worth giving up turret or anything by any means.
I kind of feel like every Dragon except Cloud gives you some kind of like massive edge in the game. So Mountain makes it so you have crazy Baron pressure. Infernal makes you just super strong.
It just,
and
it's
then
the
Ocean
generic
gives you
one. It's
really good sustains, which is huge in poke games.
For sure.
Cloud is just kind of like, I run faster, which I think it's relevant in games where there's a lot of like skill shot catch champs, you know, Elise, Thresh, LeBlanc, that kind of stuff, because it makes it easier to hit when you're faster and easier to dodge when you're faster. So for that kind of stuff, it's valuable, but I just think it's not as good as the other drags.
Yeah, because I look at it in a bit of a different sense, right? I see a lot of mid laners end up winning more with move speed quins because you're able to walk up to the person and actually get the trade when you want it, and if they walk up to you, they can't get the trade. Cloud Drake gives 25 flat move speed, which is the equivalent of 3 to 4 move speed quins if you could actually put them in. It's a huge amount of move speed out of combat, obviously, but just being able to get those trades, I think, is a super underappreciated thing. But I absolutely recognize what you're saying, where it doesn't have that same level of power as the other three. But personally, I actually always want the Cloud Drake.
Okay, so something that I didn't even touch on and didn't even realize fully till now is FlyQuest doesn't actually have a front line whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, like, I really think this draft was a disaster from FlyQuest. Wow.
Uh-oh, here comes.
Here comes Soul.
Looks like Kha'Zix is trying to go into tank build too, which
Trying to be frontline.
Okay.
Bye.
This is getting rough. Sorry,
This game would have been a lot nicer to watch from CLG's perspective. This is kind of just FlyQuest.
Well, I think it's good as well to know kind of what
Taking
happens when you're getting starved out of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
They almost never see Huhi on these roams until it's too late.
Huhi's doing a great job roaming, and FlyQuest just isn't. Seems like they're either not aware or not respecting what Aurelion Sol can do. So it looks like they're setting up for a bot turret, and I do like this. This is something that I feel like FlyQuest would go for that other teams won't go for. Like, how often are you going to see an Orianna give up the mid wave to just sit in the bush bot?
I'll play you come here. Yeah,
this
coming in.
This is going to be spicy.
For sure. They're getting flanked from all over. It's going to be really hard. But this is good for the comp though. Fly wants to kite back, but nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
We have a different definition of good. Actually, it's not been that bad.
The comp wants to kite back.
Yeah, that actually.
Oh.
I definitely hear what you're saying, because this fight is going way better than you would have expected for a 5,000 gold deficit. They had 5 people there, and we're cutting back. I mean, they're down 5,000 or 6,000 gold, so it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4-for-1, so obviously very bad.
Oh, yeah.
But
real bad.
Compared to...
Here we go.
It was one of their better opportunities.
Yeah.
I respect them for going for it, but at some point, you just can't win.
Yeah, because I kind of saw that as a mirror of the play they made in the top side, where a play was made on the other side of the map by CLG. So FlyQuest then said, let's move to the bottom side, but they don't necessarily have the vision. They haven't been able to cover their flank wards because they don't have the time for setup, and CLG ended up collapsing down with the teleport and pretty much everything else.
Right. It was kind of weird because it seemed like FlyQuest was the ones who wanted that play, you know, having the Orianna camp the bush, but CLG's TP came in first.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's just really hard. I think all this stems off from losing mid turret. It's really, really hard to verse Aurelion Sol if they can constantly push you under turret and always move anywhere on the map and get vision control everywhere. So I think it's just really, really hard to play against this comp, because if they can get control in the jungle, they can always have flank wards, and that's exactly what Fizz wants to do. That's what Rengar wants to do too.
So I think the most sensitive timing for FlyQuest at this point is going to be that 20-minute mark where you can type /FF. That's pretty much looking the best. We're going to save the morale. Let's go next, boys. Lulu getting the blue.
Okay, so
I respect it.
So from a shot calling perspective then, oh dear.
And he's gone.
Yeah, and once again, that was just
he didn't
no
give a
vision
blue.
on where he's
That's
at.
true.
He did not give the blue.
Lemon knew.
No. All right, that's tight.
Slick.
The 20-minute FF timing, as far as working towards that power spike.
Okay, so on a more real note,
a little bit of a serious question, right? From a morale perspective, we almost never see it in pro games. People surrendered, a couple years ago, and then the community just destroys them for it and say you should try and win every game.
Yeah, I don't think you should surrender, because it is an LCS match. In a scrim, this game would have been done a long time ago. This would have been open mid, go next at 5 minutes. But LCS game, you try to play it out. There's no real advantage to surrendering except, like you said, maybe morale. So, obviously Baron's coming up. CLG is going to start controlling Baron, and we're just going to see what FlyQuest does to react to it. I don't know what they can do. Maybe look for some poke. Maybe try to bait CLG into a really terrible engage where you can get like a sick Rumble Equalizer in the jungle, but going to be tough.
Yeah, I would imagine CLG right now want to take Dragon, and after Dragon walk up towards Baron side and start getting control.
And you're kind of predicting what COD is going to be able to do based on just your knowledge of the game right here. I'm kind of curious as well. We saw this game fall apart in a lot of ways for FlyQuest, but so much of that was just Huhi appearing out of Fog of War and killing you.
Yeah.
But what I kind of noticed in this game was it's not just, oh man, Huhi's always finding those roams. The instant FlyQuest went to control the areas of vision they needed to stop the Aurelion Sol roams, COG was there to fight them. So is this kind of what people talk about when they're worried about Huhi's Aurelion Sol? Is just like CLG with Aurelion Sol, or is it more than that?
I mean, it's a tough question. I I'm not in the head of CLG. I think Huhi, it's probably one of his better champions. You know, he's going to perform on Aurelion Sol better than most other mids would do on Sol, and better than he would do on other champions. So it's a combination that if you're going to give him the champ, you should be ready for it. And it seemed like FlyQuest just weren't.
And there aren't many champions that have Sol's specific playstyle, where he just roams after pushing every wave. And no matter what, like if you get an advantage, you get you can snowball out really easily. If you don't, you kind of stagnate later on in the game and stop scaling. But yeah, Huhi plays it really well, and people don't really know how to like deal with it because no one really plays Sol except for him. So I think that's a really big positive for Huhi.
So at this point, FlyQuest is just trying to get as much gold as they can. Hope to get some kind of scaling going, and they're really just relying on CLG to make a mistake at this point. CLG will be setting up for Baron soon. One thing to note is that only really Zion has armor on CLG, so as far as starting Baron and tanking it, Ranger's not going to be great at. Ooh, big fight.
Or they die. Yeah, and that's where FlyQuest was spread out. And I was going to get into this question, even though it doesn't seem like there's much opportunity. You played with Hai. He's one of the weirder shot callers that, you know, everyone always talks about is Metal Gear Solid roams, trying to go do crazy things. What do you do here, right? So many times when I'm looking at player comms towards end of games and your team is losing, it is fairly silent. So, like, what are even the things you're talking about as far as communication and information exchange at these stages of the game, as they're just getting face checked on?
All you can really do at this point is try to time ults, try to time flashes, and look for some window where the enemy team is maybe getting greedy or something like that. But this is just a disaster for FlyQuest. This is
really hard to play, even if
this is
just getting dove by Aurelion Sol under T3. So right now the CLG is probably gonna go for Baron, and after Baron.
And then Altec gets the 1v5 Baron steal Penta. If Altec doesn't get this, he's letting his team down.
I was joking earlier, if you really wanted Baron snowballs to happen, if you get a Baron steal, which would be calculated in some way like you do 10% of the Baron's damage but still get it, it just does 10,000 true damage in a large area around it. So you would get the Baron steal pentakills to really turn the game around.
Yeah, as a jungler, I'd love that.
You'd love that.
Feels good, man.
Probably the worst idea. This game is 17-1. So in a way, I'm glad that we got to do this as our shot calling stream, because a lot of times you just can't shot call your way out of these situations.
I mean, I think the biggest thing this game illustrates is the point I keep coming back to. When you don't have lockdown in your team, unless you can just clean snowball pound every single lane, you're just not going to win. You know, it's something that since probably the beginning of my time in pro play, I've always stressed teams on. I'm like, please don't put me in a comp where we just can't win if things start going bad, which is what this comp is.
Right.
Asher on Lemon. Get your glasses ready, folks.
Here we go.
That was really good.
He's landing good shockwaves, but it doesn't matter.
They're way too strong. It's going to be really hard.
Fine.
What do you think of the new AD carry builds that have been happening with the Blade of the Rune King rush? We've seen it on Ezreal as well, you know, tier to Blade of the Rune King instead of going for, you know, an earlier Trinity Force or an earlier
I like it a lot because I think it's very comparable to other builds for damage, but it gives you a lot of flexibility with what you want to build. You know, it gives you life steal, which is great for sustain, and it's kind of sort of a standalone item. It gives you AD, it gives you attack speed, and just it pretty much does it all. You know, it's a great item.
Yeah, from a bot lane perspective, I think that I like this build a lot because when I play with Ezreal, especially versus like Ashe and sustain lanes and poke lanes, there's a lot of like Karma and Lulu in the meta which have really strong poke, and lifesteal helps a lot in those kind of lanes.
Oh dear. 7 deaths, Meteos.
Wow.
4 Lemon. Wow is a word for it.
The Magi's on Darshan. I like it.
Well, to be fair, I feel like Magi's must have one of the highest thrown game rates of all time, of any item in the game.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so as this game races towards its conclusion, I want to ask Smoothie here, because we just both kind of remarked, Meteos and I, 7 deaths for Lemon Nation.
Yeah.
Is it his fault? Because the support oftentimes has to be first line in trying to get vision back. So really, is this more CLG crushing Lemon, or is it Lemon being in the wrong spot?
I think it's more CLG crushing, honestly.
I blame Lemon for his first death. His first death to the Aurelion Sol gank was extremely avoidable. He got hit by a bubble and didn't flash. So it basically turned what should have been Huhi wasting time into Hoopy getting a kill and just snowballing that bot lane entirely. So I don't think Lemon played great. But that being said, they didn't have a front line to face check. They were behind. They were against an insane amount of catch, Rengar, Fizz, everything. So it is a situation where Lemon's probably going to be dying a lot. But in that being said, I don't think he had a good game.
No, I mean 22 kills to 1 in 25 minutes.
Yikes!
Shot call.
Yeah.
Just shot call your way out of that.
It's too hard there.
It's a lot more than shot calling that just happened. We are going to do like a little bit of a recap from a vision control perspective or from a strategy perspective. You don't like the team composition. Smoothie, also not a huge fan of the team composition.
It's like individually they have really good champions, but I think I agree with like no CC point. They can't really like ever come back if they get behind. They kind of have to snowball the lanes, and if they don't get a big lead that way, it's really, really hard to come back.
Yeah, and so essentially we're saying that the game fell apart as soon as Aurelion Sol got his first roam, second roam, when they lost vision control in the river.
Right, I think that, okay, so FlyQuest actually had a pretty solid early game. They had vision on Rengar for pretty much the whole early game.
Yep.
Tracking the jungler is great. They forced Aurelion Sol's flash in a situation where you have pushing side lanes, so I think they should have been able to punish him. But, just that one lapse, letting Aurelion Sol get that roam bot and turning it into a kill, just completely like flip things around, and FlyQuest just couldn't come back.
Yeah, I know when I played as well, if you get smashed like this, it's difficult to kind of identify the area that happens. Is it more FlyQuest now saying, okay, we messed up this, we're totally fine? How much of it, how much can you actually learn in this game against CLG as trying to adapt to the next one? Smoothie, what would you be saying if you're FlyQuest in the huddle?
I mean, I'd probably be bringing up the no CC part first of all.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard. Like, unless you win all your lanes, it's really hard to do anything. But the game wasn't like fully based off that. Again, what Meteor said, they have 2 pushing side lanes. They can always roam mid after Aurelion Sol burn flash, and they could get the vision they wanted to, but they just didn't do it, and Sol got the roams off.
Right. Well, one thing that does happen in games like this is sometimes when you get smashed that hard, it stops. It like untilts you basically. Like if you lose a really close game, you get frustrated. It's like, oh, we could have won that. But I don't think at any point FlyQuest said, oh, we could have won this game, because they just got smashed so hard. That was almost a kill per minute or a death per minute for one team is insane. So I think you just forget about this game. One thing that I know High does, we did this a lot on Cloud9, is when you go into the next game in a series, you say, all right, guys, forget what we've played so far. If we're up 2-0, just go into it as 0-0. If we're down 0-2, just go in 0-0. So try to go with a fresh mind. I think that all these players on FlyQuest are veterans for the most part. They should be able to handle a loss pretty easily. And I think they just need to draft better. I think FlyQuest has had just problems drafting pretty much this whole second half of the split. And it didn't seem to get fixed this game.
Yeah, does that tilt you going into game 2, being able to figure out a better draft? They got the first pick Lulu. The Nautilus got banned from balls. What's his top lane CC? There's a lot of questions they're going to have to answer. We'll get to that. We're going to be taking a quick break, about 5 minutes. Be back with game 2. We're going to be watching it from CLG's perspective on game 2, so we'll see you then.
to be able to adapt the fastest, it does require a lot of team chemistry so that your players are all open to changing anything if you need to change something. So you do have a style that your team starts playing, but if the enemy team brings out something and then you have a counter to that you never practiced, and I mean, it takes a little bit to convince your team we need to do this in order to beat this. And if your team is open to that, or they just want to play like your tried and true what you practice and stuff like that, you can do that. But usually the team that is able to innovate while they're in the tournament definitely has the upper hand, even if they haven't practiced it a lot.
All right, welcome back, everyone. There's going to have to be a little bit of innovation from FlyQuest's side after that 25-minute, 22 kill to 1 game.
Well, lucky for FlyQuest, they're known for being very innovative. So maybe they've got some crazy picks up their sleeve that could go a little bit better than their meta picks.
Exactly. Welcome back once again. We are doing a Fog of War stream. When we get into the second game, we will be blue side again. FlyQuest has selected red side, so this time we're going to be seeing it from COD's perspective. But we're going to go back and check out a few replays from the last game we just saw, which got out of hand very quickly. We're going to jump in. First one is at 17 minutes and 30 seconds. We have some comms here, so let's listen in.
They're looking for this.
It's going to be a fight.
We gotta look for this. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready to TP.
They flash. Ash no flash. I cleanse. Watch Aurelion Soul.
Rengar's coming.
Kill Rengar.
I'm on
Get
Fizz.
back. We're on Fizz.
You have shield for me?
Run.
I'm fine.
Hit this guy. He flashed in. We're dead.
Good. Do damage here.
Fine.
Damn. Holy
Fuck,
shit.
it's just evil.
It's fine.
Oh, shit, you're dead.
Last words.
Yeah.
Alright, we're really behind, but fine.
Yeah, we are.
Shit.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
You gotta have
so
that
what can we
cartoon
do?
with the dog in the burning house. This is fine.
I mean, that fight was pretty close. If I had ulti for that fight, that would have been really good. So if I don't burn it to burn the flash, it's fine. Like, Ash and Aurelion Soul flash there.
We probably needed to delay the game.
Yeah.
I'm getting towards top side right now.
Yeah, Baron's up in 2 minutes. They can do it pretty easily.
Dragons up in 2. Our red just spawned. Blue's
I
up in
think
20.
if they start Baron, that's a good opportunity for us to come back into the game.
I do think that was interesting.
It's
from
fine.
Perspective. It's fine, yes, but we were commenting during that game that if they, wouldn't have been so far behind, I actually would have had Shockwave. I noticed Ball's TP was late coming in there. As a play, it wasn't necessarily bad. Smoothie, what did you take from the comms there? Clean? Could they clean it up?
I mean, the comms itself were okay. Like, I think Fly was ready to fight there. I think they kind of were desperate to make something happen, but CLG are ready, and they were just really behind.
One thing that stuck out to me at the very beginning of that is I actually have to fault Balls for it. He said I'm ready to TP, and his TP came in so late. I don't know if it's the fact that he didn't have a ward to TP to, or he just didn't realize that was happening, but his TP came in after Zion had fully channeled his and was in the fight. So as a Rumble, when you need to be there in the start of a team fight, just straight up. It's 4.5 seconds to start that channel, and half of FlyQuest was already dead by the time Balls got in there. So Balls did kind of troll his team there, saying he's ready to TP. He didn't do it fast enough. So, I mean, granted, they probably wouldn't win that fight, but it wasn't great.
Yeah, and I liked as well when they were saying, what do we do next? I know it's fine and everything is on fire. What would you say there? I actually like the fact that he's saying it's fine. Is there a world in which you say, we're totally boned now, there's nothing else we can do?
No, never.
Okay, there's two different ways. Okay, so High is the optimist. He never wants to say we're behind, this game's over, we're done. So he's always the guy saying it's fine, we scale, we can win late game. I'm kind of the opposite. I'm like, all right, go next. This game's over, because in a way it kind of takes you. There's two ways to look at it. The optimist way is you're gonna keep trying. It's good for morale. But the way I look at it is okay, by accepting that the game should be lost, it kind of takes the pressure off. You're just thinking, oh, it doesn't really matter what we do. We're probably going to lose, but we can win if they throw.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily that you're in a mindset of it's over, we're going to stop trying. But I guess you're lowering.
It's just they should win it.
You're lowering your own expectations,
exactly,
so you're not disappointed when you're losing. I know when I would be in the games back, in the Stone Age when I was playing in shot calling, I would, in a sense, kind of be a mix of those two, where I would say, hey, we're really far behind. If we're going to win, this is the opportunity we're going to have, and we think about it 2 or 3 minutes. So then we'd go for the play and be like, we went for the play. We did what we had to do. It just didn't work because we're behind.
That actually-
you're not supposed to win.
That's actually what that bot play looked like. It's one of those, okay, this game is going downhill hardcore. Let's just go over some YOLO play, and maybe it'll work. You know, it wasn't a bad play to go for.
Yeah, for sure wasn't bad.
Orianna hiding in bottom bush isn't the most likely thing, so I don't think CLG was even expecting him to be down there. So it wasn't a terrible play to go for. I think that, like I said, Balls kind of trolled him with his comms and his TP. It wasn't synced up at all, and they probably wouldn't have won the fight regardless.
Smoothie, you have any thoughts on how you stay positive in situations like that as we're moving into game 2?
I think that what they did was pretty good. Like, what I would do personally would be, if a fight messes up, like, it's fine, it happens, but just move on to the next thing. Don't ever dwell on the past and just go on to the next objective.
All right, now we have to completely switch gears because we are shot calling from CLG's perspective on the blue side. They are super happy now. They just won a game in 25 minutes, 22 kills to 1. What do they have to change because they were so dominant?
I don't think you gotta change too much. If you win your game, just play your own game and do what you did before. And if it doesn't work this time, just change it up afterwards.
Yeah, bans obviously changed a little bit because they switched sides. They're no longer red side.
Yep, but see here, FlyQuest banned Soul this time.
Probably the right choice.
That's definitely a good thing to do.
Yeah.
So Lulu was banned, which was the first pick from last game. CLG showed really high priority in Rengar, so I would not be surprised to see the Rengar get first picked here.
Okay.
We were looking at Moon's most played champions.
Yeah.
And, you know, last game I was trying to figure out where could you fit more hard CC into that comp based on the champions that FlyQuest plays.
Gragas.
Right, so Moon's most played is Rengar, which does have CC, but then his next are Kha'Zix, Graves, Eve, all of which have 0 hard CC, and then his next is Gragas, which has a, you know, pretty big gap between how much he's played that and the next thing. So probably not going to find a lot of CC there from Moon, so top end support really got to bring it.
Yeah, but I think you have to take Lulu there. Like, if you want CC, it probably comes from top lane. But
yeah,
I guess like Nautilus and stuff are banned, so it's going to be pretty hard regardless.
Well, early Zyra pick for FlyQuest. As far as champ select, we can still kind of do the back and forth before focusing in on CLG for the game. So Zyra is a little bit of CC. Ashe is still on the board. They're up against a Rengar. What do you think they go here?
I think right here, they either pick Ashe or a jungler. I think that Ashe Zyra is a really good lane, and they have a lot of CC to bring to the team. And even though they're not that strong early, after 6, they become a really, really big force.
Wow, I didn't even realize Graves was up and not picked.
Yeah.
Huh.
He is banned a lot.
He is banned a lot. Maybe CLG didn't even realize he was open. That does kind of look like the face of,
ooh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Or, I mean, that's not that likely. They probably knew.
Yeah.
They probably planned against it. But I do like FlyQuest completely changing up their picks, going for an aggressive support like Zyra, and just a super powerhouse jungler like Graves. So already liking it more than their last one.
Another thing that I have noticed too is like both sides didn't pick LeBlanc at all. It was really odd to me.
They must have just not practiced it, because
Yeah,
it does seem like if you're going off what other regions have been doing, it was only the past couple days that LeBlanc really exploded again.
That's
because
true.
After the nerfs, you know, people kind of were not picking her as much. Then that Gunblade build came out and she's back. So it's just possible these guys haven't been playing or practicing LeBlanc that much.
Yeah.
It depends on your scrim pockets too, as far as when you're going into playoffs. Don't you might be able to enlighten me on this a little bit. Do you shrink who you're scrimming a little bit towards playoffs compared to regular season and have a smaller, you know, girth of champion knowledge?
Yeah, definitely shrink my girth going into playoffs. But well, I don't think you intentionally try to reduce the amount of teams you play. But, you know, the teams that aren't in playoffs, they're on break. You know, they're not playing. You don't necessarily want to scrim challenger teams because they're not at the LCS level. You don't want to play teams you're playing that week in the bracket. So you're usually left with, you know, maybe 2-3 teams to practice against. And then the practice can get a little bit like inbred or whatever. Like with the picks, you know, you only see this one little meta between 2 teams.
Yeah, I remember a couple years ago, there was one side of the playoff bracket that was running Heal Ignite Mundo in the top lane, and the other side didn't even know it existed.
Oh, I thought it was like TP Barrier or something, Mundo.
Oh, maybe. Maybe it was Barrier Ignite?
It was like one side was
weird.
prioritizing Mundo top, and the other side was prioritizing Jax top.
Yeah.
And you will notice stuff like that. So I guess whoever these guys are playing
yet
hasn't been playing LeBlanc.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Okay, anyway, CC.
Kennen ADC.
Right.
Kennen.
I like that a lot. That is a champion. High plays well, and it fits his play style.
I think it's going to be ADC.
Oh. I mean, that back.
It could be.
I think it should be mid. I think it should be mid. You know, High is great at that champ, but then again, it is a flex.
Yeah.
So I like that a lot. If it is AD though, you definitely need to pick me. in AD mid champion, meaning like Zed, Talon, whatever.
Yeah.
damage.
Another thing I noticed too is they don't really have a tank again on FlyQuest side.
Yeah.
They have the CC this time though, I guess, with Zyra and Kennen, but yeah, no tank is gonna be pretty hard. But they're strong. They have strong champs.
Yeah, I think later in the game they can make up for it because Rumble Kennen will have like the double Zanya,
For sure.
and those aren't really champs you want to engage with anyway.
Speaking of Mundo,
Oh my lord.
topical conversation right now.
I need to see that flash turn into a barrier special skill.
Yeah, then it'll be real. So CLG had a few oddball picks coming in here. The Ahri, while it is a little bit more meta, not something we see from Huhi. Mundo has seen a few games globally, but has been really abnormal. We mentioned how CLG doesn't necessarily need to change much. Their jungle bot lane is exactly the same, but definitely some large mix-ups in their solo lanes.
Yeah.
Oh, they win Orianna. It's over.
Again.
It's all ogre.
You don't think High's Orianna's good?
No, I mean, High plays Orianna well, but I don't think Orianna has any place in this draft. So my rationale for that is I think that what makes Zyra a good pick is to make up for an AP deficit in your team comp, in AD-heavy teams, to force the other team to build MR. But this team's already going to be stacking MR against Kennen, Zyra, Orianna, and Rumble. So CLG is just getting the most free MR buys of their life. You're up against Mundo, who's just pure tank. And then FlyQuest, their team comp is very bursty. You've got like Graves, Rumble, Kennen, Orianna. Literally their entire team's burst. Yeah. And I'm not even convinced they can get through a Mundo. So, yikes. Yikes round 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for sure.
I like your points. That sounds knowledgeable. The Mundo I looked up, it's been played 3 times by Marin and LCK.
Yeah.
Lost all 3. 2 of them were against SKT, so I'm gonna let him off on those because no one's expecting it. But that's interesting, right? Is FlyQuest then getting starved out? We say it's a draft problem, but is it a champion pool problem that is giving them draft problems?
I'm not really sure. We did see 2 bans on those AD mid champions. I think, what was it, Zed Talon band going into the last rotation of picks. So, yeah, maybe their pools are getting squeezed a bit here, and they're ending up with these really awkward comps.
That's possible. I think FlyQuest can still win. Again, you have to snowball pretty hard, but they have really, really strong team fighting too. So it depends on how they play.
All right, well, we're getting into game 2. Blue side for CLG. Let's try and be a bit more proactive this game about tracking FlyQuest, because Aurelion Solganks definitely surprised us as FlyQuest's team. We've talked about kind of your thoughts on shot calling, how it's definitely not one person with all the chess pieces, and everyone needs to be on the same page and share information, because you're doing so much just with your champion that there is actually no machine man pressing everyone's buttons for them.
Yeah. Oh, here's something new that because Zyra. People want to protect the plants, and if Zyra gets a couple plants, like maybe 2 or 3, she can actually push the wave. If she doesn't have those, she can't really actually shove, and she can get abused.
Yeah, so CLG puts a bunch of people down there. They saw Lemonation warded that brush down bottom, but they still haven't had vision on anyone else. Notice Darshan going to ward deep at the Raptors.
Right, I think Darshan did this because they did see Lemon push in a little bit, and like Smoothie was saying, there is just this mind game that bot laners know about Zyra, where the Zyra's team's going to want to help her set up the plans, CLG's team's going to want to help disrupt the plans. CLG backed off. They figured maybe FlyQuest has got a lot of people there, but it did open up that Raptor ward, which is great. Seeing where the jungler starts gives you a ton of info. Well, usually you kind of assume where they're starting, but having that vision, knowing you're not getting cheese, can provide a lot of safety.
Yeah, for sure. And especially in scrims, a lot of times you use 5-man bot because of Zyra, try to secure the plants, and end up getting a fight. It's really, really, really risky.
Darshan wants to steal a Raptor so bad.
He's actually harassing balls a lot.
Oh, he reset some of the Raptors.
Wow, this is
really good.
This is so harass.
That's close. If Darshan got 1 minion or 1 of these Raptors, it'd be really, really big. Get level 2 off the first wave.
We have to see how much XP each top laner misses here.
That seems like
it looks like they're both going to miss almost all the melees are gone.
Oh, Balls is half health.
Yeah, Balls started Ruby as well, not even Doran Shield, so wow. That's rough. Really good play by Darshan, though. Got to come in for that harass.
Yeah.
Which all kind of stemmed off of what I was talking about earlier, where he got that ward in, so he was safe to do that.
Play the mind game bottom lane. Xsmithy's now feeling pretty confident, knowing the way that Moon started his jungle is not going to be able to do anything crazy. Are you worried at all about this?
Top.
Exactly.
Oh, did you get him?
I don't think so.
Oh, close.
That was aggressive.
It was aggressive for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so what does this now do? CLG. Darshan just got ganked. He knows it's level 2. Moonburn Flash also took a turret shot.
So they're sponsoring Smithy. Yeah, you can explain it, Medios.
Yeah, this is good. You know, he saw Graves go top, and Graves was really low. There's no risk if Smithy's top side getting countered. So Smithy has pretty much free reign here to grab a camp. He doesn't have smite up, and he's pretty low, so he'll probably only do the blue and then leave. But it's still a blue that Graves isn't going to have, and Graves has machete, so without blue in any mana region, he can't farm as fast as he'd like. He's staying around for the Gromp, which is pretty greedy. I don't think he'll be able to get it, so he's probably just going to have to back out. I'm guessing he did that maybe in case Moon went back into that top jungle. He was just checking, and he did see Graves.
Yeah, because it is a timing that he has to worry about there. He's going to recall out of that top side and pretty much only run bottom. I agree with you, pretty greedy play, but he had Aphromoo because the lane was pushed, which is why he would feel safe. Look at that deep ward that he just got on Ahri. They might be going for a kill on a Moon.
Yeah, Moon.
He's no flash
his
now.
flash in a really.
Oh my.
Really good. Oh, close.
Whoa.
That's aggressive.
Oh my.
But what happens now?
Oh,
Teleporting
TP.
in. That was such a deep engagement. Can they get out of this
Darshan
one?
hasn't
no flash.
started his TP to match, so it looks like.
Red buff for balls.
Okay, so.
Huh. Okay.
That was interesting. So it's trying to
That was
figure out like
impressive, for
who
sure.
actually came out ahead and behind here. It looks like FlyQuest will have a pretty big advantage mid here. High gets a much nicer recall than Huki, and Huki is down all sums. So honestly, that wasn't that bad. Top will be behind because Rumble had to TP for that.
Yeah.
But if he gets back and catches that wave, it's not actually going to be that bad for FlyQuest.
Yeah, but TP advantage is a really big thing. They can look for really easy plays bot side if they choose to, and look for maybe dive plays if they get their bot lane low, Fly's bot lane low.
Yeah, did Balls complete that teleport? Because
He
we
did,
got to see
yeah.
the channel come through. So, yeah, he's the one who ended up collapsing on Huhi. So we're thinking of CLG's perspective there. They go for that play because X, right? They're going to get teleported in behind right here, but this is their current knowledge. They see High in lane, they see 2 people bot lane, so they know they have time for Moon. This is the thing that surprised me when they flashed over the wall.
Yeah, this was aggressive.
I think that Smithy flashing is fine, but Huhi flashing was kind of an extension. I don't think he needed to. That's kind of hindsighty though, because there is a world where Graves just kills Rengar for that flash.
For sure.
So I can't fault Huhi for it, but it didn't end well for him.
All right, where's the opportunity and the risks coming through now then? Because they burned multiple flashes across the board, yet they were able to get first blood next. Smithy's still level 5. He's going for an evade. Smoothie, what is CLG thinking here from an opportunity perspective?
From a CLG perspective, they now know that they have TP advantage, so they could look for someone.
I'm really surprised that Smithy's here. This was really
bad.
expected to get harassed like this. What is he doing?
Oh, is he alive? Scuttle Crab?
I think he's gonna die.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
Okay, that was legitimately troll. So Rumble pushed in top, and he definitely didn't have to buy. So the only thing Rumble would do there is walk down the river. Xmithy went into the jungle and then kind of just walked into Rumble and killed himself. He didn't have flash. He's playing Rengar. It's not a champion who has much defense. So yeah, I don't know. Xmithy trolling, I guess.
Yeah, that's a situation where they didn't have vision, but they should have made the assumption that someone would be there. Fight bot.
Right, if you see the top laner push in and go missing like that, you got to respect the fact that he's probably going to roam. So
really close fight.
Right now, this bot lane is super spicy, so they're probably thinking, who can class from each side. Orianna pushed in, he does have an advantage. Plus, High doesn't really need to buy. He could get his Lost Chapter. So yeah, here he comes. Good counter by Xmithy.
They might kill him.
Oh,
whoa, High flashing
that's
in.
really aggressive. I think he's dead.
Wow. Some serious aggression going on
Oh
in this
my
game.
god, you see the HP.
Yeah.
But that was a situation where Xmithy predicted it for the most part.
Yeah, I think that CLG did recognize that High push in the wave, and I think that's a point when thinking about different players' play styles can actually help your decision-making process. So some mid laners would just go for the recall there. Get that Lost Chapter, whatever it's called, and come back to lane with an advantage. High, on the other hand, tried to use his pressure to go bot, which honestly was a good idea. I think him blast planning and then flashing into all of them was really, really weird. I'm not really sure what that was. And Xmithy, with good read, realizing High's coming down and jumping on him like that. So a pretty weird exchange from both sides, but it did benefit CLG because now High's kind of lost his advantage mid. And I like this. They're looking for a play mid on him because a no-sum Orianna against Ahri Rengar is probably going to die.
They do have to be a little careful, though. They did see Moon at red buff as he, I believe, was killing a ward, and Balls is consistently shoved up in that top side. So that whole side of the map is completely missing, and I feel like that's why they're not going aggressive on these
Definitely.
plays.
If they went for that play, there's a very high chance they get countered by a Rumble ult because Rumble doesn't even have to be completely mid to go for it. So basically, they will have windows to go for this mid play, but they have to do it when Rumble's in lane, or at least they know where he is. Because if you go for a play where you know, Rengar ulting in, Ahri ulting in, and then you get equalized, it's going to end terribly for you. So good restraint by CLG. They're not just instantly going for the play.
Yeah. We seem to be rather lucky that we always get to fog aboard the losing team so far in these games. This one's not quite as bad, but this is, again, kind of the struggle of how do you get the appropriate defensive vision when you're up against lanes that are shoving in. Smoothie, how would you approach this situation?
Sorry, what was it?
Rather just how do they actually protect themselves from the Rumble roams or from the Orianna roams, since those two lanes are kind of shoving in?
They just gotta play safe, honestly. Like, and just call missing every time they push in the wave.
Or just go for Rumble.
Or that too, yeah, it works.
Oh, man.
Wow, Balls actually missed the wave with his ult.
Ooh.
That's actually really bad.
Yeah, that's really bad because
really big.
one advantage of Rumble is the fact that if you get ganked like that, you should be able to clear the wave with your ult. But he missed, and now CLG gets a free turret. So we're talking about CLG losing, but that's definitely not losing. They just came way ahead from that.
Oh, aggressive play from Cookie. I think
and dead.
All right.
And Pi lives too.
To me, that was interesting, right? From a decision-making perspective, they're two-man pushing that top lane turret. Does Graves go up to try and clear that wave and save the turret, or is he mid? And if you're giving Huhi the benefit of the doubt, he would have thought Graves would have been top lane, or is that just a boosted play mid?
That was definitely overconfidence there. That might have actually... I don't think that would have happened if this was game one. I think that generally you'll see those plays more often when a team is feeling really confident.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was pretty troll as well because Ahri should know that you're getting a top turret for free. The other team wants to look for a return play on the bottom side of the map. And then you go through the checklist, is mid gankable? Is bot gankable? Is dragon takeable? And, he just went for mid play because he basically gave it to him. He ult flashed in, so... Just huge misplay there.
Really interesting build coming from Huhi here. We see like other assassins like LeBlanc going Gunblade as well, but first time I've seen it on Ahri.
That's going to be a lot of sustain
for sure
when he completes it. But
why? She already has sustain.
But why?
Here comes the one shot. MTP coming in from both top laners.
Yeah. They both matched. They both completed.
No.
Altec is done.
Yeah. They just weren't on sync there. If Lemon and Altec went at the same time, and Lemon didn't even ulti actually. He sold ulti. It might have worked out if they got the one shot on somebody.
Yeah, and they'd already killed the top lane turret, so looks like Balls canceled his TP and Darshan completed.
So FlyQuest will have an opportunity when Rumble's TP comes back up if you cancel short opponent, obviously. So that's probably going to be FlyQuest's next window. So from CLG's perspective, because we are looking for them, they're probably going to want to play around Mundo. The reason you pick Mundo into Rumble is because in these long lanes, Mundo can just run down Rumble, and Rumble just doesn't have the damage to kill Mundo through his ult, and Mundo just out DPSs him. So they're going to want to play around top side here for sure. We'll just see what Darshan does.
Yeah, and with the Spirit Biscuit, just so much value into Mundo. He heals more, and he's just really, really hard to kill.
Yeah, and let's talk about the kind of overall.
Now I think this
CLG
is
right here.
This is pretty risky from CLG to do, trying to poke in clear vision, because one thing that Balls could do here is he still has his ult, and because it's such a long wave, he doesn't actually have to go top until the wave's about to hit.
He may be mid lane.
Right,
or
he
in
could
the
be mid or
boosted
bot.
jungle.
So by pushing in like that, before you see Rumble, you do have the opportunity of getting outnumbered in that fight.
Yeah. They did see him just now topside as the wave was getting there, so now they'd be able to be...
This is a good winner for CLG. Darshan pushes the wave. Now he's got a very long time before he has to go back up there. So he's going to come down and try to pressure the mid side, which is good.
But as you mentioned, they did it a little bit before that was safe.
Yeah, I think they were a little reserved about it. It seemed like they did acknowledge the risk. So now, basically this, I think that the top lane turret dying, we'll be seeing this back and forth a lot, where one top laner will push in the wave all the way to the turret. The other top laner is going to have to go and grab the wave and then Balls will have his opportunity to roam here. Looks like Darshan does want to find Balls and fight him, though.
Yeah, I'm seeing this composition from CLG being a little bit just split push / 1-3-1 focused, especially if who he's going up towards the Gunblade. Part of the reason the Gunblade LeBlanc is good is because the Q pass-through counts as single target when it does, and it heals you for 300.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Ari will sustain, and even though it won't count as single target, I still see it adding when he completes that, so I can kind of see it. But if you're going that build, that's not a team-fighting Ari build. That's a split-pushing sustain Ari build.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you got the catch from the Gunblade active, helps you hit the charms, but I think that's not a very optimal build on Ari.
It adds to like the one-shot potential that you could have, but yeah, I'm not really sure about how good it is.
We'll see how it goes. I'll reserve my judgment.
Does it change your decision-making in
sure.
the game, like as a team, knowing you have the Gunblade Ari?
Well, I think it plays into the fact that they're just behind mid. Usually you want to think about your lanes and as far as like where do we have the advantage, and mid lane is their disadvantage. So a lot of what they're doing is just going to be trying to keep high from making plays. Because from FlyQuest's perspective, they're thinking, okay, we've got a Fed, or not Fed, but a head Orianna who can pressure and then help the side lanes. So I think this is a situation where CLG has to be careful because Balls' TP is back up. They should know that if they timed it based on the cancel. And so FlyQuest is really going to want to do something bot side here because they know they can get an unmatched TP. CLG's pushing up pretty aggressively. I'm not really sure why. I guess they want to get vision to see FlyQuest as they set up for the play or something.
Yeah, from CLG's side, there's not really much to do on the top side right now. What Darshan can really do is push up top.
Control.
Yeah, he's a lot of control for sure. It stems off getting the turret. So what he can do is always walk down mid and look for the jungler or look for camps.
It looks like
look for
Mundo
gank
is
mid.
camping Graves here.
They have a ward on him right now, so they see him coming up. Oh, or going down.
Now, Drake will be up in a minute 20 seconds, so a lot of the game will then kind of move towards this Drake control. And this is looking a lot more favorable than what FlyQuest had last game. Because CLG has
Moon
so much
face checks
control.
that is a huge mistake. Okay, good.
I think
Moon definitely respecting the fact that Mundo went missing forever, and he knew his Wraiths were spawning, so there's a good chance Mundo either took it or was camping for him. He checked it with the smoke bomb, and he backed down immediately, so that was good.
So you see top lane right now, there's no real incentive to like walk up there. You could stay down here if you wanted to. Top lane is actually pushing back to Darshan, so, oh, is it? I think it is still.
I think it will because it's meeting closer to Rumble side.
Well, he's gonna push it out for pressure regardless, but if he wanted to, he could just stay in the jungle right there and wait for the wave to push out.
And the danger is it's still there for the bottom side because they don't have... Oh, here comes Altec.
Here we come. Oh, Lemon, he's ulti off.
Later the Room King.
That's a good trade. That's a good trade for FlyQuest.
Definitely good for
ADC for support. It's always good. Here comes a dive from CLG. I think Balls might just die. Window's so tanky. Yep, gone.
That looks troubling.
Yeah.
So now CLG has to respect Graves because coming bot for Graves here does make sense. Ari went down to defend the turret, which opens up Orianna. So Hai can either... He's got a lot of choices here. He can either come bot to try to pressure this, but I think just pushing mid like he's doing is good. It might be hard for him to get the turret, but he will get a lot of damage on it.
Yeah.
You also mentioned earlier that Darshan would be who CLG is playing around. That does seem to be the case right here. They went for that play immediately after the bottom side for FlyQuest went aggressive.
Here comes the play again.
Yeah, and this was Stixxay flashing back. They don't have total vision right there. They did see Rumble top lane, so they're not expecting a TP in. And they just kind of go for a one-for-one trade because there's not many other options in that situation once he's caught. But they immediately then kick in for the next play. They didn't technically see Graves
until like right now.
Until they'd already started the dive.
What I'm guessing that was inexperience from Stixxay playing against AD Kennen because he knew that Aphromoo wasn't with him, and he was playing a bit scared, but it looks like he just didn't fully understand Kennen's initiation range, and it was a really good play by FlyQuest, initiating as soon as Lemon got back to the lane. So, well played by Altec and Lemon down there.
For sure.
Stixxay just a little bit overextended, but...
So right now, both sides are going to want to control Dragon. It's a Mountain Dragon, so it's always going to be really important for later on in the game. If other sides get it, Baron's going to be really big pressure.
Yeah, Mountain just pretty much doubles the speed at which you can kill Baron,
For
so...
sure.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Mundo in the mid lane.
So both these teams are going to have to worry about certain things right there. Darshan just burned his ultimate. How does CLG then play around this Drake now with huge wave top and an ultless Mundo?
I think as CLG, you kind of just have to accept that if FlyQuest goes for Dragon, you just lose it. It looks like
they're not doing it right now.
Taking the recall. and Mundo's going to get a top wave. So this actually is FlyQuest's window to take Dragon right here.
Yeah, they can start right now, but I think ideally they would want to start like a little bit earlier before Mundo's top wave.
If they don't do it by the time Ari gets back, I do expect CLG to fight it.
Yeah.
But I think that they were expecting to give it here.
All right, yeah. I guess it goes over to FlyQuest.
There it goes.
So now Xmithy's going to set up topside, and this actually does set up CLG for a play in maybe like 30 seconds. Ooh,
That's a play.
Wow.
Sheen, Gunblade, Auto looked like a large amount of burst right there. So that's kind of the play. They pushed out the top lane. Bad ward.
Oh. That's a lot of damage.
Mid laners killing supports. Season 3 all over again.
What year is this? Yeah. Either way, it gets traded back pretty much immediately. So as far as things that CLG need to be afraid of in this game, it almost looks like it's just High's Orianna at this point.
Right. Well, I'd say their bottom lane is pretty volatile. You know, both bottom lanes are pretty immobile and have a ton of kill pressure. So I think bot lane will always be a pretty big point.
They died.
Oh dear.
This is aggressive.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Gui has flash. They might just get mid turret here. I'm not sure how low it is, but their Ashe is still hitting it.
Yeah, this is starting to get pretty chaotic. So what is CLG doing here as far as vision control and maybe their decision making?
Well, Baron's up in 50 seconds.
I think a lot of what's been going on is just opportunity plays. You know, I don't think that Lemon killing himself there was something CLG expected. It was just the case that they knew he had no flash and he walked into an RA. So it's a lot of capitalizing on misplays. And then, you know, High solo killed Aphromoo as well. So it's I don't think any of these things are really textbook plays, but this is a shot calling stream, and I do think this isn't. These are the situations where having a very strong leader on your team can help a lot, because by no means is this a situation they've probably seen before. This is lots of weird stuff's going on, and having someone who can just keep your team together and, you know, poised and focused will help a lot.
Yeah, Aphromoo goes down, says push anyway, right? Because both supports are dead.
Right, so I think right here, it looks like CLG is just giving up this top turret. It's a huge wave, and they're already set up for it. So I'm guessing CLG's plan here is going to be, all right, let's keep FlyQuest and getting Baron, because like we were saying earlier, that mountain adds a ton of pressure, and Darshan's just going to get to this bot turret right here.
Darshan's going to have a lot of pressure in the bot lane. He's pretty much unkillable to Rumble right now. He's so tanky, and if Moon goes bot, then there's always pressure of CLG starting Baron.
Yeah, I like
and
what they're doing
FlyQuest is that team that will just Baron on a whim all the time.
Were they actually on it? They were on it though.
I think they were.
They're all in there.
This is not good though.
Who he is?
Wow.
What was that? I mean, we talked about this earlier about how FlyQuest will do that aggressive Baron call. Xmithy looked like he was kind of in there to check, but this is all going bad for FlyQuest.
Oh.
Dipping in through that control ward.
I think Hyde's dead here. He doesn't have flash or cleanse.
Yeah.
Mundo's gonna run him down.
He's getting a lot of damage.
They might try to kill Kuki though.
Yeah. They tried.
They did try.
And this is the Mundo. He had gone bottom because no one can deal with him. Now he's made it up towards the top side.
Yeah,
that was, I mean, like I was saying, FlyQuest will go for these YOLO calls, and if you don't check the Baron, they get it. But if you check it and kill them all, then that's what happens.
Yeah, we're going to get to a replay of that from COD's perspective again. But that was super interesting because it looked like COD was setting up a play bottom side. Next, Smithy, he's actually just killing the Scuttle Crab. Notices the Baron has been started with the plants. He goes, oh, hold on. What is this? That was such a sneaky Baron by FlyQuest. And if Xmithy hadn't been clearing the Scuttle Crab, it would have gone over.
Didn't even look like he knew they were doing it.
No.
Nope, not until the last second.
Which was actually interesting because I was thinking at the time maybe Xmithy should hide to pressure Rumble off that bot wave, but nothing that I expected happened there.
Not a great flash by Afro, but they chase him down the stretch. And now COG is just going to reset this same setup they were doing before, and it's potentially more dangerous. They have the Mundo in the bottom lane. They still don't have vision over Baron, but you don't expect FlyQuest to try it again.
Whoa.
Nice try. That's a nice try.
So, Orianna no ult, that's a huge window. CLG's up 3K. Well, they don't really know that, but they know they're strong, and they know that Orianna's missing Shockwave. So they should be pretty comfortable to go get vision control here.
A big factor right now. A big factor right now is that Balls has TP advantage over Darshan. If Balls chooses to go bot, I don't think he can right now because there's Baron pressure. But if Darshan goes bot with Balls, then Balls always has potential to TP up there and force an uneven fight.
I don't think Darshan's going to want to go bot, though. They've got so much pressure on FlyQuest. Darshan is super, super hard to kill right now. So.
Yeah. He's also their main tank, so we need him to get wards out.
He's probably going Banshee's Veil as well. The triple Mercury treads kind of speak to what you're talking about earlier. A very CC-heavy team, a lot of magic damage.
I do feel that anytime you can give the other team an extremely efficient Mer tread or Tabby buy, you're just going to have so much trouble winning fights in the mid game, and that's kind of what we're seeing.
Yeah, so CLG still have that bottom lane turret up, but that is generally because, as Smoothie mentioned, Darshan doesn't have teleport advantage over balls, so he can't go down there to make that play, especially against High and FlyQuest, who apply so much Baron pressure early on in the games. That doesn't mean they can't set up plays towards the Baron area right now, since they are the stronger team with the seemingly unkillable Dr. Mundo right now.
It's pretty interesting to see Xmithy camping where he is. I guess he wants to get a flank, which he
Look,
very well could right here.
They have Astro still for looking to engage.
All right, yep,
Oh, here it comes.
Engage.
All balls gone. And Ari started skills, so they can keep going if they want, if they choose to.
It's hard to catch.
I think they'll just go towards Baron here. Even
They do have pretty good control. They'll probably clear the ward at Baron and then try to catch FlyQuest as they come to recheck it.
Yeah, COD's going to have to be careful because it is just that 25 seconds left on the death timer, and it's a teleport alt rumble. So if they did start the Baron, it would...
That's actually a very
really
good point. That's one of the ways I see people throw games, especially in solo queue all the time, is you pick off the top lane, you're feeling good, you want to do something with that mana advantage, but if you start a Baron against his Rumble who still has ult, you're potentially going to throw the game right there.
Yeah.
I think CLG is probably just going to want to push in the next mid wave and then get Dragon control.
Yeah, should be relatively free.
Yeah, big bot wave. Darshan's teleport's coming up in a little bit. Not to mention, they did just have that big fight, so people are going to want to fit in those buys. Question for you guys is, are you ever able to kind of predict when someone is going to be buying? Is that something you're paying attention to as far as looking at their inventories, kind of feeling they're going to have a lot of gold and that they need to go back and then trying to make a play while they're in base?
It's definitely something that I think about.
Yeah.
When you look at people's gold, like Graves right there, you saw he was very close to Black Cleaver, and you can kind of factor in a few things. You know, how close are they to a spike? How much gold are they sitting on? And, like, are they ahead or behind? Because generally when you're behind, you need to, like, spend all your gold all the time. Just be as strong as you can for chances of winning. And when you're ahead, you want to prioritize pressure. You know, you don't want it to be constantly recalling, because when you're in base, you're not really pressuring them at all. So I think CLG is just going to be content letting Darshan take the bot turret, maybe even 2 turrets, and just kind of slow the game out a little bit.
Because what's going to kill him at 40 minutes into the game?
Nothing.
It's going to be at least 40 minutes before Darshan has any chance of dying in this game.
Yeah, he's going to have so much MR, and they have so much magic damage on FlyQuest's team.
Yeah.
It's super impossible to kill right now.
And you even look at the way the FlyQuest can multiply their damage. They can't. They have the Kennen, who's a mid-game spiking AD carry, not an IE type thing. Mostly magic damage. The build on Moon maybe could get super aggressive late in the game and have a chance of chipping him down, but as you mentioned, very few ways that they can deal with
I actually think that CLG should look for something very soon, because if you look at their items, CLG is on some pretty big spikes compared to the spikes that they're going to get. So Xmithy's sitting on a lot of gold. I'm not sure what he's saving for. Can we open this?
Yeah.
He might be going for a GA or a Dead Man. Yeah, he's on
got
1900
2K gold.
He's probably going for a GA or something. And then they're just going to look for a huge spike, because Ari's build is not going to scale well. Mundo's on a pretty big spike, and as soon as FlyQuest picks up those Void staffs, you know, Zyra could be going Void, Ori and Rumble definitely should be going Void. So once they pick those up, they might actually have a chance of coming back in this one. So I would like to see CLG go for something pretty soon here. They've definitely got a big edge on FlyQuest.
All right, so they're looking for it, Smoothie. What exactly are they looking for here? They see Rumble top lane. Where do they get the wards, and how do they advance?
Well, ideally, CLG's team comp is really, really good 1-3-1-ing. For example, Ari goes side lane and probably matches Kennen and Zyra. It should be really extremely scary for Kennen and Zyra to go up, because I'm pretty sure that Ari right now can 1v2 them, especially even with Graves, and it's really hard to kill them, because again, they don't really have the best CC in the world. You can look for Xmithy here maybe.
Xmithy's pushing up to try to get control. One thing that is pretty scary about Rengar is his defensive mobility is pretty limited. He had his Empower W there, so he's able to get out, but I don't know how many times I've experienced and seen other Rengars get caught just because you'll feel safe, and then all of a sudden people just run up on you because they're way faster and have more mobility and just kind of die. So definitely something he needs to be scared of. His build's really defensive, so not a huge risk, but you know.
Here they go.
All right, so CLG trying to start a fight here. Definitely good idea.
I think they're fine here. This is really weird though. I think CLG's not playing as effectively as they should have, or efficiently.
Oh, I think they feel really pressured because, like I was saying, they're on a pretty big spike.
Yeah.
And I do think it will eventually start going back in FlyQuest's favor if this, maybe not at 6 items, but definitely on the next item. I think that FlyQuest will have a bigger spike than CLG does. So CLG is going to want to force a fight. And whoa.
All right.
Yeah.
For support, that's not really that
Fly
great.
gave it to him.
Yeah.
Pretty tricky right now, even for CLG to find exactly the initiation. They don't exactly have the Nautilus or the Maokai that just presses a button and goes in. Definitely one of the struggles, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is super tough for both teams because CLG needs to find this balance of trying to get a fight without killing himself.
Trying to 2-man and hold off with Huhi, Afro, and X-Man.
This is a really good way of sneaking Baron. Show your jungler so they're not scared to check, but sometimes if you push up too far, it will give it away.
Oh, Altek's just dead.
Oh, and a missed Orianna.
Unless Graves can steal.
Yeah.
I think Moon should try for a steal here.
They don't necessarily have full vision. They can see over the wall, but that's why Darshan's going in. Moon wants to steal.
He definitely has an opportunity to steal.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Okay, so, as a jungler, are you tilted by the steal there? Is that the play they have to make?
I think that... I don't think CLG had to go for the 50-50 there. I think they...
Oh, nice arrow.
I mean, it kind of worked out, you know. I'll take a Baron steal for an ace, but they probably didn't need to take that risk because, honestly, you know, it's easy for Twitch chat to say, lol, you know, Xmithy can't smite, but realistically, if you're against Graves, that's not even a 50-50 because Graves is seeing how fast the Baron's dying, and he knows exactly when he's going to Q-flash in. But from Rengar, he doesn't know when Graves is going to Q-flash in. So, really, really tough situation for Xmithy to be in.
For sure.
Either way, the call to force for CLG, especially after they kill Altek. I like the call to force, but as far as these types of communications, this is when it gets really
They should
chaotic.
not have finished here.
No,
They should
not at all.
For sure, just run around, zone them off, and then take the free Baron. Trying to finish it here is just kind of...
Well...
It was so risky.
From the looks of it, the Equalizer was sitting on the Baron from 1,500 health, and Moon was going to be able to go in and execute it himself, so then they got into a smite war.
Yeah, exactly. So when the Baron was about 3k is when it's safe that even with a Rumble ult, even with Graves jumping in, it's probably not going to die. But if you let it get to that range where he will have the steal opportunity, then, you know, that's what's going to happen. So I think it's definitely not Xmithy's fault that Baron was stolen. It was CLG's fault as a team. They should have killed off earlier. They should have went behind the Baron pit and not even given Moon the chance to try it.
Yeah. Especially because Mundo could tank forever almost on Baron. They could do, that's so much time to do anything they want to.
Okay, so what does CLG do now? Still no voids. Pi just completed half a second to go. But they still have the ace no Baron buff. How does CLG prep this with an inhibitor open top side?
Well, since they don't have to go top, they can just send 4 mid and with Ahri bot. Ahri doesn't really have to fear dying at all because, again, they have no real CC that can really catch her. And as long as they have their like tank mid with their carries, it's really, really hard to kill their carries as well. And we see them going to Dragon now.
Yeah. Looks like Hui's trying to play that Ahri almost the same way you would play the Gunblade LeBlanc as far as where he's going on the map.
Yeah,
you know, he's making it work. I'm still not totally convinced on the build.
Yeah.
I think he got a free few kills
for sure
that he shouldn't have. That kind of gave him the extra gold to make this work. But yeah, it is working.
Yeah, they saw Rumble topside, so they decided to go for a play in the mid lane. Really in a power position right now. If they had the Baron, this would really be the moment of closing the game.
Right, basically CLG is just trying to keep pushing their advantage while not letting FlyQuest get some crazy engage. And basically what they need to watch out for is really only the Orianna ult. Kendon's not going to flash in because he's an 80 carry, and there's not a huge risk of catching or getting some crazy engage from any of the other champs. So basically, as long as they're keeping in mind where Orianna's ball is, they should be completely fine to pressure.
Yeah, and oftentimes when teams are doing these 1-3-1s, you do see them getting picked off. So CLG setting up wards as much as they can, but not necessarily getting wards inside the FlyQuest base. If they are to get picked off, is it just the Orianna, or can someone else flank them since they're so spread out?
Well, one thing that I think CLG needs to be doing better here is when you're doing these 1-3-1s, you need to time your wave pushes so that your waves will hit at the same
time.
meaning your mid wave needs to hit the tower the same time the bot wave's hitting the tower. But what you saw happen there is he pushed the bot wave too fast, so Orianna was able to kill it and get mid to defend the mid wave. So by letting High defend 2 waves, they're not really getting any window where they can get the turret down.
I think turret mid will fall here in a sec here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go down because this time you see they did do it correctly. High is stuck on that bottom wave, and they're able to just take mid freely because without the pressure of Orianna, CLG is really, really free to do whatever they want.
Good calls there.
Yeah, they're in a really hard spot, FlyQuest. They don't really have any engage that can get on somebody, and yeah, CLG can just split them up 1-3-1, and like they can't really team fight, which the team wants to do.
Luckily, we're on CLG's view, so FlyQuest struggles aren't really our struggles anymore.
That's true.
I do expect this one, CLG's probably just going to play it out really nice and controlled. You know, Elder's coming up, Baron's coming up. You don't have to kill yourselves. Even like FlyQuest is on those spikes I was talking about. They've got their Void, but it doesn't really matter at this point. CLG is so far ahead that I don't think there's really going to be any point in time when FlyQuest will like get another spike over them.
And I'm curious as well, watching CLG throughout most of this year, they looked incredibly erratic, but you obviously have to take it with a little bit of grain of salt if FlyQuest isn't playing well. This does look a lot more like the CLG we're kind of used to seeing.
Right, I mean, I think CLG has been playing pretty well this series. Granted, it hasn't been super clear. I think that a lot of this is FlyQuest not playing great. You know, I think that they've been giving CLG a lot of openings they otherwise shouldn't have, and CLG is getting really ahead. You know, CLG is playing great, but
yeah, where are most of those openings coming from, in your opinion? Is it Lemon not having the right backup?
I think that Lemon's giving CLG quite a bit.
Yeah,
definitely the draft. Definitely the draft, and I think that. Both games, Moon has done like a really, really weird jungle route that has just got himself behind for really not much of an advantage. So I think it definitely comes down to picks and just the way they're playing. You know, it's kind of a full team effort. I don't think I can put it on one person.
For sure.
Yeah, we mentioned how they're going to close this game out. It's very difficult to push inhibitor turrets without Baron buff. Good thing Baron buff was up in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Right. This is definitely both teams now. You see that little gray hourglass come up on Baron, and that's the signal that, all right, time to get vision control. Both teams are going to need some vision. CLG is going to have to get pretty deep vision because against Orianna, Graves, Rumble, I mean, basically FlyQuest's entire team excels at killing a team that's trying to do Baron. You know, it's pretty much the only thing CLG has to be careful for the rest of this game. If they get that Baron, they're pretty home free. They take 3 hits and the game's over. So I like what they're doing. They're getting deep wards. And what we saw there was Aphromoo actually get a ward outside the bush, which could be for a TP flank, because once FlyQuest does walk up, you kind of want to sometimes hide wards. And that ward, it kind of sees the same thing as the bush ward, but it's less likely to
That's likely to check, yeah. For sure. It's really good wards. This is something that CLG didn't do before for the first Baron. They didn't really get deep vision. They just looked for picks around mid. I think they were playing too hasty. They could have just had Ahri push up top earlier and just come down and get vision, but...
This Rengar split top is pretty dang.
Peculiar. Yeah, we mentioned about getting deep vision. Is this where it falls apart defensively?
Well, they
deep vision
didn't
is hard.
defend their vision, which I would have liked to see them do because...
Fuhi here is interesting position.
It's basically
They're
the same
setting
thing
up
not
a split
getting
push.
wards.
They're going to try and dive balls.
Oh.
Or just finish the turret that way.
It was really good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this works too. You know, maybe Baron wasn't really their ultimate goal. They wanted that bot turret and they got it. So it's still an advantage, even if it wasn't exactly
the CLG special. It's a total bait and switch right here.
Yeah, and that could be something we were talking about shot calling. That was a great call. It's not something I've really seen before.
For sure.
And it's pretty weird.
They prep the vision, so everyone expects them to do that play. FlyQuest is clearing the vision, but then they may have to ask themselves, why is it so easy to clear this vision? Because both the solo laners are killing Nexus turrets, and here they go on the other side.
Right, and this is what I was talking about before. CLG is extremely confident in just letting their team handle potentially outnumbered situations. You know, this could be a 3v5 if falls TPs, but, you know, we'll kind of lose Nexus. So.
Sure. I think this is something like exceptional shot callers can really point out. They can pretty much tell, like, what can they do? What can the enemy team do? On FlyQuest side, they can only really team fight. They can't really engage. They can't really do anything. Like, these three, let's take, say, Aphro and Smithy, are completely safe. They have to, like, Rumble ulti, and Rumble's in base. They don't really have any engage at all. they have to have CLG come into them to actually fight.
Really surprised Xmithy hit that ward, though. Gave off the fact that they were actually doing Baron, and they still don't know where 3 people are. So that Baron right there, it looks really risky to me.
It's really risky. Moon could be right over the wall, Baron wall here, and
yeah,
probably
this is basically the exact same thing we saw with the last Baron, which
here we go.
Still just see balls.
And Moon has,
they just saw
has
Grace.
control word on it, but not deciding to try to steal it all from Moon there.
When 2 control wards are next to each other, do they both see each other, or do they not see the Baron?
He sees everything.
I think it's
they both see everything.
Yeah.
It should see it, yeah.
Yeah.
So CLG gets the Baron,
so
they
now
get
Elder
the
Dragon's
reset,
up.
and next is going to be Elder Dragon. High's top, so they might be pretty confident to start it right away. I don't think they would lose a fight, pretty much no matter what engage happens.
Well, it depends on who gets the vision first. If FlyQuest are caught trying to walk into Dragon Pit right now, they're just going to get charmed or Ashrail.
It doesn't even look like FlyQuest is going to try to
yeah, it's impossible.
So now CLG is just going to post up, maybe. They can pretty much do whatever they want. And
I mean, whatever they want. They have an Ohm Wrecker.
Oh.
Yeah, the Mundo decided to go for the Ohm Wrecker.
It's
With
not a
2
bad
turrets
item.
left.
It actually loses value the more, or the less towers the enemy has.
I mean, technically,
So, in a way, FlyQuest is playing around that Ohm Wrecker by just giving up their whole base.
Can you still hit turrets when this Ohm Wrecker's on it?
Yep. It basically just kind of freezes them, so you can still kill
no
the turrets.
damage, but
It also resets the counter of the turrets. So turrets have this warm-up mechanic where, you know, the first 7 shots ramp up in damage until it's kind of at its max damage, with some like 200% of the first shot.
Wait,
but when you Ohm Wrecker them,
is the top?
it's changed like
I
700
thought it was
times.
like 2 or 3. I thought it was pretty low.
They may have changed it. I remember it being around 7. But when you Ohm Wrecker, the next shot is the first shot again. So it
That's
actually
actually
resets
good to know.
the
I
counter.
didn't know that.
Oh, Lemon's gone.
Oh dear. So this isn't necessarily shot call. It's just go.
Here comes the engage. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of what they have to do. They can't really, like,
They're just so much stronger than FlyQuest. Any
Saves
fight
away.
is a good fight, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah.
Great Ohm Wrecker right at the end here.
Yeah. Disable the
Dialing on
turret. Make sure nothing can happen.
And it's pretty clean win by CLG.
Yeah, we got to see a couple different games here. We got to see FlyQuest get completely starved out, and we got to see a relatively close game turned by CLG. The highlight for me in this last one was the Baron setup into the bottom lane push as far as catching them by surprise.
Yeah.
But particularly as well, like, what did CLG do? We're going to get some calm replays as well around 18 minutes in the game, but in your opinion, like, what were the big moves by CLG, maybe strategically, to pull ahead in this game?
I actually think that CLG, it didn't feel like they were in the driver's seat as far as forcing stuff. It seemed like a lot of their advantages were kind of just FlyQuest killing themselves.
Yeah,
you
mistakes.
know, a huge turning point, in my opinion, was that Baron that Xmithy saw them doing. You know, they didn't even ward the pixel or anything. They had no vision to see how close CLG was, and they just kind of started YOLO Baroning. And Xmithy saw them on accident. So it seemed like a lot of the advantages they got were just them playing pretty solid, and then FlyQuest just overextending and overexerting themselves.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think that like CLG played like they played good, but I think that Fly's comp really kind of messed them up a little bit. They can't really do anything from behind. Like it's same as last game. If they ever get behind, they don't really have engage. They don't really have anything to deal with the 1-3-1. Like Ahri can 2v1 their bot lane at any point, so it's really hard to like respond to side lane pressure. So I think that just CLG got ahead of the game.
One thing going back all the way to the start of the game that actually gave CLG a huge advantage was what Zion did. You know, that harass on race. And one thing that I mentioned during
Messed
that
up his
game
jungle path a little
was, you know, when Stixxay's one death was to Kennen flashing on him, and that just seemed like an inexperienced thing. You know, he probably hasn't played against Kennen a lot, and I'm sure FlyQuest hasn't played against Mundo a lot because after
no one's
seeing
playing
that,
Mundo,
if I'm playing against Mundo, I'm not starting Raptors against that guy. That was scary. He just 1v2'd them basically and delayed Moon so much to make Moon feel pressured into going for that level 2 gank on him. So just really good plays by Darshan. I think he played extremely clean all series long.
For sure.
And definitely a bad spot to be in for FlyQuest.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get to hear CLG Comms replay from an 18-minute, 15-second segment of the game, I believe. So let's pull that up if we have it. If not, we're going to... we got it.
There we go.
Look the rotation
Looking
bit
for a
back.
pick, yeah. Anyone have a pick?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. There's a word there. They're gonna walk back up and come in.
Yeah. Can we just stay here?
They're
I'm
walking
waiting,
in right
I'm
side.
waiting, I'm waiting.
They're walking right side.
They're gonna go bottom tower. They're going bottom tower.
Go mid, go mid.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the...
Yeah, Zarya no
I'm
flash,
taking
Zarya no flash, Zarya no flash.
I'm
Not
there,
guys.
Yo, I'm looking at Ori.
Yo, Ori's here, guys.
Yep, I'm coming there.
I can go on the Ori. I can go on the Ori.
It's cleanse. Hey, push him up. Don't let him walk.
I'm
Just
rotating
make
mid.
him
I'm rotating mid.
push.
You can go.
He flashed. He's cleanse.
Alright,
Dead.
All right, well played.
nice.
So that's interesting because we mentioned how, Lemon killed himself when he was walking in, but at least he was waiting for Lemon as they thought he was going bot side. Do you take anything from that bit of comm, Smoothie?
Not really. I think that CLG's played around the vision pretty well, and they started walking into a blind jungle with no vision is really, really scary.
Right. So looking at it in real time without the comms, I thought it was kind of just Lemon killing himself.
Yeah.
But it did seem like CLG, like I was talking about, some of the best ways to come back from games is when the other team's coming for vision control, you pick them, which is why I keep emphasizing how important it is to have CC in your comps, because if Ari didn't hit Charm, Lemon could have flashed out. Maybe he wouldn't have got instantly one shot. But, Lemon felt safe. He had Graves and Rumbles near him, but they weren't directly with him, and so he just got one shot by Ari. So, a good play by CLG, slight misplay by FlyQuest, and that's kind of been the story of this series so far.
Yeah. This was a shot calling stream focused. You guys both shot called. I want to give you an opportunity for everyone to know what should they know about shot calling. What are the worst things about shot calling? Are you the best shot caller? Is Aphromoo not a shot caller? What happens? Just free, open forum. What do you want to say?
So in regards to shot calling, my stance on it, I think that you can be a very good shot caller, but I think that to play the game correctly at the highest level, everyone on the team should basically know what to do at most points in time.
Yeah.
Shot calling basically will come in as far as pulling the trigger, when there's a fork in the road, we can either Baron bait or we can siege, that kind of stuff. Having people suggest stuff is really good. And generally the most success, even on C9 when High is, built up as this perfect shot caller, to me it never really felt like a dictatorship or anything like that. It felt like we were all kind of chipping in, and then he had the final say. So I think that, if you're trying to shot call, your job isn't to micromanage your teammates. As LCS players, these guys all basically know what they're doing already. It's just to kind of coordinate stuff. And sometimes when you want to go for some really weird stuff, that's when shot calling can be pretty important.
Smoothie?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think that shot calling is just a flow of all information that goes to everybody, and one person kind of makes that call. Anybody, it could be anybody, but usually one person has the bigger voice or whatever.
Yeah.
And me and Meteos have been the same team. We kind of are similar in how we think about how shot calling works, and I just think that it's not one person's job. There's no dictatorship.
Right. One thing that I actually kind of got from what you were saying is it doesn't have to be one person. A team doesn't need one shot caller.
Yeah.
I think that in any given game, sometimes, okay, say you're High, right? And all this pressure's putting you to shot call. We've seen games where, when High's ahead, the team looks great. And when High's behind, the team does not look so good. So if you're always relying on that one guy to shot call, it can be tough. But, if everyone in the team is capable of it, generally just whoever's the most ahead is going to have the best judge on which fights they'll win.
Yeah.
So by having people suggest stuff, and then usually it'll just be the case that it's people are suggesting things, but in the more confident you are, the more assertive you are with your call. And I think that's kind of how a team functions the best.
Yeah, you don't want a single point of failure. I know from some of my experiences, I always liked it when a bunch of people would be able and empowered to make shot calls, but you almost need a hierarchy, right? Because when you get in the really chaotic situations, that's where it is nice to designate a person. I was talking with you, Smoothie. A lot of times you say everyone says a lot of things, but oftentimes I'm the one who makes the final decision, and I like that. Also, you guys get to play each other next week. I'm glad we just got to share all of our shot calling strategies. Any final thoughts before we toss to the final stream?
I'm good.
We're good. Thank you guys so much for joining us. This has been Meteos, Smoothie, and Jat. Hope you learned something about shot calling. We're going to throw it over to Dash and the analysts to just enjoy the rest of the series.
He was doing that skull crab, and this is one of the things about FlyQuest is now they're caught out of position. The game was relatively even. We think they're going to get outscaled probably because their comp isn't great, and then you see Huhi able to go in there, pick up a ton of kills, and this ends up being a 4-for-2 in favor of CLG.
I just have to say real quick, we're welcoming in our viewers from NALCS2 who were listening to Jat along with Smoothie and Meteos talk about the shot calling. This is actually a replay directly related to the shot calling that High had, and a smart response here from CLG. But in general, Mark, I have to agree that this is the kind of play that if it works, we call High and FlyQuest gods of split-second decision making, and oh my goodness, look how decisive they are. But we see that when it fails, they lose that much quicker because it is really a stat Fab back into the game.
Yeah, you see, at that point, it was close to evenish gold at that 20-minute mark, and there you see it instantly jump back up to like a 3K advantage just off the back of that play, and it's one of those things where you say, is that really the play to go for? Could you not have tried to get your Kennen and like move around the map a little bit more? It feels like such an all-in attempt, and it's something that we often give FlyQuest a lot of credit for when it goes well, but I don't think we necessarily hold it against them enough when it goes horribly wrong. Like it has been doing a little bit more in the second half of the season.
All right, Zyrene, 2-0 for CLG right now, so we need the reverse sweep from FlyQuest if they plan to move on and face
I'm
TSM.
predicting CLG, so I don't know.
Well,
Your
I know
eyes
you
go
know.
wide like, where's this going?
I know for prediction's sake, neither of you want it to happen, but I'm going to still ask you to tell me how it happens. How does FlyQuest come back? I think hint number one was the Rumble priority here. Do they just abandon that entirely and look for completely different matchups in the top lane?
I think so. I think if you can get some form of tank, I think even putting him on Maokai is fine. Because he's going to be serviceable. You're going to be able to gank that lane more reliably. And we're seeing things like there's a Graves being played in the jungle right now for Moon.
You got plenty of damage.
And they have really no reliable CC in the lanes, nothing that's point and click that you can really just be like, okay, good for Moon to actually open up and get into these lanes, but
right, we saw the early gank to the top lane, but they couldn't even capitalize on it at level 2, because Balls doesn't have quite the follow-up that you would need to secure that kill.
And this is what I was talking about in the pregame about the stylistic mismatch in the top laners. Like, sure, we're going to force now Balls to play a suboptimal tank in the meta, and what do you think Darshan's going to do? He's going to counterpick it and crush it. Like, that's what's going to happen. So that's the big concern for FlyQuest here is if they do go that Maokai, do you give up the Rumble? Is he going to play a Trundle into it? Like, what does Darshan have in his back pocket?
All right, we're putting a microscope on Champion Select for Game 3. We're going to step away for just a bit, but we'll see if FlyQuest can retaliate in Game 3 against Counterlogic Gaming. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Touch if I want.
How's a FlyQuest jersey? What the?
I doubt it.
Where? No, really, you see? Yes, FlyQuest.
Oh, yeah, it's my sister.
It's a guy.
Oh, what?
Is it my dad?
That's my brother.
They're on Moon. He's no flash. Too far forward. This could be first blood of Moon. He's going to cut it out. Dashing over the wall, but Xmini's going to chase him down. Could be a close up, and who he flashes.
He's waiting. Wait for Lemon specifically.
Oh, Lemonation. Goodbye.
Go.
They had a back, right? Are you good?
I'm dead.
Yeah, watch
I'm supporting.
Yeah, we can go, guys. Go, I got Zarya. I'm waving.
Okay.
Go up. Ori's not here.
Going.
Go for a steal. Darshan's over the wall trying to stop that.
We're looking for it, but Darshan going to be disrupted. They take down. He's in the pit. He took down Baron. FlyQuest maybe saved the game. It's CLG collecting going to kill Moon actually under the turret. We're going to go down here as well. Darshan moves in. I think it's a big ultimate. He's still going to go down to Darshan, who just cannot be killed. 6-8 grabs the double as Balls goes down. That's an edge for CLG. And game 2 going to go over. CLG 2-0 up in the series as the Ownbreaker celebrates on the last Nexus turret.
to be able to adapt the fastest, it does require a lot of team chemistry so that your players are all open to changing anything if you need to change something. So you do have a style that your team starts playing, but if the enemy team brings out something and then you have a counter to that you never practiced, and I mean, it takes a little bit to convince your team we need to do this in order to beat this. And if your team is open to that, or they just want to play like your tried and true what you practice and stuff like that, you can do that. But usually the team that is able to innovate while they're in the tournament definitely has the upper hand, even if they haven't practiced it a lot.
I really like that interview from Aphromoo because it reminds me a lot of some of the interviews he gave at MSI last year, where he was talking about not only chemistry with your team, but trust with your team. Was it the Sona pick, I think, where he was talking about, where he was like, Sona's probably pretty good into this matchup. I haven't played it in 2 months. You guys cool with that? And everyone was like, okay. And that kind of thing, does show up here as well. Like Darshan on this Mundo, he's like, we haven't seen it in North American LCS for a long time, but I saw a couple other people do it in Korea, and it works really well into the Mundo.
And
into the Rumble.
On a standard champion, but with a new build that we haven't really been seeing, right? So that is something that does require a little bit of faith from your team. When you click tab and you see a gunplay team built on your aura, you better have some faith.
I gotta say, I'm on board. At first, I was like, ooh, wait a second. I feel like just Gunblade is now like
converted.
It's the Bork of the mid lane. All the AD carries are like, Bork's broken. We can build Bork on everything. Well, mid laners have their own now. So we'll have Gunblade on every mid laner now.
Well, we'll have to see. Game 3 of CLG FlyQuest coming right up, and it does feel like FlyQuest, they're not playing significantly worse than they were to end the season, but CLG is just playing insanely good.
Yeah, I think CLG has really just cleaned up so many of their mistakes. Even in their win series, a lot of critics, down the stretch, they had this 8-2 stretch with their main roster, right? And people are still saying, yeah, but their wins are very messy. They go to a lot of 50-50 Barons, messy team fights. They didn't have proper setups. But if you look at game 2, that is very well closed out game. They didn't take a lot of risks, but they still pushed the pace.
Certainly did. Looking good so far. And we'll see what changes here for CLG again. If anything, as an inter-champion select for our third one here, Camille, Aurelion Sol, and Lulu burned once again by FlyQuest. Malzahar Nautilus with the one to come for CLG.
Yeah, I think it's good for FlyQuest to stick with a similar ban strategy. I think that the area that they might want to switch up, though, would be in the picks, right? They mentioned a little bit on the Analyst desk how much success FlyQuest have had previously when Balls is on tanks. So maybe switching over to that, as Darshan has already shown that he has multiple counters that he is willing to run into the Rumble if Balls goes that route again.
And this looks good here for FlyQuest. Last ban Shen there for CLG. Leaves first pick Rengar, this time over to Moon.
Still, it's going to be Graves over to Smithy, and that's going to be a great pick for him, so I don't think they're too worried. You could tell that there was going to be a change up because blue side FlyQuest banning out the Lulu, not willing to first pick it this time around, knowing CLG would grab it on red side for sure.
Well, we'll see if Moon can make a difference. Hai and Moon were really the stars of the team again in the early stages. A lot of the aggression that people associate with FlyQuest do come from them, so maybe we even see some of those assassins picked early here for FlyQuest if they want to go all in on that sort of strategy. CLG, though, there's the Ashe already picked up. Maybe gets a jungler. I imagine Nami comes somewhere in these next 2 picks, but CLG are going to stick to where it's consistent in the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, the Ashe does a lot of things for CLG. She has good shoving, good wave management in the bottom lane to start out in the laning phase, transitioning really well with the Ashe arrow to bring that initiation for the team so that it does open up Smithy to go for some of the options like the Graves and be that premier jungler.
Yeah, this is what I thought. All right, Rumble picked in there for Balls again, but Hai goes straight to town. He says, I'm sick of phase 2 bans in my lane. I'm taking this assassin.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good pick for him. It's someone that he can get involved early. He's not relegated to just farming the lane. He can move around the map and try to make something happen.
Even though Hai's most played is Orianna, and he's had a lot of really good Orianna games, you just have that feeling. You know that Hai's not really in his element, and this is the style of champion that he loves to play. And he was actually very good on their single talent game that we got to see from them, weaving in and out of the team fights, which is kind of the crucial make or break for me, for pro talent players is, yeah, you can get your early roams off sometime and you can affect the side lanes, but can you actually get in there and assassinate people within the dragon fights or the setups around objectives?
And that is going to be very difficult for him to do, but he has a chance to do it. And, FlyQuest is not the same kind of team to just draft the same way over and over and over and go down 0-3, so they are going to go down, trying something new.
Well, last pick Fizz there for CLG's first phase means we are moving into bans for our next one. CLG banning Ezreal away from Altec, and there's Vladimir banned away from, I assume, Huhi. Once again, CLG can flex the Fizz, but we saw Darshan already have success on the pick versus the Rumble in particular. CLG, though, maybe another AD carry ban comes out, and there's the Varus actually banned away from Altec as well.
Yeah, I think CLG would like to force Altec onto one of those more fringe picks yet again. Try and reduce any threat from that bottom side of the map.
That said, I mean, Caitlyn's still available. A lot of strong supports still available. FlyQuest could draft a very solid bot lane here. We'll see what CLG wants to take away. I mean, Nami has been working for them, but you could draft Karma Caitlyn right into that.
Actually, that's a good point, because the Caitlyn was one of the things that saved a couple of the FlyQuest games during the regular split. Even though they had been giving up a couple of kills on the top side and not doing so well in the early game, the Caitlyn lane was so reliable for them, pushing down turrets and trying to fund their early game that way by taking bottom turret and then rotating him up to the top side. So FlyQuest could return to that, and especially works well if you can take down early turrets paired with a Talon, more room for him to parkour around.
Well, there's the Nami for CLG as expected, so FlyQuest's going to need to finish off the bottom lane here. Altec, he does love his big, more late
Reckless
game carries.
envy. Altec has a lot of...
I mean, Caitlyn will do. It's not quite Twitch, but does fulfill a pretty similar role. Another champion that Altec has had success on this season and is more of the style that he is comfortable with. It's just a matter of what does Lemon Nation want to do here.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the Karma, but Zyra would not surprise me either. Lemon loves to play the Zyra, and I think the Karma does make more sense with this composition. I think just as far as a solid lane and for speeding up both the Rengar and the Talon.
Also, easier to dodge skill shots with the Karma. You can speed yourself up, a little bit more tanky as well. And we'll see how well Lemon can survive this time around, because LeBlanc will make that difficult.
Well,
or Gunblade Lichbane.
I was going to say, I think we're going to see a repeat of the build if this is the pick here for Huhi. It's kind of funny to see LeBlanc fall all the way down, but Huhi going to play something a little safer perhaps here. Syndra, just such a solid overall pick if she finds the right lane.
And I mean, one of the things that has been a common trend with FlyQuest is they have not been drafting frontline. They have not been drafting tanks. And when you have champions like the Fizz and like the Syndra who can pick people off, and like the Ashe, it's pretty much whoever you hit is a good target. And that is one of the things that I really like about CLG's composition here.
Yeah, and we talk about returning to some of the things that FlyQuest had success on in the normal season. Not only was it the Caitlyn pushing down lanes and Altec and Lemon Nation actually, having lane control for a little bit due to those champions, but also Moon and Hai are on Assassins. Those are the two that you want to see roaming around, getting early kills, creating space for the team. They're going to have to execute on that, though. That is always the key, of course.
I mean, I think that's it for me. We had an alt stream looking at the shot calling in the first two games, and if you watch the first two games here, it just looks like Hai can't do anything at all. CLG's plan was to completely stifle Hai as far as how he wants to play, and now Hai's saying, you know what? Fine. I'm going to pick an assassin. I'm going to try and get unlocked. FlyQuest more than anything needs some momentum. This is the type of game where FlyQuest can really open it up early. And if they win this game, what's to stop them from maybe just taking that momentum and riding it through the rest of the series? Because at this point, they have to win.
Sweep after an 0-2 start to the series? Basically unheard of.
Definitely didn't see that in the LCS.
Definitely have never seen that before.
Hi, Lamb. I'm not sure he's done it before. Not particularly.
The world out there, baby.
But we'll see what happens here for FlyQuest in this third game. CLG only one away from sweeping the series and going up against old friends TSM.
And FlyQuest only 3 games away from reverse sweeping the series and going up against their old rivals.
It's only three matches. Well, let's start with one game. How about that? 3 games now, Elimination's got to be thinking to himself as they're out onto the rift for this next one here. We'll see if FlyQuest have anything fancy cooked up for level 1. Doesn't look like it in these early stages. Another defensive fan here. We'll see where the early wards do go down as Munich Smithy. An early face-off here, Rengar versus Graves.
I do think it's very important, this last game for CLG, even if they were to win here, the form which they show, because they're going to be going up against the best team in the league, TSM next, and if they are able to win, they need to be on a very high level to actually compete against them.
Interesting hesitation here from the CLG duo Invade that walked over a ward. Let's see if they get trapped.
Oh, they might.
Currently getting trapped.
Ooh, High gets the rake down. Smithy now going to get targeted in. It looks like they want Huhi, but they might have to turn it back around. Rush is there, so Rengar may be enabled. Is now Lemonation also getting damage down. Balls. He's going to move in, but there's first blood to Moon. FlyQuest sniff out the level 1 and now going to keep chasing Huhi's flash is gone.
That's definitely the way that you want to start it out. Defensive ward opening from FlyQuest before they move down to the bottom and start harassing, sees the invade from CLG, and they do capitalize on it. Money going over to Moon. Talked about snowballing on these 2 assassins for Moon and High. They've started.
Plus, easy gank target in the mid lane. Huhi is down his flash against 2 assassins, both having their flash available.
Watch how this one happened again here. You can just see the trap close so nicely.
Yeah, and then Rengar's so good at chasing people down in these early level 1s too. That's why they don't have to commit any more people. And they dictate everybody else to go down and chase Huhi, which forces that flash to really, really secure this mid-jungle lead for the team.
Well, looks like bottom lane took a little bit of early poke from Stixxay and Aphro, so Lemon and Altec forced to play back for a little while longer. Altec should be able to pick up his first CS or 2 very quickly. Gonna miss that second one there, but I think a perfectly fine trade. This High should be playing hyper aggressive in this bottom lane. Level 2 already. He's gonna get the lane pushed in, and we'll see if Moon goes for an early visit. Right now, still farming it up on the bottom side, but already level 3 for the Rengar.
And I do want to see FlyQuest commit to this mid lane. This is your opportunity. This has been gifted to you off that level 1. You now have a flash down. I think they need to execute on that kill and get both their assassins snowballing.
And Talon is actually very good at tower diving, even fairly early on into the game. One thing people don't always think about on Talon is the versatility of parkour and how you can go for a flash in or a Q and try and dive the champion, save your parkour for exiting the lane, jumping out of tower aggro. You can just hop over either the walls on either side after going for what seems like a super risky move. That being said, Moon right now is up on the top quadrant of the map, and we'll see if he lends some support with to ball side as well.
His ganks will be extremely powerful with the early double longswords off that first blood gold. Even Smithy has to show a lot more respect to the early game Rengar than he normally would.
Well, spotted there. High actually going to get some extra vision with Disguise. Bloom gets a ward onto the red buff as well. We'll see it go on, so information going in the right places here. Moon just continuing to farm it out for a little while longer, but might even think about something here. He's going to try and spot for the Crux. Doesn't quite get over the top, but ward's going to help him out. Should make it over.
It's okay. I'm Rengar. It does cost him his trinket ward, though.
Darshan has actually warded that out there, too, so he does know that this could be coming. We'll see if they try to pull off the dive anyway. Fizz can be pretty slippery with these dives.
Yeah, very risky to go for a Rengar Rumble dive. Yeah. No way to drop tower aggro other than flashing yourself out.
On the other hand, Ball's just doing fine on his own, so Moon maybe covering for a gank from Xmithy, but we know he's in the bottom lane. This could be really nice for CLG. Aphromoo already taking too much damage. He's going to try and bait it in. Smoke screen down. Lemonation going to dodge the bubble. Aphromoo's health not able to convert a kill there for Xmithy.
Yeah, Aphro does take a lot of damage, but he still has his pots. There's no pots remaining on the FlyQuest bot lane, so that chunk from Smithy is actually pretty big, simply because these guys don't have a lot of regen left.
The bottom lane has been under pressure ever since the level 1 from FlyQuest, and they are down a significant amount of deep CS here to the Ashe Nami, which is an incredibly potent and annoying lane to have to try and fight.
2 ignites in that bottom lane as well, so certainly looking to play aggressive. Elimination going to go back. Altec will stay alone for a little while longer. And now Darshan backing onto Balls. Balls actually
Balls has the bot. Yeah, he's in trouble. The Ignite is available.
Really nice there from Darshan. Going to look to keep chasing it down. Does land the slow in, but Darshan can't keep going. Urchin Strike in. Ignite's already down, but it's not quite enough, I don't think. Scrap Shield is going to keep Balls alive.
Still great trade of Summoners. The Ignite, much shorter cooldown than that Flash, and that can mean that when you hit 6, you can go right back for that all in.
Exactly. You don't even have to wait for Ignite to come back up. You can just go for the kill knowing that there's no movement here from the Rumble. So Balls has to play defensively now. Maybe they'll get some vision up there for him because he's going to have to start worrying about the dive.
And that is the risk of staying up there that long, doing that later TPs, trying to push it in. Fizz can just go aggressively onto you, and now has a Haunting guy, so has some combat power to fight back.
Still, though, sitting on a CS lead for himself. That's what overstaying and shoving constantly will do for you. Smithy popping the plant right over the wall there.
Well, I have to see kind of how the rest of it shakes out here, because Moon has just been farming up a storm. We kind of mentioned earlier that who he could have been a gank target, but his splash is actually almost back up. Instead, Moon looks like he's just trading for farm and maybe waiting for Six to really engineer a strong gank.
Wait no longer, Pastry. Six has arrived for the Rengar. Let's see what the First Blood Rengar can do. They've actually hit Six on balls as well and have previously placed wards in the jungle. So this is looking to be a pretty good setup for FlyQuest. Wonder how cautious Smithy will be.
Yeah, I mean, Smithy could get caught out very easily. There's so much vision control in this top side. This is essentially FlyQuest territory now, which means that Darshan even has to be exceptionally careful.
Definitely true. Balls is in the tri-brush here. Darshan only knows that Balls is shown here.
Well, it's going to actually slow him down. Here comes the Rengar ultimate pop. Now Darshan knows something's up. Equalizer not too bad. Going to try and cut off his option. Darshan looks to get away, but Smithy could be able to save this on Moon. We're going to still chase it down. The smoke screen's good, but Moon just takes down Darshan. Now loops it onto X. Smithy is high. Going to get all into the mid lane, but now going to turn it back around. Shadow
the bleed.
Onto who he bleed is down. Ignite looked as well. Flash in from high. Going to try and take it down, but he doesn't get it.
Yeah, he still hasn't been able to get that auto off. The three things sitting under Syndra there. If he gets the auto off, that means it's been triggered. So close. Regardless, though, even with that ignite damage, High not able to take him down. And now Hui is up a summoner.
It is cracked the way back.
They've lost control of the top side, and Darshan, now is falling quite far behind as far as the farm goes. He lost the pressure that he had there, and Smithy is going to be hard for him to catch back up.
Elimination roaming towards the mid lane. Going to find Smithy with an empowered Q. Smithy's still chasing.
This is actually so smart by Lemon to be over here. He knows that this is the only place Smithy can go to farm because Moon has the full top side. He's denying this, so Moon can come down and farm both sides.
Plus, here comes the rotation from High coming down to protect their red buff as well. Full team effort collapsing onto Smithy and Aphromoo here.
Something at level 5 as well there for Graves. Aphromoo also taking chunk damage there from the Karma. Rengar threatening despite no ultimate, so they have to book it out of the jungle. And Smithy will only get a Scuttle Crab for all the time spent trying to get something back in FlyQuest jungle.
Lemon was able to stand toe-to-toe with the Graves. They're same level. Smithy's still level 5 here in the jungle and definitely feeling the pain.
Yeah, Moon is almost 8. As Smithy is going to hit 6 here pretty soon. That is insanely far behind. Plus, the Warrior completion is going to come in for Moon. He has every opportunity.
Darshan goes fishing. They're going to tower dive in onto balls. Damage is pretty good. Playful Trickster comes down. Should be a kill. Darshan gets it, but the tower shot. He's going to make it a free. The Cannon Creep takes him down.
Minions do secure the kill there for Ball, so he's at least able to get his gold back. And he definitely did need that. You don't want to let Darshan get out of control with the tower diving.
One big thing about that, though, is Darshan had the minion wave push when he dies. This means that the minion wave bounces, Balls loses that farm, so even in a trade kill, it's a great play for Darshan because of the lane position.
Yep, going to even that CS right back up as well. Within touching distance of about 7 as Darshan now going to spawn back. Teleport not going to be used, has the wave in that perfect position, like you said.
And the serrated Dirks are coming through for the Assassins of FlyQuest. Let's take a look here as Darshan's going for said dive. He knows that there's no flash on Balls, there's no Zhonya's on Balls, so he will be able to complete the kill. The only question there is, will he get out? Answer is no. And he loses 6 ranged minions basically there to the tower.
Yeah, and it means that he's set up to be able to have lane positioning for an all-in to threaten ganks, things like this as well. So definitely a nice play from Darshan. And he needs to put pressure on. He can't sit back and play passively in this game because his team doesn't have the advantages they did.
He has to be super careful doing that, though, because the Rengar is off and flying right now. The other kill did also go over to Moon. So that is one thing that you have to really keep in mind on a flashless top laner. Even though Fizz does have the E to jump up on his little pogo stick there, usually you're going to use that for your damage combo, and it's very punishable, especially for a champion like Rengar.
I mean, just to reiterate, Moon has a Finnish Warrior and a serrated Dirk, so he has an insane amount of early lethality and attack damage, and High has been able to finally push a lane and get something started.
They're going to try to set up a dive here. 4-man on the bot side. Could just take the turret if CLG backs off, so it's win-win for FlyQuest, and they're going to get the turret probably.
I mean, what is CLG supposed to do here? They can't defend
back off.
the dive.
You can do.
Well, they try and do something on the other side of the map. There's no way you're fighting the area that the Rengar is. We talk about how fed he is. Good ward there from Balls does see Smithy move in as they're trying to make a play on the other side of the map, and FlyQuest should be able to get away with that one scot-free. First turret gold for themselves, transition into the Drake as well. There's no way that CLG will contest this. Darshan, even though he has teleport, Smithy's up on top side with him. Yeah. So huge gains for FlyQuest and a very intelligent setup on that bottom side.
Yeah, they played it very well to their strengths, and a lot of credit to Balls, because not only does the ward keep him safe, it gets the dragon, right? As you said, you spot out Smithy, there's no risk in doing that, and FlyQuest is looking reinvigorated here after a great level 1.
Yeah, I mean, level 1 certainly went their way, but I have to say, Moon looking good, playing much smarter, able to kind of use that lead and run away with it. The other one is always high on FlyQuest, and even though he hasn't had too many roams, he hasn't really left a lane, just his ability to free push the lane and threaten the side lanes has changed FlyQuest's play so much already.
It really hasn't. Another thing I want to track in this game is how fast FlyQuest can push the pace of this game. They were actually the fastest average win time in the LCS. They are a team that knows how to close out games, and that would really help them get some confidence back.
And step number 1 in doing that is what we talked about in Champ Select. Take bottom turret with your Caitlyn, rotate her up to the top side, and start to chain that global gold of those turrets, even though more of the gold was made local.
I mean, FlyQuest are actually pretty insanely far ahead. 3,000 gold already this early into the game with our second Lemon threatening yet another turret.
So I would say continue to fight around their strengths there. You know, bring the Rengar money up next to this Caitlyn money and try and stay safe, basically. You play on your strengths when you're that far ahead in the early game, then it becomes very difficult to throw away your lead, as most of the skirmishes will go your way as long as they are even numbered.
And for CLG, you know, a lot of times the game plan when you fall behind becomes trust in the late game stick save. But when you're on Ashe against double assassins, it's so hard to actually stay safe and be effective.
Darshan and Moon having a bit of a battle. Fish is going to land behind. Looking for the assassination. Shadow Assault in. Looks like he actually wants to take a few more down. But a great start. Now the Oki going to turn around. Hui! Massive outplay. And Ball's just a little late to this one.
He absolutely destroys them. Knocks High back out of the queue there that was going to collapse onto Darshan. Protects his teammate, plus throws out the R on the backswing, getting the kill as well. This guy has definitely been a star for CLG.
He has been doing it all today. That Scatter of the Week was honestly beautiful, and that's the kind of play that can get CLG back in this game. Now they're going to pressure topside with the man advantage.
And all of a sudden, that pressure FlyQuest had just dissipates with CLG now grouping up for this turret. They should be able to clear this out, so it might take a wave or two. We'll see it if CLG do want to stick around to make sure this turret falls, but FlyQuest back resetting the map as we'll watch this again.
Yeah, and the reason Moon is actually trading with this top laner, even though he knows he can't finish the 1v1 with him, because High had the inside track. But here's the play that we're all looking at. Hui able to get the stun knockback off there, throws out the R on top of it, and absolutely changes the face of the game there for a second. FlyQuest still have a very significant lead, and they can still get right back to their same old game plan, trying to knock down the outer turrets there. Because top did not actually fall. It really does break a decent amount if that top turret does go over to CLG, but FlyQuest able to hold on to it. We'll see if they spend any more resources up on that top side.
I mean, Caitlyn is fantastic at sieging, on that top side, but at the same time, there's always risk when you're that far up against an Ashe, right? They can turn that around and look to try to just kill you off, and instead of trying to just clear waves, there's always the threat of the engage with Nami and Ashe.
It's like another attempt mid lane though here. Moon and Balls grouping in to look to threaten that mid turret or just take down Hui. They can get it as well. Aphromoo, they're going to clear out a ward. Does take FlyQuest control ward out of the picture, and this 2v2 shots kind of getting even. Lemonation just hanging back, letting Altec farm up what he can.
I actually really like how Balls has been playing this matchup, where he's just waiting for the minion wave to crash and threatening roams nonstop, but the gank is coming in mid lane.
Another threat onto Hui. He doesn't have a flash, but the stun's good. High waits it out. Shadow Assault's in, and there's the bleed for the kill. Double TP straight to the mid lane. Also counted it around the same time. Smithy going to clean up what he can.
Yeah, Balls opted for better safe than sorry on that teleport answer, because if it was just a teleport, then High and Moon would be fine there, but there's a possibility that Smithy was closer. Meanwhile, though, FlyQuest looking for a little bit more on the invade, and that top turret does fall.
Thanks to that mid pressure.
Yeah.
CLG tried to pull down.
And the threat of FlyQuest mid lane roaming up top, right? They go into Fog, they move up towards the top side. That causes CLG bot lane to back off the turret and secures them even more gold. So really rotating that pressure around the map well.
Rumble Ultimate's still available, and he's level 11 now as well, so they can turn a lot of focus towards the last outer turret standing here in the mid lane as soon as Altec gets off his purchase and is able to join them. Trying to punish the flashless Syndra here does look a little bit trivial. He had so much overkill damage there that there was no way who he survived in that one, and how he was able to get one right back.
Looks like a Drake up in 45. CLG going to move themselves back to this right-hand side of the rift and make sure they have control down there with the duo lane. Things looking good for 6-8 in the CS department. Blade of the Ruin King actually now done, but Altec, I think going Runins after these 2 early AD items, he's going to be pretty strong when that rolls around. And Hai just went straight BF Sword, so also looking for a pretty big boost in damage.
Yeah, going to be going towards that Dust Blade, which really does help his burst combo. And I also don't underestimate the vision from it. As you actually get that proc, you can sweep out wards. It really helps make sure that your assassination paths are clear.
It does play in really well with the assassination style. I'm curious if he'll finish his Hexdrinker first there. He got the parts. Didn't feel... The Hexdrinker shield is just such a big value as soon as you can complete it. But he probably had 1,300 exact gold or whatever left over for the extra power of the BF Sword. And went for that. So this is a Drake trade for top pressure. Once FlyQuest hear the dragon being taken, they can send Balls and Moon onto the actual turret. They weren't committing to it before. Minion wave has been cleared out though. Wonder if they still get it with the Caitlyn and Karma heading up.
Yeah, Darshan is just going to have to back off. There's a 4-man squad. Fizz does not have much wave there. You can try to throw a max range ult to knock out the minions, but Moon actually smartly comes up and blocks it to save the minions, so that was intentional.
Lemon Nation going to threaten now as well, but FlyQuest should be able to get this pretty cleanly. Caitlyn in the siege power, he's able to take it down. Now Darshan actually goes into a trap. The tether, he's not going to follow Darshan, gets himself out of the way, but Hai also dodged a 3-man attempt by CLG in the bottom lane, so FlyQuest up on the trade.
And I actually do like that trade for FlyQuest. Their objective is to open up the entire map as quickly as possible. And they don't care so much about another Ocean Drake. Yeah, it is a little bit of health regen for CLG, but these are assassins. They're killing people very quickly. And I think that FlyQuest would much rather have more room to work with and continue their invades on that quadrant.
I also like the idea of pushing into Darshan. You know, he doesn't have wave clear on the Fizz. He wants to be 1v1 dueling the Rumble, and they're not allowing him the time to actually have that sort of a setup. And pushing the pace like this is in their favor.
It's also kind of a FlyQuest signature here, so it does feel like they're a bit more back in their element. The gold lead, though, hasn't grown too much more. 4,000 amp for FlyQuest is good, but it was 3,000 at about 10 minutes or so. So CLG have done a decent job slowing the game down a little bit more. That being said, it won't take much for FlyQuest to find picks and open up the game. Hui though with no to Hai. Shadow Assault gonna hop out of the way. Barely enough to keep himself alive.
Guess he was right. Didn't need the Hexdrinker.
Calculated as Hui is going to shove this wave down. Out for FlyQuest looking a little unhealthy here. And looks at CLG again, continuing to play smart around the map. Good ward from Lemon though, going to spot Aphro and Xmithy.
Yeah, CLG have a bit of a power play here. Even though they didn't kill Hai, they ensured that he went to recall there. So CLG moved into the jungle to try and look for anyone that they could pick off. All of FlyQuest played defensively though. Hai goes for a very safe recall all the way in their territory at their turrets, and they actually don't give up any gold off of that. Just a little bit of mid-turret durability. Balls uses his ultimate to chase him off it though, to make sure it doesn't go down.
Yeah, FlyQuest has been playing it quite well. One thing, for CLG at least, is that Xmithy has kept up somewhat in experience. He's quite a bit behind in gold, but after that early start, sometimes games can severely get out of hand, and you can see these massive level gaps opening up. So he's staying relevant. While he's not nearly as powerful, 2,000 gold behind is still massive. He will have a chance to participate in team fights.
Yeah, FlyQuest kind of play the rest of this because it feels like they do want this mid outer turret. I'm a little confused why Caitlyn is bottom lane rather than mid. Well, FlyQuest looking to make a play, I suppose, trying to find a pick. Xmithy though, plenty of damage on the Lemon.
Yeah, they're trying to push kind of away from the Syndra right now because Syndra is the safest of the wave clear. Graves can come over and lend a little bit of help, still fairly short range though. And CLG also, or FlyQuest also, with that push on bottom, leave behind a bunch of wards in the blue side of the jungle.
Yeah, they have been doing such a good job, and you can tell where they want to go based on where they are warding.
Top lane trouble though, maybe for balls.
Yeah, I think he got hit by the arrow.
Oh
already.
yeah, that's a wave in there as well. Bubble up.
Look at that damage
flagging
back.
out. He actually might go down. The burn, not there on the sticks there. Almost 1v2s though.
That is the power of that Rumble. He didn't even use his ultimate. He actually had the ultimate available. That should have been a kill for balls for sure. And if he actually drops the ult, he might have been able to turn that into a 1v2 because he got so much damage out. Maybe just underestimated how much he could do, but if you drop the ult here, I think you at least trade the kill. I mean, 2 Electro Harpoons, 1 less, 1 more ultimate, you at least get 1 kill.
Just a little bit quicker there on the mechanics. Getting out an extra spell would have definitely been able to secure at least summoner spells. I mean, 6A does have flash and heal. I believe he had those at the time, but getting summoner spells off that Ashe is totally worth it. You're running 2 assassins.
Well, Moon here caught out.
Good pick maybe for Dasha, but now he's too far forward. Hops out of the way, back towards his teammates High, waiting for a play. Who are we going to pull the blue buff away though? That's over to Syndra.
And another key thing to note is he may have just wanted to save his ultimate for a team fight to keep that power up. So, you know, that could have been a conscious decision, probably not, but still does have it available now, and CLG have to respect it.
This is the play for FlyQuest though. High stun,
nice stun.
knock over the bubble as well, but there's the ulti down. Burns down 6A a little bit from the Rumble equalizer, but FlyQuest push just immediately goes away.
Yeah, he did get a lot of value out of his Rumble ultimate eventually, though. He ended up getting a flash off Hugi, which is also important, and seemingly saved the lives of High and crew who were stunned up there.
Unfortunately for FlyQuest, what they don't get is any additional traction on the mid lane turret. High and Darshan dueling out, but CLG there first, so that's going to force High over the wall. And CLG, despite the deficit, it is playing up into FlyQuest's faces. FlyQuest, it's obvious where they want to attack, but CLG have exploited that time and time again.
Yeah, Altec is going to have to dodge this arrow. CLG are looking to dive.
FlyQuest do not want to lose this turret. Aphromoo moving forward. It's like a blue trinket might keep it safe, but CLG should get the turret off of this. FlyQuest, for all the pressure they've had, CLG are actually the first ones to take that mid-outer turret.
And setups like that are so smart from CLG because even if they back off, you get the turret, and if they don't, you get the dive.
Yeah, and I'm a little curious. High's not continuing his split push. FlyQuest opted for the 1-3-1 there. They shove the side waves and then go for recalls on both of the solo laners here. Drake is coming up. It's just a Cloud Drake, though, so not the biggest one of them.
Well, I think FlyQuest maybe playing a little more passive than we're used to, waiting for some item timings, but they have some now. Sonya's finished for balls, Infinity Edge finished for Altec with the Runins, and the Dustblade now finished for Hyatt. If there was ever time to start a fight, FlyQuest have to push the pace now.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they are going to look for at this time. Fight around those item completions. You know your opponents will not have that when you have the gold lead.
They have a little bit of vision here, leading up to the Drake that they're about to start off here. And CLG showing Ashe top should really make a FlyQuest confident. They should know that there's no way the Ashe is coming here. Yeah, there they go. They don't get scared off. They're able to complete the Drake. And now all sights do turn towards the last outer turret remaining in the mid lane for CLG. And a little bit of minion pressure there on the top side as well. CLG could go offensive and try and get FlyQuest's top outer turret here.
Does feel like FlyQuest is a little too far behind, kind of managing their whole map here. CLG are a team that do well with side waves, play the map incredibly well, and FlyQuest are kind of running around, dealing with all these side waves. CLG, sure, like, you know, giving up things like that Drake, but they're trading it for smart pressure, and 6A is likely going to get this turret as well.
Yeah, they're sending so many people up here. Should be able to brute force just a couple more shots, and CLG do secure themselves some more of that global gold.
And if the game does start to stagnate like this, if CLG can push it to the later stages, the barrier of execution on assassination comps is pretty high. You know, you can't just run straight up the middle as high. You have to find flanks. You have to work in conjunction with Moon and time your assassinations well. If you can layer the Rumble ult and have the 2 assassins come in all at once, it can be very strong.
The other thing I think is you have to look to this Caitlyn. I mean, Altec, if things go well, his job should be very simple. He just shoots whoever's in, and the assassins kind of clean up the majority of that fight. If it doesn't, though, Altec's going to have to play very well to carry fights without a front line. Onto Huhi, though, that's the problem. They need to try and take it down. 6A a good target as well. Looks like Balls doesn't quite have the ultimate ready, but
Eyes on the side, he's waiting.
High, looking for something in a leap.
He's gonna go in.
Try and make the big play. Balls taking up the tower damage. Hui still fighting out of the way as Darshan TP's in. Look for Balls, gonna try and take one down. Hops back in, and there's one. Altec the next. Feet's gonna take him down. Altec, goodbye. Double kill there for Darshan. He does fall to Moon on the other end of the fight as High looking for more assassinations. 2-for-1 in favor of CLG though.
Yeah, and FlyQuest are still pushing the minion wave here, but CLG have a decent amount of wave clear. Wonder if they can actually hold him off. Look like
oh no, that bubble gonna hit him. Hui, they're gonna try and take the wave clear down, but they've got 2 melee champions and a Karma with Altec dead. The poke's just not enough here. FlyQuest cannot break mid.
So hard for High to get in. You can see, even with a gold lead, how much easier it is for Hui to participate in that fight because High, setting up for the flank, had good positioning, but Aphromoo easily able to respond, disengage him with their tidal wave, and then you can't just try to brute force it.
Zonya's now done for Hui, so his life is the one they want. Will be a lot harder to get. I mean, you can see Fly trying to force it out here, but CLG play it well.
That's right. Moon doesn't immediately go in for this and waits for them to all come out of the brush. Pretty good ultimate there from Balls, able to get a lot of damage down on Stixday and eventually get both summoners. But then they kite so far back into both turrets and eventually get caught between that teleport pin and the extra damage there as Hui is a lot of range, landing that stun. High finally can rejoin. Smithy just flashes over to the side there though, avoids most of the damage. And you know, High trying to get that flank and then coming back around. Didn't get to participate too much in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare damage, but Lemon Nation getting caught out.
He's in a whole host of trouble. Goodbye, Darshan takes him out. The best from CLG, more than enough.
Interesting collapse here from FlyQuest, though. They are outnumbered.
High getting a little high. He may be buying time for Balls in the bottom lane. Moon actually found Darshan right now, but CLG know they have the advantage moving forward. Altec trying to fight up on the side as Moon gets knocked up by the ulti. Good flash out from under the Syndra, but Darshan now into the turret. Ball is going to commit here. Does have his ultimate as he moves in for the teleport. Darshan maybe quite a little too far forward. Ace in the whole plus equalizer. Not enough as he playful tricksters out.
Oh, Moon misses his bola, empowered bola under the turret, and then Darshan is eventually able to get out with that. A lot of ultimates used from FlyQuest as well, and CLG just working with the minions.
Plus the TP, that costs them so much. They don't have the Rumble to clear out the wave. High looking for assassination.
Once Darshan and still does not have him. FlyQuest just can't get anything, and CLG are doing such a good job pressuring the game. I mean, Altec solos down mid just to make sure they get the turret. High stunned up though, that should be a kill. Bubble down, Smithy claims credit. And Altec's still going.
Yeah, FlyQuest are trying to stop the recalls, but they actually cost another kill here, and maybe...
Hui flash in, stun lands onto elimination, but Balls maybe takes him down. Damage is good. Great Sonya's there from Hui, but Moon off to the side, leaps back in, does get a kill, no on a rampage as the tidal wave's gonna knock him up. Balls looks for Stixday, great Sonya's there. Double kill there for Moon, gonna keep moving forward for FlyQuest.
Altec is on the top side as an AD carry flanking through a bunch of wards. I wonder if Darshan can catch him. FlyQuest on the chase.
Ulti from Rengar, they're going to turn it around. Snare's going to land. Stixday down. Moon dominating as Altec going to try and claim one more victim. Smithy, they're already out in FlyQuest. Finally win a team fight.
That is one of those FlyQuest calls. They're able to hold them around. And Darshan should be able to get out. But, I mean, Altec staying mid lane while the rest of the team commits to trying to delay CLG. Even if they're losing some of the fight, they're getting turrets. They kill one and almost get the mid tier 2 as well, plus end up winning the team fight on the side for some great play.
Right. The super impressive thing is on the backside after the re-engage. So at this moment, FlyQuest are trying to keep vision and stop the recalls to buy time for Altec into pushing. Now that High has died, you expect all the threat to be gone from FlyQuest, and it's actually Hui who flashes forward into a bunch of damage from Balls that starts off the chain of FlyQuest kills.
Yeah, and I mean, Hui wanted to commit to try to get more kills, but flashing for the support there with other members around is extremely risky, and that is what kind of went wrong for CLG in that skirmish.
Yeah, Balls got off like 85% of his health in punishment for that flash forward, and then he had nothing but the Zonias left.
I mean, Rumble played great, but I think Rengar played a little better. And I look down at Moon, 6-0-1, starting to rip through the members of CLG. Gonna face against Smithy. Ball is good. No block, but it's not quite enough damage. Last Whisper can't quite punch through the graves there for Altec, but FlyQuest now back on the offensive.
Yeah, that's one of those ones, if he actually dies to that, you lay down a few question mark feet.
Lean over to your teammate and hit him.
He's like, I was standing here blocking it for you. Regardless, though, FlyQuest will be able to get the Drake off of that one, shoving the jungler off of the map, forcing that Smithy to go heal up.
And what CLG was able to trade for that is control of the vision area. Smithy is taking down the scuttle. They cleared out some wards, so they are establishing, an area of control around there to try to shut down any potential Baron rushes for FlyQuest.
Well, it looks like Fly are around the Baron area, so could pull the trigger
Smithy's
on an
far up.
objective.
He's going to get flanked here.
Assassination incoming. High gonna look for it. Xmithy gonna get raked up. Shadow Assault on. Xmithy absolutely dead. High takes him down. 1v1.
Whew, easy pickings there for High on the Talon. And now we've got the Rengar ultimate has been activated.
Well, Tuhi leaps back in. He's almost going to take him down. The Banshee's helped out a ton there as Desonias and the Redemption are going to come down. Tidal Wave going to try and keep Huhi safe, but it's not enough as High. Now looping in, looking for Stixay. Not going to get it, but FlyQuest barrel down mid lane.
Oh my goodness, the execution here for FlyQuest. The Banshee's Veil purchase for Moon coming in huge, knowing that every time he goes for Huhi, he's going to have to do something about this knockback here. Able to go in, set up the trap really well, and FlyQuest onto the Baron. CLG only 3 members, so it would be a miracle steal if they were able to get anything.
Yeah, and they're just going to call it off. They're going to send Darshan down to bot side, try to at least get a tier 1. But this is FlyQuest with a stranglehold on the game.
And this is FlyQuest in their element. This is the types of champions that you really like to see from these guys. High is on Assassin, Moon's going off on Assassin as well. And they're really pulling the map apart, making those calls to try and stop the enemy team while pushing up turrets. And it's really fun to see these guys actually in their element.
Yeah, 6,000 gold up. High goes back, finishes the more of Malmortius. Altec finishes his Lord Dominant regards and has a Vamp Scepter to boot, but it's balls I want to look at. That death cap is on the way soon. FlyQuest, we saw what their comp couldn't do when they didn't have a lead. We kind of criticized them for having no front line, but the payoff is now. FlyQuest's team does so much damage to everyone on CLG.
And playing without a front line can be super strong. It's just very risky against these pick compositions because if the wrong guy gets picked, he can be going down. But Moon is trying to build to deal with that a little bit as well. You can see he's going to tank, as Kobe called out, Banshee's Veil and building into probably a Randuin's.
Here we go. The Baron powered push from FlyQuest does claim 1 mid turret, and Altec here on the Caitlyn, quickly melting through another one.
Really smart though as well, because Huli's actually stranded bottom lane, trying to deal with High, Darshan getting poked out. I mean, FlyQuest have so much sieging power, and CLG don't really have their wave clear here.
That huge chunk due to those double traps there that Darshan ate up actually cost them a lot more turret health.
And maybe that CLG just has to give this up. I mean, that turret is almost dead. I think if you don't fight for that, you probably just back off, as High is forcing on bot side too.
He finally made his way over, but High is just going to track him and make sure Syndra can't get in.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for Syndra to try and flank there because the rest of his team would have to go around those traps, and it would be a very awkward timing to actually collapse here.
Pretty aggressive brute force though from FlyQuest. Going to keep mid with Baron buff up for 90 more seconds. I mean, again, Hui's just continually tied up by High, who's level 18 with 3 big damage items already done. FlyQuest know they can be patient. They've got plenty of Baron left to play with.
Yep, and as soon as they see Huhi start to walk over, everybody backs right off, and High gets a little bit more damage on the turn. There's the engage!
CLG trying for something, ulti onto Moon, but he's going to live through it. Redemption down, but he flushes out of the way. Elimination eats the ulti there from Darshan, but he flushes over the wall. High looks for Hui and doesn't get it. FlyQuest, though, are going to leap back over. Darshan goes down to High, and now the base is open in mid.
What an ultimate from Balls there to dissuade the rest of CLG from committing. Cuts off half the team and isolates Darshan. Big pickup here for FlyQuest. Inhibitor plus that bottom turret.
And they're up to such a big goal lead off that play. That was huge for them. CLG didn't feel like they could just bleed these objectives out. They decided to go for the fight, and they do lose.
Well, we'll watch it all again. I like how CLG tried something here.
Yeah, I mean, the bubbles from Aphromoo have been on point. Big setup here, leads to a lot of damage onto Moon. Moon is able to heal back some of it up with Elimination and Shielding. Then there's that ultimate from Balls, though. The rest of CLG have to retreat inside their base, and Darshan left out to dry there. He is going to go down to the assassination there from Talon.
And this is often how fights can look. Even a good fight, when you are behind in gold, you just don't have quite enough damage to finish people off. You know, if you have another item here or there, if the gold is more even, Lemon and Moon probably go down right away, but it's not the state of the game we're in.
Yeah, Altec just going to ulti Huhi, actually does a little bit of poke damage here, but FlyQuest still shoving in. They've got top wave going. Mid supers will help out, of course, and no Baron, but maybe no problem here as FlyQuest happy to force for this bottom lane.
And I think they can. I mean, High is going to push in mid, and he's going to threaten flanks on the turret and threaten the damage on the Nexus turret. So this is, you know, a multi-pronged type attack, and CLG is going to have to choose their moment and look for an engage.
Well, you can see, again, FlyQuest is happy to wait. They've got the sieging power of the Caitlyn. QSS up for Altec as well means that he's going to be awfully safe. The Death Cab also now done for balls, so I think he might have had it in that last team fight, but it speaks to how much damage the carries of FlyQuest are doing. Darshan is top lane trying to deal with that, but Xmithy caught out here. Shadow Assault on for High, going to look for Xmithy, but not going to find it. You can see just how much work FlyQuest did. 4,800 gold pretty much on the Baron power play, and more or less 10k up.
Yeah, and they don't really have to do any more brute force plays. They already have mid inhibitor down. Drake is coming up in 5 seconds. They could just retreat back and sort of mine the map a little bit more. Maybe even actually get a face check from CLG if FlyQuest are actually able to set up. It looks like they are trying to go for a pick.
Ulti out from Rengar. Who's he looking to hunt down? It is actually Stix. They're going to leave behind. He carry big ult from Balls. Going to separate the rest of them. Who goes down as High straight in for the backline. Stix is he going to go down, but High protected by Elimination Shields. FlyQuest still chasing for a few more kills. Can they find it? No, looks like CLG do retreat safely, but 5v4 around the Elder Dragon.
Yep, Elder Dragon is available. Baron in 1 minute and 50 seconds.
And one of the biggest wins here is getting the flash off of Stixay. He needs to be able to succeed in these team fights, and now against a Rumble and double Assassins, a flashless Ashe has almost no chance.
Plus, with actually securing that kill onto Huhi, there's just too many things for CLG to deal with. They have super minions coming up mid, both of the side lanes are pushed, and there's no way that they can face check again. FlyQuest did a good job of keeping vision over most of the map as they pressured CLG inside their own base.
Now they've got the Elder Dragon and can run over to the Baron when it spawns in 1 minute 15. They'll have a bit of that buff to play with and deal insane amounts of damage to the Baron, but FlyQuest know all they have to do is wait in the pit and see what CLG react with.
I mean, one thing that could buy CLG some time is if Darshan can find someone isolated in the 1v1, get a pick. You know, picks are really what helps you delay the push, delay the attack on Baron, and get you a hope of getting back into the game.
High going to start side lane pressure in the bottom lane though. He's got 45 seconds till that Baron's up. Ball's back to the top lane, but just making sure Darshan isn't pushing too far forward. The rest of FlyQuest anchored mid lane, making sure to keep the super minions up, pressuring the base.
And the GA purchase here for High now at level 18, high damage, and he can actually dive in and trade himself out. As long as he kills off Stixay, it doesn't matter if he dies.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest are trying to shove up the lanes, and they were looking for anybody, you know, dangerous enough to go farm outside of their walls. But with all the defensive vision from CLG, they see Moon laying in wait in their jungle, and nobody is really extending this time around.
Yeah, CLG aren't really the team that plays super sloppy, so good on them to not extend too far forward into FlyQuest Assassin.
I also do like the choice of FlyQuest to use the Elders to secure the Baron instead of using it to try to push aggressively and risk getting picked off. This way they keep all 5 members alive, they establish control around Baron, and they will have it to push for that.
Yeah, and Moon is going to chase Xmithy down. Actually leaps in 3 times, chunking the Graves down to half health. You can see still the Elder Dragon burn doing a lot of work. Arrow out, finds Ball.
Caught out.
You get caught back up as well. Fish can land for Darshan. That's the kill for CLG, but FlyQuest might still fancy the engage. Moon is straight in onto Stixay, just trying to do the damage, still doing so much.
High's here now.
He's going to go down High, diving back in, looks for Darshan, pops the Shadow Assault as Hui, ult onto Altec and almost takes him down High, back in onto the Assassins. There's the 4v4 now going to start as Hui falls to High.
Yep, FlyQuest able to save that one after Balls does go down. They still have Elder Dragon here.
CLG though, I think realizing this could be a moment to try something. Elder Dragon about to wear off. Moon dives back in onto the tank.
Very low.
Darshan forward, High raking onto Darshan. Altec straight forward, trying to blow somebody up. They really have to kill Stixay, and they want Elimination. He's going to flash forward. Stixay's zoned away, means Altec flashes in with a rune and boss. There's one down to Aphromoo. Darshan bleeding low as he tanks up the wolves and High over the wall. In onto Stixay. He's found the AD carry. Stixay can't do anything as Altec grabs the double kill. FlyQuest now going to move straight towards bottom lane as Xmithy caught down as well. Dashes out from under the tether.
And they have an exposed inhibitor here as well. They're chasing around some kills. But look, they're attacking all lanes at once here. Moon goes for the exposed inhibitor. Teleport comes in for Balls to push top lane to try and get one right after that as well.
50 seconds on Darshan. I think they have more than enough time to deal the death blow here. Whether or not the end of the game, they can clear everything out, and they want to go for the end.
Yep, straight for the throat here for FlyQuest. Almost always the way. Long time on Darshan and pretty long on Stixay as well. He is here to try and clear this out, but he's actually chunked low already. They take one Nexus turret, they'll fall back, they'll kind of split the difference here and take down yet another inhibitor.
Double inhibitor down, Baron still on the table. So hard for CLG to ever get out of your base and actually try to contest that objective now. The gold lead's still extending for FlyQuest, and they really have been making it work in the late game.
All right, let's take another look at the reinitiation here. Teleport channels. Moon actually goes in full knowledge that that teleport is completing, just saving his empowered W to get right back out, and barely takes any harassment at all. By doing that, he also opened up the window for Altec to go super aggressive. Altec is netting forward, getting this auto attack range because his front line is soaking up for him, and they're able to rack up the rest of the kills.
And there's so much threat from High because he still had full health, full damage up. He could always engage if they turned around on Altec, and that really gave him the confidence.
I think he's still got GA up as well, so continued threat there as Balls. Once again, eats an arrow, but that's not nearly enough for CLG to find the fight.
A lot of damage, though.
He's going to sacrifice the GA, but he's going to lead back into 6-day. Assassination! High takes it down! Flashes up to safety back towards his team. Now Hui takes out Altec, though. Big ulti from Syndra could turn it back around for CLG. High now into Darshan, but the rest of the fight
Hui's still alive on the side. They're getting everyone.
They're still going in, and now Moon's a little too far forward. CLG play that wonderfully. So many GAs getting popped, but Moon is going to get shut down by Xmithy.
How did they do it? CLG pull off a miracle fight. Even though High gets the assassination, the three-man squad of Hui, Darshan, and Aphromoo played incredibly well.
Yeah, Lemonation goes over to shield High in his 1v1 with Darshan. Darshan was chasing High down. Even though High had that Guardian Angel you're talking about, which could buy time, let's look at the way that they split this team fight here. Because High does get off this really good assassination on Stixay, and then he gets himself out here. Darshan goes for the chase, and Altec just gets annihilated by Hui. That was just Hui coming up big once again for CLG on the other side of the split.
This is very risky. Smithy is low, and CLG are trying to play for the win here.
Great stun there from Hui. Maybe can turn the fight around. High leaps out over the wall to safety as the Hawkshot's going to spot the rest of the team coming. Still only 2v3, but the Baron did too much damage to CLG.
Yeah, now they have to base, so this opens up the opportunity for FlyQuest to get control over this area.
Yeah, they're going to find Elimination, but they're happy to cancel backs here. Stixay still in the base trying to clear out minions.
Not to mention the bottom lane there is going to be able to take that inhibitor turret if Darshan doesn't get over there very quickly. FlyQuest once again can pressure two areas of the map at the same time.
And Darshan has no TP. I mean, he's over here clearing. I'm not sure the FlyQuest has it tracked well enough to know this, but he's got to run.
Only thing FlyQuest have to worry about is a Baron steal from Smithy.
It is Smithy. He's done it time and time again. Can he do it here for CLG?
FlyQuest forcing the Baron arrow into Moon. Not going to be enough. CLG still waiting here, but FlyQuest being patient. Smithy gets annihilated by Balls. And now High leaps over. Baron to FlyQuest. High chasing down onto Aphromoo. Afro going to speed himself up, but High leaps over the wall. Super Minion's going to help him out. Aphromoo just has nowhere to go. Shadow Assault down. There's the bleed. And Afro still running away, but High, he can just take his time.
But on the other side, they're fighting, and CLG could look to try to fight it back.
Balls though doing a lot of damage. Altec jumped on by Darshan, but I don't think he's got enough for the GA. He's going to proc
Altec might go down.
He's going to go down, but the shield's good there from Lemonation. Redemption going to keep him up. There's a shutdown onto Hui. Balls. A very clean zone is, and there's the ace from FlyQuest.
And that should do it. This is going to be game 4. FlyQuest will not go down. They are going to clean it up.
A huge bevy of kills, a big lead, and FlyQuest played their own game, and it's enough here for at least one game win versus CLG. Next is going to go fall, and FlyQuest momentum stays up for now. The start of the reverse sweep begins. I guess step one.
First stroke.
Step 1 has been completed. Step 1 of 3.
Yeah, High is very well aware of the mechanics of reverse sweeps, and that is step number 1 going for him. Whew. The Talon pick comes up big. They're able to get Moon the Rengar and the dream start for the double assassins. First blood onto the Rengar, flash blown on the mid laner.
Yeah, and that was so big, but they did play very well with it. Extremely aggressive, always looking to make plays, always looking to push the pace, and they played a great game. CLG down the stretch did have some pretty crazy, scrappy team fighting. It kept it close, but In the end, FlyQuest just had too much of an advantage.
I think in general, like full credit to Moon and Hyper kind of doing what they're known to and really carrying the game out. I mean, we've seen Balls Rumble twice now, and it just feels like it's getting picked on. This was a Rumble game where Balls shows why he's so good at Rumble and why FlyQuest want to pick it for him.
Also, the Caitlyn pick that came in big once again for Alltech and has been something that's done a lot of good for them during the regular season.
Well, now for an in-depth look at how FlyQuest came back into the series, let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry. I'm happy to say that we have a series now here with FlyQuest striking back in Game 3, extending it to Game 4. And again, we got to focus in on this champion select as it's developed throughout the series because now we have FlyQuest making a very nice adjustment. Double solo lane picks in that first rotation, in that first pick phase, in order to secure the AD mid alongside the Rumble in the top lane.
Right, you give them 2 ban phases, they're going to ban out both your solo lanes, so you got to take both before that second ban phase kicks in. That's why they go with that Talon pick really early on. And to be fair, it did feel like a little unfortunate for Huhi. Maybe that Syndra pick would have been enough to control the Talon, but the game didn't quite shake out that way.
Yeah, the fact that the Rengar got first blood and Huhi had to blow his flash, you lose Syndra pressure against the Talon, and what you want to do is just shove him in, or at least throw spheres the entire time, but then there's kill threat on you, and that just really sucks. So it's kind of like, sure, they got Rumble and Talon in that first draft. They allowed themselves to actually be counterpicked in both solo lanes, so I don't love the draft in that sense. I like the level 1, and I feel like that helped circumvent some of the issues that may have happened.
And let's talk about that level 1 for a moment, because it was a wonky one, to say the least, because we had the line of scrimmage start, and then didn't see the Pixel Brush ward dropped by FlyQuest. CLG then go for a 2-man invade, which nets a kill over to a Rengar. The last person you want to give a first blood to is a Rengar, of all people.
Because he gets the Bone Tooth necklace stack, he has more AD going through the jungle, he can go back and buy. It just ends up being really bad. And then he's ahead, gets to level 6 faster, and it's just a big snowball from there.
Yeah, and you saw that Moon did a great job over that early game, accruing a CS lead, not just like kind of resting back like, great, I'm a little bit ahead, but actually pushing the advantage. They had a ton of topside vision. You saw them, I think around level 6, you saw both him and Balls going in really deep, getting complete topside vision control and making it a lot easier to play the game out from there.
Absolutely, and of course, with more power on the jungle, we saw what that kind of did to free up Balls a little bit more in the matchup, and the casters were hitting it there. That's the Balls Rumble that we're used to, or that we all still hold near and dear to our hearts and our memories. And of course, but he needs to be set up a little bit for success on that champion, and then through the mid game, some amazing equalizers.
Right, and I think a big thing that happened in that mid game did stall out a little bit for FlyQuest. They could not break the mid outer turret, and they spent a lot of time working around that. CLG did a good job holding. It looked like they might eventually come back into the game, but then they got a little over aggressive and they lost it.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, they almost were back in it, and then I think that's kind of the composition from FlyQuest. They could allow you back into the game because it wants to snowball, and if the momentum gets taken away, then you're in a really good spot. But Counter Logic Gaming, they did good sieges, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it definitely stalled out for a bit in the mid lane. We even saw a couple really solid fights go in the way of CLG. But as you mentioned, with an assassin on the map, everything can change at the drop of a hat, and that's exactly what we saw. 30-30 into the game, high with a solo kill in the top lane. They then curtail that into a skirmish mid, plus a Baron on the back end of all of this.
And like we were saying, this is finally after CLG's mistakes that the mid lane turret's down. It frees up the map a lot for you to be able to find paths to get these assassinations. So Smithy thinks he's just going to be clearing the top side. Talon, an extremely fast champion around getting the map, gets to the top lane, picks him off. Now it's a 4v5. You're not safe with the turret behind you anymore. It gives Moon easier angles to find these members of CLG to open up on them. Huhi gets taken low. Has to Zanya's in a not great spot, and he's going to get finished off here by the rest of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and then they'll jump in right afterwards. But yeah, that turret being down was very big because the Talon wants to roam around. As soon as you lose your mid turret against a team like FlyQuest, and Hai is on one of those assassins, one of those guys he likes to split push on a bit, you can get caught out and flanked so easily, and that's really the strength they were playing to there.
Either way, FlyQuest is going to be very happy to at least have the win under their belt, and then to know that they did have the gold lead the entire way through. We see that small blip in the gold graph around that 25 to 27 minute mark. But aside from that, a fairly well played game in terms of closing it out. Once again, speaking to the experience on both of these teams in the shot calling and ability to close out once they've established a lead.
And I think what they found in the draft here is great. We're saying that, you did give up 2 counter picks, but you found finally a way that you can get stuff going for your team, because you saw High on Talon was like a totally different player. He was able to influence the entire map, was going top, bot, all over the place.
And you mix up your damage palette too, so building a magic resistance against the mid laner isn't going to help you against that top laner, because Rumble wants to go for the flat penetration build. He wants to be able to be the sole magic damage dealer of the team, so people aren't going to itemize against him necessarily.
It also forces CLG, as we just saw them on your screens there, to completely rethink their approach to champion select here in Game 4. Because we've now seen that FlyQuest, who also has side selection in Game 4, that they're willing to pick both of their solo laners blind. And that obviously does a lot in terms of kind of that mental game, war game when it comes to champion select around, do we need to ban these things first phase now instead of second phase? Or do we need to have more picks prepared to counter directly into those champions that we know they're willing to pick 100% of the time right off the bat?
The big thing is the fact that you saw CLG preferring to ban out the top lane in the first rotation of the ban phase because those tanks are a little safer to take blind. But you have to think now, is it better to get rid of the Zed Talon right away and give counter pick to Darshan, or counter pick the Zed Talon after they show Merlin?
Oh, but what happens if you ban Rumble instead? That kind of in my mind says, okay, we can't play Talon or Zed this game because we're not going to have AP top lane. You might have to pick like an AP jungler in that case.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough residual damage. Like if you get a Zyra plus an Elise, like you're starting to make it so you can't completely ignore it. And then if you have some other kind of AP tank like a Maokai, you probably have enough AP damage at that point that they still need to grab some itemization against it.
What's interesting is up to this point, both teams have chosen red side games 1 through 3. This time around, FlyQuest with the choice has opted to remain on blue side. So getting the victory here, they're feeling comfortable remaining in this position when it comes to champ select and giving away a counter pick, which might, again, kind of point to the fact that, hey, we're happy to take our solo laners blind. We don't need a counter to beat you.
Yeah, that's actually super interesting. But this also enables them to get the possibility of getting Rengar first again for Moon, or they get Lulu, and then they'll most likely pick their solo laners in the second round.
Final thoughts.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was going to agree. I think the Rengar is the bigger thing. You saw Smithy have great games on it. Now you see Moon have his own good game on it, and I think it's becoming the priority jungler between the two teams right now, and getting blue side, it seems like FlyQuest identified that.
All right, 2-1, CLG still out to a lead. We're going to take a quick break, but meet us back here to see if FlyQuest can carry this momentum forward and bring us to Game 5. And some silver scrapes.
Reverse
Best
sweep?
part
Nice.
of Game 5.
It's a rage.
Go Fizz.
Go Fizz.
Here's GA.
Careful, Dragon Syndra.
Lemon Mark Syndra. Oh my god.
I might be dead here. I'm coming over, guys, but I'm coming. Okay, nice. Yam.
Okay, please.
Oh, that's hard.
That's a fucking
Run top.
Fiesta.
Yeah, we win.
High, hard forward, and the chain.
He just saw Xmithy in the corner of his eye. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Ooh,
One more, the burn is on. The blue buff would be transferred, but it's not going to come through. High squeezes tight and stays alive.
Oh!
Whoa.
Moon tried to make a play there.
Moon trying to throw down the ulti quick, get himself back in.
He's got Max on it. Ooh, that one was almost a root there.
High over the wall! We're making it look juicy.
Does she keep chasing?
Yeah, moving up.
Yeah, the ball going down.
Nice.
I got her.
Good shit, good shit.
This right here is called the high move.
It's high move.
Welcome back, everyone. We get to see some of that synergy in action in our last game as FlyQuest finally get themselves on the board and force at least a 4th game versus CLG. I mean, we kind of expect things to change up for FlyQuest. High and Moon back on comfort picks, back on more aggressive picks, and it made a world of difference.
Yeah, we definitely got a view of the High Moon in the last game. First blood starting out, and I don't think Moon even died the whole game. Up until like 30 minutes, he was deathless there on the Rengar. Really good performance from him. May have dropped one at the very end, though. I know I'm going to get tweeted.
Yeah, I mean, he was played great, right? And the fact of the matter is, though, CLG loves to do these risky kind of pre-planned level 1s sometimes. They are one of the teams that really does like to experiment with that. And sometimes you are going to get caught out with it. That is the price you pay for trying them.
Well, we'll see what changes here in the draft. FlyQuest sticking on blue side, banning away Aurelion Sol. Expecting to see him permaban throughout the rest of the series. Camille once again, and there's Malzahar for CLG. So I think at least 6 bans in the series so far, or at least 4 or 5 of them have stayed very consistent and should do so, as there's Shen banned once again from CLG.
One thing I am curious about is if they decide to take the Rumble instead of the Nautilus off the table. That is something that they could go to, as Balls has played the Rumble 3 times in a row. It has not been the biggest problem for CLG, and they may think that it's not the champion, but still, sometimes putting someone off their comfort can be a good idea.
Yeah, could be. And in that case, I think FlyQuest has shown a lot of success with Nautilus, with Balls on one of the premier tanks in the top lane. And I'm curious to see if CLG will take that away.
We'll instantly take it away.
Yes.
Well, Lulu and Rumble rounded out. There's Rengar for 1, but Nautilus Graves instantly answered there for CLG. So smart stuff so far. Maybe see FlyQuest do some of the same by taking away Ashe from Stixxay, perhaps.
I think one of the smartest parts about it is the fact that Rengar has been super high priority in this, and they're making the bet that FlyQuest will not actually, go for that trade, take the Nautilus first.
But one of the big things is that the Ashe now actually taken away from Altec, who hasn't had a lot of games on Ashe. It's something that Stixxay and CLG have gone back to over and over, for their initiation, though. And we'll see if FlyQuest can actually run kind of a similar situation here.
They definitely could, and the Ashe is very powerful. That said, Stixxay is known as one of the premier team fighting, AD carries. The ability to get him on something like a Caitlyn or an Ezreal could be pretty strong. I don't think we're going to see parity throughout the draft here, though, in the first round. So, they could try to target CLG's bot lane. Even if you pick AD carrier support, you can target the other to try to get an advantageous bot lane matchup.
Well, there's actually Karma for FlyQuest, so they're going to presumably finish that duo lane. Some flexibility there, but Karma does not strike me as a mid lane champion for High in particular. We'll see what CLG want to do here, but FlyQuest have to, pick this away, knowing that, hey, we're probably going to target bottom lane, and almost assuredly High, Zed, and Talon are getting banned again.
Yeah, so you say that, but also, they haven't picked a top lane here to answer the Nautilus, and CLG could put more focus on Balls. They already banned out the Rumble and taken away the Nautilus. And they could really push him down far as the tier list goes.
It's definitely an option. I think for FlyQuest, we may see something like a Nami ban, who has been so strong and I think works well with that Ezreal here too. You definitely can take away the Maokai, which is kind of that last remaining top tier tank. There's still Poppy available for Balls, but I'm not sure if he's as practiced on it.
And we are assuming that he's going with the tank. Just because, they haven't had a lot of success with Camille and Fiora and split pushing and stuff like that. But it doesn't mean that they, have to pigeonhole themselves into that.
Well, you're right about top lane. There's Maokai banned from CLG. Vlad once again banned by FlyQuest. And I think maybe FlyQuest were expecting some of those mid lane bans. And CLG say, no, we're happy with you to get an assassin. We're actually going to pinch Balls even further. So smart stuff from CLG. They were thinking that many steps ahead. There's the Fizz ban to continue and solidify the top lane ban. And an Ahri ban actually for High means his other champions are also shortening. So if he wanted to play a mage, he's going to have fewer options. We'll see what CLG do here. First pick in phase 2.
expecting to just see a Nami leave the actual last pick for Huhi in the mid lane. Sometimes you do see Counter Logic Gaming move their support to last pick, but only if they have something that they really want to flex around, something that's contingent upon FlyQuest's composition, but will be Nami.
Smart stuff all around. We'll see what FlyQuest want to do blind here, though. If High wants the big assassin, he's going to have to take it now as Altec. Showing a bit of love on the hover.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And another thing with that Nami lock, I just love the combo of Ezreal and Nami specifically. They just work so well. Ezreal's mobility, being able to apply the on hits with the Qs, and you just have a lot of potential for chasing people down and a lot of harassment that is not necessarily accounted for all the time. High right back to the Orianna, though.
I think now it has to be, you know, what's Ball's playing, because I think this comp, they probably want a traditional tank and run ball split push. Renekton, okay, I like it. It's not exactly a tank, but it's not, you know, a brittle carry like the Rumble may have been.
And you can play it very similar to how a tank is played as far as the team fight stage. Yes, obviously you build a bit more aggressively in the lane, you build for the Black Cleaver, but you can go pure tank after that and still be a very effective ball delivery for Orianna, and you have the speed ups and the shields to really get in the middle of the fight and mix things up.
Right, due to the composition, FlyQuest don't really have to rely on all their CC coming from the top lane. High has big zoning there with the Orianna. Ash Arrow is locked in super early for them, so it gives a little bit more flexibility to that top lane.
Yeah, last pick Syndra for Huhi should be a good matchup for him, at least initially, versus that Orianna, but curious to see kind of how it all fades out. I think CLG kind of playing a lot of what we've seen so far from them. No no carry this time for Darshan or Balls in this case, so we'll see more traditional team fighting. But this comp is looking very far away for FlyQuest about what they played already. This is like a straight up 5v5 comp.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they have bully lanes in bot and in top. They can push in, which should give Moon some more flexibility to look for ganks and to look for things around the map. That said, you have to be careful in this 2v2 matchup bot lane, because while FlyQuest will have the push, CLG has the poke, as Kobe said. And if you can get enough of that down, you certainly can start to win lane.
And if they do win lane, the Wombo combos you can theoretically pull off with an Orianna, Rengar, Ashe, and Karma speed could be devastating.
Certainly a lot to like here. Coaches will shake hands for the 4th time in the series. FlyQuest picking up a little bit of momentum. We'll see if they can carry that through the rest of the series. They will be one game away from getting knocked out this entire time here. CLG only need one to play up against TSM, but FlyQuest gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
The top lane matchup here between Balls and Darshan, these guys have so much history, and this is another interesting one for me because, Renekton, you want to push the pace, you want to bully out your opponent in lane, but Nautilus has such incredible gank assists that you have to be measured in your aggression. Make sure you are safe or that you have Moon to back you up.
Gank assist plus, popularity of the triple Doran ring build, giving a lot more early power to him as well. You can just spam out shove waves and we shall see where the junglers start this one off, because a lot does ride on their shoulders.
Well, it should be fun to see what changes we do have. It's been a great series so far, but FlyQuest still fighting for their playoff life every single game. Team's just going to move out, fan out across the river. Looks like no shenanigans this time. At least yet. There's always time at level 1.
Initial shenanigans.
Best shenanigans are the ones you don't see coming, Pastry.
Altec just chilling out. Looks like Ward already down there. Bahai was spotting that pixel brush there on the right-hand side. Looks like some of the shenanigans already coming out, though, with Moon going to get chased down here. High backing up his jungler. CLG yet to place a ward, I do believe. So don't have vision that they'll leave, but at least kind of poke down Moon and get an early-ish read.
Yeah, because they did damage there to Moon, they can assume he's completing his recall and invade on the red quadrant, which is a little bit more important. That's where the Raptors are. That's where everybody likes to get their vision down.
Altec saying no, though, actually keeps him out with a volley. So no vision, I don't think, for CLG. In fact, yeah, I can see 5 trickle wards ready to go. So they didn't place them anywhere.
And even though nothing actually comes from that, there's a lot of mind games and nice plays back and forth to stop that. The fact that the FlyQuest bot lane moves up, anticipating this second part of the invade to push that off with Karma and with the Ashe. And they're actually doing a super strong leash here. They're going to leash 2 camps for the Rengar to perhaps set up a super early gank.
In fact, I think Moon left a big Raptor around, so that's a really big difference.
He might go straight to blue, actually. No? Okay.
Just chilling out. The big Raptor's all alone. Didn't get
It's
taken
true.
down.
You don't need the big Raptor to get your level 2. You can get it just off the small ones. And he might go for that very early gank that you're talking about. Blue buff would give him the level 3.
You know what that says to me? Probably going top lane. See exactly how quickly this gank comes, but I like the setup here for FlyQuest. Bottom lane, of course, will suffer elimination, tanked a lot of damage getting that started here. We'll see if CLG can kind of sniff out this play.
And I mean, part of the thing that's working for that as well, for the top side, is that Darshan actually started W. He started his shield because he wasn't sure if Balls was waiting in a bush here in his own jungle as he was trying to move up the top side. So that means he completely has forfeited the push. He cannot actually really contest it without having his E, and the wave is going to bounce back towards him. So Moon would have an opportunity to gank.
Moon is actually hard clearing the blue quadrant, so it's going to be a wrap back to this bottom side. It's going to be a lot earlier timing than you would expect a level 4 Rengar to come out. 3 minutes. This is definitely one of the quickest that we have seen. A lot of defensive vision, though. Almost all the paths are cut off here. Could Blast Cone, or could really hug on the Fog of War there on that bottom side. Moon gonna just go for more farming, though.
I think it's made even more interesting by the fact that the popularity of this 3-camp red quadrant clear from Rengar. You generally clear those 3 camps, you base, then you go to the other side. He's going to be in a position where people do not expect him as long as he does not get spotted out.
And it times really well with the bottom wards expiring, but Moon is not going for the gank. He's going to go for that recall.
Yeah, really jungle-centric opening here for FlyQuest. No ganks coming. Moon just hard farming. Now finishing up that early jungle item, so gonna start to put some vision down. Has a refillable potion and a control ward, but maybe just gonna rush for 6 and then try and engineer some sort of gank here. But it's FlyQuest, we expect them to mix it up. It wasn't really in champs like this time, but certainly was for their level 1.
And Smithy is topside. He could look to try to pull off a lane gank here if Balls actually pushes up too far. And he is looking to set that up, so we'll see if he can sneak in. Nope, spotted.
Not sneaky enough. And that Ball's just going to hang out. He knows, all right, you're there. That means Moon actually straight to the Raptor camp. He's trying to check that out, get some vision down.
Yeah, and Moon has to be fairly careful because he's very deep in enemy territory. This would be a really easy collapse for Huhi. Now, that is his own team's Hawkshot, so nobody panic.
I think it might have spotted Xmithy as well. Actually going to leave the Raptor and back off. High basing, so doesn't want to play too aggressively. But again, smart stuff from FlyQuest here to kind of get the jungler in the right spot.
And top lane is trading, but Smithy does find Moon with the Scryer's Bloom plant, having seen the large Raptor chase him back out of his own jungle. And so they know that Moon is up on this top side, and I think both top laners will play accordingly.
And look at Huhi actually make a very early roam straight down to bot side. Smithy is covering, and they do not know where he is.
Yeah, they look to have called it there from high that Huhi is roaming in the bottom lane. Back up on the pressure.
Well,
deep wards, though.
In general, I kind of expected Moon to do something in a lane, but I think a lot of it is just FlyQuest lanes were all pushing for the early stages of the game, and I think that's kind of where they want them to be. 3 shopping lanes is always good. You mentioned that does unlock your Rengar. We maybe expected mid lane to be a little bit better for Syndra, but Moon just had so much room to get all this early farm. You can see level 5 to level 4 still ahead of Xmithy in experience.
Different focus as far as the warding as well. A lot of division here for CLG on that red quadrant, which Moon will go to clear next and reveal himself.
It has been spotted out now, so the ball becomes kind of in Smithy's hand. He gets to actually have the next move, knowing where his opponent is and looking to try to do something.
Moon's level 6, by the way. So if you want to look at how fast his jungle route's been, he's 6-minute level 6, which I haven't seen in a long time.
Huhi might be trying to bait out a little bit here, but he gets caught up.
Patience, though. High kind of out of mana. Moon slowly making his way, maybe hoping Huhi continues to overextend.
Well, the thing is, Moon just cleared out that control ward, so he knows that CLG at least saw him on that one. He didn't know that they saw him on the Raptors, but they're well aware he's in this quadrant now, and he knows that they know.
And Huhi actually had a lot of potions from his last back, so he is going to be able to chug some potions, get right back up to full. And they haven't seen Smithy for some time, so a gank like that would be a little bit risky. Knowing he's not topside, he may be around mid lane, and could have been there for a counter gank.
And kind of for all this interesting jungling that we've seen, sure, it hasn't kind of manifest it in a kill yet, but FlyQuest do have a kind of a decent gold lead in the early stages because of that, and it just feels like CLG are fully understanding how much pressure this Rengar is exerting, despite not showing in any of these lanes.
And if we're looking at, where's the next possibilities of him going, if the bottom lane does hit that level 6, and you have Ashe plus a pushing Renekton on the top side, there are a lot of factors that do kind of point towards the bottom side for a possibility of, FlyQuest attempting a play here. But the CLG bottom lane, Ezreal and Nami, they sustain very well, they CS very well safely from afar, and they're not really giving a huge opening for FlyQuest to pull that trigger, so maybe not even worth your time trying to force something down there because it could backfire.
Yeah, it definitely could. If Smithy, if you know that that's a good play, Smithy probably knows it's a good play, and he could be in position to look for it. But Smithy has been kind of hanging around the top side a fair bit. FlyQuest can infer where he is simply because the vision is expiring. That's where the camps are respawning. So they kind of know that he's probably on that side, and Balls takes the time to actually base off of that.
Looks like pressure now for Moon on the right-hand side. Maybe looking around mid. Ward from High is going to spot a couple routes here, and I think they just spotted Smithy hanging behind the mid turret. So Altec and Lemon going to move up. Level 6 now ready.
So they are making a move on the bottom side with their pushing bottom lane. The move is not to force a kill, though. It's a much safer move. Just go for the invade on the blue. That would cause expected behavior from Smithy to go for the counter on the enemy blue. But Balls is actually collapsing there due to the expectations.
High's here as well, so this could be bad for CLG. High needs to find the shockwave, but he gets stunned up by Huhi. Shield there for Elimination. And there's the shockwave flashed out. No, moves the platform. He wants it. Pushes there. That's going to be first blood to Rengar. Arrow nails Smithy as well. FlyQuest don't face check it, but they had it all planned.
Moon off to another great start. He gets way ahead last game. Now he's up in farm. He's been up in experience, and he does get that first blood.
And he plays off of their pushing bottom lane to get everything started. Well, yes, we always talk about, oh yeah, you want to go counter the opponent's invade when you see them going for it. They're expecting that behavior, and the collapse here with a strong lane on that side of the Renekton as well does definitely pay off for them. High gets the flash, then Moon has a very easy decision tree there, goes in to finish up the Syndra.
And a lot of that comes from, it's a pretty greedy decision from CLG to go for that when Darshan is in base and Balls is already back to lane. So that is something, they expect, obviously, it's going to be a 2v2 because jungle will be on the other side, but still, you need to have your top laner there to have the numbers advantage.
It kind of goes all the way back to our intro of the entire series where we're discussing the shot calling and how important planning is in this. And identifying the next objective of your opponent to then play around that, which FlyQuest did really well there. And we'll see if they can actually work with it. 1,000 gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, in the right hands as well. Moon now finish that warrior once more. Smithy going to start a solo attempt on this Infernal Drake, but who he going to roam down to help him out. Kind of good use of recall timings here by CLG to try and sneak this away, but Moon, he's going to be in the area soon.
I think they'll be able to finish it before he gets there, unless he blind ulted and ran straight there. So CLG with a good answer here a little bit to sneak in, grab that Infernal Drake. That'll be great power for later.
Yeah, it certainly will. And they are, you can tell, building a lot for later. You have the tier on the Ezreal. He's going to be scaling up. You have Darshan taking Courage of the Colossus instead of Grasp. That's more for team fighting. That's for the later stages of the game, being less greedy, only going one Dorans into Tabbies, building toward team fight. So that is their plan here all along.
Well, taking Smithy also down towards the bottom lane, but FlyQuest already backed away. Instead, he's just cleaning out the creeps because, again, that continuing push from FlyQuest with the Karma, with the Ashe, has just been relentless. Blade of the Ruined King also now finished for Altec, so pressure is just everywhere.
Looks very similar to game number 1. Oh, man, he is toast.
Leap in for it. Aphromoo there to defend, but the shockwave's enough. Really nice play from FlyQuest.
I was going to say, it looked very similar to the pressure that CLG applied mid lane in their first game against FlyQuest. Top lane pushing, Balls comes down on the Renekton, constant jungle pressure, even a very nice arrow from Altec does end up hitting right down the middle there.
And it's great from Altec, and I like the attempt because they're having a very passive bot lane anyway. Take the shot there. If you miss, it's not a big cost. You can zone him off, and Hui's not playing with Cleanse. He's not paying that due over to Ashe, so he does get punished for it.
Well, High pressuring Smithy there as well. Now going to go back and could have his first major item not completed. We'll watch this one again. Altec just straight down the middle.
From downtown, baby. American Sniper.
One play.
And he gets a little bit of angle on it, so you cover just a bit more rather than going with a straight shot. But man, nails him right on the head.
all that burst combining nicely. Outside with a good little snipe. Should be able to shove this down nicely with that blade completed. Stixay still working on his item. Does have a mana mune, so things are looking good, but the Morello Nomicon finish now for high means that FlyQuest still ahead and now 2,000 gold up.
No, they certainly are. And it's also worth pointing out, Stixay sticking to the more tried and true Ezreal build. A lot of players, Arrow bringing it out. A lot are going for Tyr into Bork. That it seems to be kind of the new hotness as far as the Korean build. And Stixay is not electing to go for that. He is going for the faster Muramana and trying to scale up towards that.
Falling into the hype of the new kids these days. Going with his tried and true.
High though, I think kind of in a much better spot. I mean, 2 deaths on Huhi's side is not a good look for CLG, and their mid lane has been playing exceptionally throughout this series. I think the overall pressure that High's exerting, even though it's not a big roam champion like a Zed, like a Talon, or even you look back at things like his Corki in the early stages, he's still doing what High wants to do. Pressure mid and then leave the lane and threaten the rest of the map.
Exactly, he's playing with Moon, going for the invade here. They get another flash and a red, well, possible.
Nautilus is here.
Oh, great arrow again! Altek nails it! And there's the shockwave onto Hui. Not going to be enough for the kill. They CC poor High, and Darshan gets the kill. Moon does steal the red buff from Blast going away, but almost another great snipe. Not quite converted. They could collapse from CLG.
Don't worry, I got the buff, guys.
Shout about Rengar.
Still going there. This time Rengar straight in on the mid. Now Boss leaps it. Smithy down. FlyQuest answer back twice as hard.
FlyQuest are like, well, we committed all our people mid. Well, everybody's here. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Huhi there. He just overextending after that kill. They thought that they were safe. Really good answers from FlyQuest, though. And you talk about the road on these. Oh, never mind.
Elimination may be called, but Moon gonna get the buff. Leads back into Aphromoo. Aphromoo forced a flash. Stixay gonna chase it down. Nami gonna help out with a few more slows, but a good bowler there from Moon is gonna get it done.
TP'd. He actually TP'd and then canceled that. That was really ambitious.
Yeah, all right, let's take another look at the, speaking of ambitious plays. Okay, so he didn't have any vision. There's no way to see Lemon flashing over that wall with any deep wards, but still, he's very low, and there were a lot of enemies just in the vicinity, so good punish there from FlyQuest, actually, to get something back.
And Fly, again, continuing to pressure from the bottom side of the map. The global usage of Ash's ultimate, which we don't always see, is actually just let Altek stay there and almost take down that bottom outer turret as well. So FlyQuest have a very obvious place to collect extra gold. They're already 2,500 gold ahead, and I mean, every blue buff is going over to FlyQuest. High's going to get this next one. CLG have got one.
It's just been every buff, pretty much. They collected both sides on that time around, and I like the point out of the turret, because that's first turret gold. That is even more important. And with the advantage that FlyQuest already has, if it can collect that, that really can get the snowball rolling. So CLG has got to look to set up and play around that to try to stop something. But with Darshan blowing his TP on the last play around blue, it's much harder to do.
Maybe impossible, since he's going to the top lane.
Well, you can see Balls now with a Black Cleaver, so his 1v1 matchup looking good. Darshan not too happy about that. Stixay dodges around the field there from Empowered Karma Q, so nice play from Stixay to kind of keep everything alive, and now's that fade coming out, so it does look like that more traditional Ezreal build with Trinity Force coming out instead of the Blade of the Ruined King.
All right, so we pretty much expect this Drake to be FlyQuest. They're trading again in the jungle, though.
Ulti out from Graves. There's a nice bubble. He's going to try and take him down high. Flashing out of the way. Gets ulted in by the Syndra, but Afro still chasing it down. Not quite enough, and Afro is going to go down to Moon. Now Xfinity going to get left on Moon. He misses his leap out of the brush, but now they're going to TP in onto Huhi. Moon leaps on, doesn't quite get stunned, and picks up the double. Protects it as well. Bowler down there. Rengar does everything as Altek picks up the third one.
Well, if anyone had any doubts about them first picking Rengar over and over, Moon definitely showing up here. That's 4 kills now, but not to mention
that's gonna be 2 turrets.
A lot of unique kills, so he's stacking his passive.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the gold lead just got blown wide open here for FlyQuest. They are insanely ahead now.
Just to let you know, Bone Tooth Necklace is up to those 4 kills, so there's 1 away from collecting max stacks on the passive. Rengar just has so many things built into him. I always forget about that one, but I mean, Moon, he's had 2 great Rengar games in a row. This one is looking to carry FlyQuest all the way to game 5.
Okay, so this is CLG's attempt at, collapsing on the 2-man squad. But High Moon, they focus Huhi here, and High is able to flash just barely away. Here's only 1 Aphromoo auto away from going down there until Moon picks up the kill. And then the teleport advantage. we finally see a little bit of it coming in there, even though Balls wasn't able to actually participate in any assists, zoned out a little bit, and made Huhi go back the other way.
It's just going to be so tough for CLG because they are running a very standard teamfight composition. They don't have the Ashe look for these picks, so they really need to start getting vision control back and trying to find assassinations.
And is it going to be a teleport from Darshan? Because now they're the ones with teleport advantage.
On to High. High stun, that should be a kill. Like Smithy managed to take that one down. High leans back in his chair, a little upset about being taken down.
No teleport necessary. That is a flashless Orianna and a good punish there by CLG. They have a lot of deep vision on this blue quadrant of the jungle already, but the dual lane of FlyQuest on the top side back off appropriately.
Stops so much of the momentum of FlyQuest as well. High got that mid turret exceptionally low, and Outtake did already take down the bottom turret in our last replay, so they're ready to pressure the outers and take them down and really open up the map. CLG do well to gank a flashless lane and kind of just keep themselves a little more afloat and get some gold back for themselves.
You can also tell how scared CLG is of this Rengar right now. Not having seen him, Stixxay was playing about a full screen behind his tier 2 turret, waiting for the wave to come up.
I gotta be honest.
He's scared for him.
That is a 4 unique kill Rengar. Black Cleaver done. He's getting a bit tanky now as well with the Ninja Tabby coming in, and that's a really good purchase since Huhi is the member that FlyQuest have been keeping down, so the AP threat hasn't been scaling. You know, they kept down his CS, they've killed him over and over again, and the Ninja Tabby provide a lot against an auto-attack jungle, plus obviously Stixxay himself.
Expecting, I think, another Banshees as well from him. We'll have to see kind of how the builds move out, but again, another great Rengar start here, at least in this game, and the rest of FlyQuest are not all taking advantage. 7 kills up to 2. Goldie's starting to go pretty rapidly, and these outer turrets aren't going to last that much longer with all this pressure.
That's true. The one thing for CLG, those deep wards that we mentioned in the blue quadrant are still there, and the possible Darshan teleports have a few more seconds before you know, the equalized teleport cooldown for Balls comes up. At the moment, Balls is on the bottom side, trying to keep his distance here from the rest of CLG, though.
Yeah, with most of his members that were around the top side, he's going to have to play a little bit less aggressive, but the CLG also can rely somewhat on the team fighting of Stixxay on this Ezreal. You know, it's not him on the Ashe where he has to be, you know, as scared of these people diving in. Obviously, you still have to pay them their respect, but you have the ability to take over a fight, especially with the massive front line that Nautilus can provide.
Well, start on the plate in the top side here. Elimination roaming up. Outtake just trying to lay into the turret. Darshan gonna get stunned up and take a good chunk of damage. Outtake even soaking a turret hit just to make sure the damage comes out. FlyQuest roam themselves up. Moon's actually waiting on top of a ward. But they're going to clear this out, make sure they take out the control ward, and probably either dive or take the turret.
Yeah, this probably should be a turret trade. I don't know if Balls can actually defend down there 2v1, but he's looking to attempt it. Actually, High's roaming down there now, too.
And Huey tried to go up top side, so High's got a bit of extra time. Top lane out, who's going to fall down, but High blast cones in. This could be dangerous for TLG's dual lane. High's got flash. No, he does not, so can't flash in for the shockwave, but that presence is enough to keep CLG away for a little while longer.
Yeah, so a nice move, and you can move now mid lane. Remember, Hui does not have the cleanse. You have Ashe Arrow available. This turret is a stiff breeze away from going down, so that is definitely going to be the next target here for FlyQuest, and we haven't yet seen CLG be able to get Darshan involved with a flank, with this disruptive team fight that they really did kind of draft the Nautilus for.
Balls, I think, also saved that bottom turret, so CLG's dual lane going to back away. Outtake and Lemon return with a Runaan's Hurricane now finished for Outtake. It's a very healthy-looking 2v2 for them, and our Balls can go back to the lane where he was performing much better in a 1v1. So overall map plays look good for FlyQuest, and they're actually 5,000 gold ahead.
The tone of this series completely reversing here for FlyQuest as they go more early game oriented, so much more proactive. Moon super comfortable on the Rengar. He even was talking about earlier in the season that every time they got Rengar, it's like, it's a free win. Yeah. I'm the best Rengar. And he's actually able to perform on it here in the playoffs as well.
And that helps to get him his swagger back, right? Give you that confidence, give you the faith that you can turn this series around. But CLG looking like they want to contest here.
Well, they're going to try something, but Drake up in a minute, and High with a blue buff can threaten under turret as well. This is a tough siege for CLG to try and defend. But they're going to do what they can with the wave clear.
And it's also always such a bad feeling for Stixxay when you have all the pieces of your Triforce. You're a couple hundred gold away from a massive increase in power.
Arrow forces the flash. That's great news there for FlyQuest. Huhi Now Flash just as the siege begins again.
Yeah, they're going to need Darshan very quickly here. Good wave clear from CLG actually puts a stop to any action there. No Ash Arrow available either. Means that FlyQuest will have to settle for the Scuttle Crab and 27 seconds away from the Drake.
And as we have seen it happen, they don't even need to have the whole squad here to take down Hui. If you spread out, make CLG match those lanes, you can look for a Rengar Orianna kill onto a Flashless Cinder very easily.
You have to be a little bit careful about a dive getting turned around. But other than that, I think that FlyQuest should just, box off the check marks first. Take up your Drake and then move to try and make a move somewhere else. CLG though, knowing that they're gonna take this Drake, trying to get some money back to the top side. Balls actually does back off of that top turret, so they should be able to at least get some of that standing gold.
That's all the way off, actually. Highly respectful play from Balls, but FlyQuest just really playing the map intelligently. Altec also knows that now he can reverse pressure back down to that bottom side, and if FlyQuest come down, they might take a turret or get a pick, or in a best case scenario, just nail both and really open the game up again.
And this is something that CLG loves to opt into when they fall behind, is trying to outmaneuver their opponents, trying to get these trades. But FlyQuest has been matching or outmatching them in all these trades, and they really have seen the bar.
They spotted him, but Moon still leaps onto Xmithy for a big chunk of his health bar. Darshan is down here, but the rest of CLG needs to come through the jungle and try and get something done. At some point, though, CLG have to give up an objective because FlyQuest will keep running them between these lanes otherwise.
FlyQuest have balls up on the top side with his Tiamat pushing pretty quickly and drawing some pressure up over there. Again, this is all push your side waves to then collapse and hit the 2 autos necessary to take this turret down.
And Ash Arrow is up here for Altec, so he's gonna be looking.
Finds Xmithy, Lemon maybe the bait. There's a flash out for Stixay, completely caught out. Altec is just gonna chase him down. The tidal wave might be enough for Stixay. Turns it back around. Altec doesn't quite get it, but Afro's down. Stixay sniped out Lemon. That's 2 kills though for FlyQuest. Took down Xmithy there as well. Darshan back in with the shockwave, finds Hui. Volley out there is a good depth charge, knocks up 3. FlyQuest still happy to fight forward. Balls go straight in onto Hui. Finds the carry, riding in with a slice and dice. Turret goes down, Stixay books it, and now Darshan gonna be under threat as well. FlyQuest a little messy, but they get almost all they wanted there.
Yeah, a little beaten up, but they do finally get that mid turret, not to mention all the kills off the back of it, and they're rotating over to Baron right now.
And this is...
They're going to start it up. I mean, this is classic FlyQuest, but it is warded out. They have seen this. Stixay has life stolen back up. They're going to try to contest.
Mountain Drake, they are burning that thing down very quickly.
Stixay tries something! Oh, that looked close, but the smite from FlyQuest secures it.
I mean, I can't blame you there, Pastry. He did just get a really nice snipe on Lemon Nation there, just over the back of the wall, too. Let's take another look at it, actually. This is the start. And the Ash Arrow able to nail Xmithy. And this is where they were pushing the side lanes and trying to collapse back on the middle. Balls had the inside route.
And it just felt like Darshan has not been able to get to the right place at the right time. Nice little snipe here from Stixay over onto Lemon to pick up an exit kill. But, I mean, Darshan shows up very late. And even trying to turn around into this essentially gets who he killed.
It kind of reminds you of the interviews that we saw with CLG during a lot of the games that they lost in the middle of the season there, where they talked about having trouble adjusting to Darshan as the tank in the top side, being the initiator for the team. That was very close, by the way, Pastry. So.
Moon had it unlocked, though, I believe. Yeah, Stixay's like, oh, come on, man. I deserve that Baron. Well, FlyQuest get it instead, and now they're up 8,000 gold with a Baron buff at 25.5 minutes. This is the aggression that we expect from FlyQuest. Early game's going great, mid game's going even better.
Yeah, and they really neutralized Hui, who had been carrying CLG really, really well, just performing super well in this series. So much focus from FlyQuest in the mid lane to keep him down. He's got 5 deaths to his name now. FlyQuest still pushing mid.
Lemon Nation continuing to face tank for the team, but Balls in the top side is going to take down that turret with ease, with all of CLG having to defend the mid lane push. This gold is going to get to 10,000 gold real swiftly. I think FlyQuest are about a turret away from hitting that mark, and CLG going to have to show off some miraculous defensive play just to keep themselves in this game, let alone to win out and advance in the playoffs.
I mean, CLG are going to want to try to stall this out as long as they can, try to farm it out and equalize some of the gold that way, but it's hard to see a world in which they can't force on to CLG. I mean, FlyQuest has the Ash Arrow, they have the Rengar, and this big Renekton to really force dives and to create plays, and CLG is going to have to play so well around that.
Patience, though, as Drake will be up in a number of minutes. Baron still up for a minute 20, but likely no more damage that can really be done. Great Hawk Shot, though, is going to get a ton of vision around onto CLG, and there's that Drake up in a minute 55. So FlyQuest playing for that next objective.
And if CLG feel like they are too far behind to sacrifice this, they do have one Infernal. If they can pick up a second, that is kind of some hope as far as late game scaling goes, and they may try to fight hard for this, even at a disadvantage.
At the moment, FlyQuest a little bit oriented on the top side. Teleport comes in to collapse.
Arrow misses on to Huhi, but Hai going to keep running it down. Rengar also looking for a flank, I believe. There's balls already on Moon, straight in onto Huhi, going to try and take him down. Ball onto there, Oriana as well, but now Darshan caught up to the other side. Good disengage there from CLG, actually. Everyone gets out scot-free. Oh, Bowler onto Darshan. Locked down as well by a stun, but CLG should have enough to buy time for their tank.
It was a good scatter. He had to blow his flash there to pull that one off. CLG do get out with nobody dying, though. And the Ashe Arrow is down. The Rengar ultimate is down. The Renekton ultimate is also down.
No, it's not down. Oriana ulti. Moon maybe threatening here. Good bubble there, but he can go back in. Shockwave finds Tugi, Smithy and Darshan. Now FlyQuest just going to move forward for it. Hui, ulti's on the Moon. He's going to get the GA. Redemption down, going to try and reset the fight. Oh my god, Smithy just got destroyed by Iron Moon, but Stixay, we're going to try and get it. Shuts down Moon to kick things off. 4v4 now. FlyQuest still playing aggressive. Stixay also caught down. That's a bad stun. Now he has to get out of the way and try and make it happen. Huge 2-3-man stun there for Huhi, though. CLG just don't quite
Darshan almost
gold.
here.
Darshan has been behind them. He teleported in.
Looking for something. Altek the target. He's going to get the snipe down, but Altek turns it back around into Stixay. Stixay does get the kill. And CLG might have enough to fight this out. A double kill there for the Ezreal. FlyQuest get foiled.
3 kills for Stixay, including a big shutdown on Moon. Give CLG another lease on life.
That's Stixay Ezreal coming in very big for the team, and CLG with some positioning around that prized Infernal Drake.
Darshan also still has his ultimate available, no TP on balls, so CLG, I think, want to try to force this and get that double Infernal advantage.
They would want to have Smithy there to get the smite. The kicker would be if Hai or Lemonation could steal this.
Aphro just can't really stand here is the unfortunate thing. Have to wait for the rest of the team. Shockwave on Hui. Takes him down. Huge pick there for FlyQuest.
A Rengar ultimate. He's going to be here in time.
Death Charge on Hai. Smithy going to try and cancel it off. That's a kill there. Aphro
untouched.
Moon gets a little too much. And now Stixay still going to fight it out. Moon leads back and takes out Aphro. He's going to lead CLG away from the objective. But Stixay nails yet another Q. Hook going to miss there. But Stixay, no ulti, can't look for a snipe. Arrow going to find him as well.
The Inferno still stands, and more members of FlyQuest are reviving to head to the scene at the moment. CLG can't overstep their bounds. Even though they just won a very big team fight for themselves, the gold is still hugely on the side of FlyQuest, and the combat power of those items that they've been able to purchase on all members is just a little bit too much to overcome. It's kind of a case of reaching a little bit too far after you see the light there.
Yeah, certainly, but it was a risk perhaps worth taking. The double Infernal advantage can be so big in a matchup like this. Now it is completely eliminated.
It was only foiled by a very big play from Hai, taking down Huhi and really forcing that engage.
I mean, if Hai had gotten stunned up by Huhi, you'd be looking at CLG smashing that fight. But Stixay is very strong now, hitting his 3-item spike. This is really powerful time for Ezreal, and if Ezreal can stay alive in the fights, he can take over.
And I think the thing for CLG is, even in the last game where FlyQuest were ahead, granted it wasn't this magnitude of a lead, but they fought tooth and nail to almost sweep the series and just be done with it. CLG is still playing like a team that knows every single game is one we can win, no matter how far behind we are.
It certainly is, and Darshan is getting to be extremely tanky here. With the Frozen Heart completed, plus his Spirit Visage, you have so much CDR, you can be extremely disruptive in these fights, and he's going, full defensive. He's not building towards the Iceborne to duel up against balls. Everything from masteries to build is committed towards the team fight.
Baron back up in 30 seconds. FlyQuest going to take down the Scuttle Crab. We are going to be set up for a very pivotal team fight. Darshan, happy to frontline. He's barely safe on his own. Team's just behind him there as well, but this Baron's going to mean almost everything. In fact, Hui, he gets arrowed high. Needs to come with the ulti in there. So Shockwave should be enough to pick him up. Not quite. Does go down to the end. Now 5v4 FlyQuest.
And Baron is spawning.
Altek's arrows this game have been actually insane.
I mean, Hui has got to be regretting not playing with Cleanse. Yes, Syndra with the Ignite, so powerful, but he is 0-7.
It's very hard to argue for the Ignite at this point, having seen what's happened.
This could just be another Baron going the way of FlyQuest. We'll see. CLG's trying to push in. They feel like they need to fight.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn their onto Darshan, but a big tidal wave off the Death Touch could actually seal it for CLG. No shockwave from behind the Moon. Lifting onto Darshan. Stixay still cutting out. Actually gets a huge kill on a high. Now Stixay trying to play around the back end of the team fight as Balls goes straight back in. They need to lock down the carry, and Stixay has now been stunned. Altac flashes forward. There's the shutdown onto Stixay. High takes him down. FlyQuest back to Baron.
That makes it a lot easier to go for this Baron at the moment. But again, the possibility of Smithy steal is here, I guess.
Huhi back as well, but he's not going to make it in time for this. This is just going to be a smite fight if FlyQuest want to force it that way. High has his ulti back up. Balls looking for the stun over the wall. Going to try and take him out first. Smithy going to get caught up. The Baron still dealing damage. Balls able to zone him out of the pit. Now FlyQuest able to get the rest of it done. Darshan falls over to High. Baron goes to FlyQuest.
And they blow this game wide open. FlyQuest now with a Baron to enable their pushes into the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, Stixay without his flash in that fight, no QSS. All they needed was the one stun, and Balls got it. They fully commit, flash in, and take him out.
And now the next fight's going to be even harder, but let's watch this back end of that, start of this fight again.
And this is a good call for FlyQuest, pulling off of the Baron. People criticize them so much for starting up those Barons and then sticking on them. They turn in the 4v5. Stixay had arcing shifted forward in order to get damage off and try and screen for the rest of his team to allow them to get out. Immediate collapse there from Altec and Balls to punish him for it.
Yeah, and it's such a dangerous move to go for without the flash and without that QSS, but he had hit one Mystic shot onto High, and he felt like if I shift forward, if I hit that second one, I chunk out the mid laner and we can perhaps take over the fight. It was a risk and didn't pay off at all.
I mean, Stixay certainly the player that needed to kind of play a little risky to carry this game for CLG, given the deficit they're in. Unfortunately for him, risk did not work out, and now FlyQuest, I think with the Baron buff, are almost unassailable by CLG. CLG will do an insane amount of work to not die here, and FlyQuest, one pick, and even without that, probably means the game's going to end pretty soon. The FlyQuest is just going for it, straightforward. Moon looking for Stixay maybe, so just trying to siege up these turrets. Moon actually going to get locked up here by Darshan. Bubble's good from Aphromoo, but so tanky with the help of Orianna.
Yeah, with the double shield from Karma and Orianna, he can just walk in and zone them like that. Plus his GA's back.
I was going to say, that makes sense. He took a lot of damage just running around in his ultimate inside there. Meanwhile, though, another wave of minions has arrived for the second push here. They should focus more on
Look
them.
again. Oh, Shockwave fire High deletes Smithy. And now FlyQuest going to start the fight. Darshan going to melt in the front lines as High getting chunked out by Hui, but it's not enough through the shields to take him down. Stixay can still try and carry the back of this fight, but Balls straight into Hui, takes down another carry. Now Stixay going to be the next one, shifts out over to his right-hand side, but FlyQuest already taken down the mid lane.
What a series! And it looks like FlyQuest are going to push us to that game number 5 to decide it.
Stixay already dead. High takes him down again. Arrow is going to force Aphromoo's flash. Moon is just going to zone him out. FlyQuest heading straight for the Nexus. They're going to get one more shot and try to push themselves through playoffs.
FlyQuest have just made this into an incredible series. Game 5, Silver Scrapes. CLG being pushed to the limit.
Whew. I mean, Lemon Nation said it. It's only 3 matches. At one point, it seemed like they might only get to play 1, but as far as he's concerned, they only have to win 3 best-of-5s. And if they're down 0-2, still haven't lost.
I have to say, Moon's Rengar is rising in priority in this series draft phase, I have to say. I mean, the Aurelion Soul definitely should stay on FlyQuest radar. And don't forget about that one. Sometimes in the long series, those end up going through. But maybe some more focus on the jungle.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. Or at least protect Huhi more, right? They're using this Rengar to pick on Huhi, and he had an incredible first 3 games. This one was pretty lackluster. He got put very far behind and was never able to really make it work.
It does feel like, again, the whole plan for Moon to get aggressive and then unlock High, that's worked out. I feel like 2 games in a row. Sure, High is doing work. He got his talent in Game 4 that kind of pushed him, Game 3 that pushed him through the Game 4, and now this Game 5. But that game, High just hung out, did what he needed to do in lane, and then Moon came, helped camp the lane with Altec and his arrows, and then that's one way to unlock your mid laner is just camp the enemy mid laner.
Altec and his arrows, man, just constantly hitting Huhi. Definitely credit due to him as well.
Yeah, he played really well. No QSS, no Mikhails, no cleanse, no answers.
Yeah, you might have some questions about that, but we're going to get some answers. For more on how FlyQuest tied up the series, let's hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 2-2. We go to Game 5. It's what we asked for. It's what we get. A very close series between these two squads. But as Kobe mentioned there, the Rengar pick for Moon here, a second time around, doing wonders for FlyQuest. You've got to imagine that that's going to be a highly contested pick and what has already been a very interesting champ select battle between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, we had both said that the reason that they're taking blue side is to take that Rengar first pick. They grab it, you show why it's so important to get that. And then the fact that they mentioned that Altec having good arrows, they snatched the Ashe away from 6A, who was doing pretty good on it. So I think it was a smart adaptation there as well to take that 80 carry.
Yeah, it also gave them a decent amount of engage tools where they could just keep going for picks, because you're not going to have a top lane tank when you're getting quadra banned on Balls and then having a top laner taken away from you. And they still found a Renekton in there, which Balls was still able to do some work on.
I will say, though, I did appreciate the fact that, once again, CLG kind of completely switched up those bans, whereas they had been throwing the AD-focused mid lane bans in the prior 3 games. This time around, at least attacking the top lane, although it didn't work this time around.
Yeah, ban the Rumble, you don't really have to ban the other 2 ADs. In mid.
I do think it's a little strange, though, because I think if you want to ban things away from Balls, it should be for comp reasons, not for, like, trying to get, like, force him on the champion he's not going to be great at. Like, he'll find
not necessarily the top performer on the team already. You don't need to take him down to his second-tier pick.
They don't win through Balls. They win through High and Moon. And once again, High and Moon get champions that they're very comfortable on, and they have engaged tools to back it up. And so while you might generate, like, an advantage or hold Balls down a little bit from his peak performance, that's not really the avenue for winning.
Yeah, and you talked about how they win through Moon and High. Moon got the Rengar, was able to have an enormous performance on this entire game, but also they were able to shut down Huhi, who I think has been so far the best player in the series on a consistent level. Game 3, highest damage. Game 1, took it over with Aurelion Sol. Game 2 was able to actually do well in that mid lane matchup. And now they're playing through mid, and they're shutting him down.
There they are on the screen behind you, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of that Rengar play that you were talking about here. Just a bit of a highlight reel for Moon. But funnily enough, this series almost has echoed his entire Split's performance, where games 1 and 2 wasn't really as where you wanted him to be, but here in games 3 and 4, a heck of a lot more dominant and kind of reminiscent of those early weeks Moon that we remember.
Right, and he's always been a little bit of a confidence-driven player. Back when he was having those great early season performances, he was really confident about his play, and now he's had a couple good games on Rengar. You got to think his confidence is at an all-time high right now. And this is one of the positions that people identify with as a potential mismatch for CLG, where they're saying Moon, if one person's really going to get the better of his matchup, they thought it would be the jungle. And now you're seeing what happens when Smithy is getting taken advantage of in this early game. His jungle, all those skirmishes were jungle fights on his side, where FlyQuest was bringing the action to hold him down.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about with my predictions at the beginning of the day, is if there's anything that's going for FlyQuest, it's really that jungle mismatch, where I think Moon is a better performer than Xmithy, and he can take over the game on a regular basis if he's on the right champions there. And that's totally what he did this game. And to consider that this guy is playing in playoffs for, I believe, the first time here, and maybe played with Energy back in the day, but I think that Moon has a kind of a reputation for not doing well under pressure, but now, ever since he's been on FlyQuest, best split that he's ever had in the NALCS, because he has High kind of leading him, and now he has the confidence booster of High alongside him in the reverse sweep possibility.
Right, I think if I want anybody next to me in a 5th game on the stage, it probably is High. I mean, we've seen through just mic checks and whatnot how confident he is going into games and what he can do to diffuse tension for his team.
I mean,
I honestly think that is one of the most important things, to be able to diffuse tension.
When we were on stage saying, like, oh, they have some rookies, they might choke, like this kind of stuff, he's behind us heckling us for our opinions. Yeah, High was heckling us on stage in the pregame. So you see that this guy is like willing to do whatever it takes to get his teammates amped up and ready to play.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is if your leader is going to sit there and like take those things and be like, don't care about them, but actually be like, they're wrong, is like when High actually got fined for, throwing the middle finger at Worlds. It's like, the guy is actually just trying to help his team out and be like, don't listen to that guy. We have this. We've got this. Don't let that affect your confidence. And when we're talking about FlyQuest maybe not being up to snuff against CLG, he's definitely putting us in our place right now with the play that he's putting on the field.
Yeah. Maybe you guys could tell me how good I am at my job every once in a while. Huh?
No.
All right.
You're
but at the end of the day, we're going to Game 5, and let's recall what we were talking about at the very beginning of the day, the shot-calling matchup between Aphromoo and High. Aphromoo has been quoted as saying the 2 hardest people to call against, and in particular in 5-game series, are High and Mata. Well, guess what? You made it to the 5th game. I can only imagine the mental exhaustion, what you're going through, having had 2 losses sustained in a row here as a shot caller for Aphromoo. Yes, he's got a lot of experience, and I have to imagine a level of composure, but you can't deny that there's some tension, stress, and weight on these guys' shoulders now as they have to pull together one more victory to go to the semifinals.
I think the big thing is to look at the early game, get Smithy out of the first 15 minutes of the game, not super far behind Moon. Game 3, sure, maybe a fluky level 1, but Game 2, he really just got abused by the better mid-jungle synergy between High and Moon. So that's something that they really have to find a way to get into that mid-game more evened out.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the thing, is the jungle mismatch right now being the biggest one. I don't think that top lane, you have to throw as many bans at it. It's not as much of a mismatch as you would think because you're able to play a little bit more defensive. And when Darshan's on a tank like Nautilus, you have pretty much no advantage in that top lane. So you are going to have to look for something else across the map for CLG, or counter, play to mid, ward mid, make sure nothing happens, and Smithy gets freed up later.
Well, with the onus on CLG, they're lucky to have side selection here, so we'll see what they go with in setting themselves up for a good Game 5. We got to take a quick break, but you won't want to go anywhere because Q, the Silver Scrapes, we're going to Game 5.
Be-doo-doop, be-woo-whoop, be-woo-whoop, boo-doo-doop.
It's even worse than I thought it would be.
Oh my God.
Watch us, Josh the hook. I'm ulting.
I can't see.
Graves is dead, we're fine. Nautilus. Send, help.
I got you.
Okay. Tired.
Don't overdrive. Hey, don't lose shit.
We're fine.
We can add.
Syndra.
Nice.
I can shield you, boss. Careful.
Just
Push. Protect.
We
got this one, okay, guys? Yeah, we win, guys.
Well, last time we played CLG, I believe they 2-0'd us, so at the very least, I would have the nice feeling of revenge of getting them back for beating us earlier. And on top of that, that would signal our flight to Vancouver, because then we'd be in the top 4. And the top 4 get to play in Vancouver, and I really want to be able to do that. Because one of my teammates, Johnny, is from Vancouver, and it'd be cool, you know? I want to go see his hometown. I've never been there.
That's super nice stuff from Hai, you know. He's always very supportive of his teammates. And turns out CLG did 2-0 them again, but 2-0's not enough for the best of 5.
Well, welcome back here to the game decider between FlyQuest and CLG. We have, surprise, surprise, a goal in the distance. Highlam is on a team in a best of 5. Somehow we have a 5th game. I don't know how this keeps happening.
It's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, the first 2 games were so dominant from CLG. I thought it was going to be the clean 3-0, but, you know, a great level 1, gets them some momentum. They close out that game, and the next game was just really smart planning in the early game with the double camp leash, plus great play throughout the rest.
Yeah, winning lanes with the Rengar. Those are all things that came together to really get this early game ball rolling for FlyQuest.
Well, let's see what happens here in Champs League, because this is a crucial one to get correct here. CLG on the blue side for this final game. FlyQuest over on the red. Malzahar ban, Aurelion Sol ban. These are all the things we expect. The questions are, what are the adaptations moving into this first phase of bans? Because Rengar is just sticking out on the FlyQuest side as something CLG don't want to give away. And there's even a change here. Rumble banned 2nd by CLG.
Well, they do have side selection here, and that is the advantage. FlyQuest, knowing the importance of Rengar, which is 4-0 now in this series, it's going to get taken away. So that is a change in the pick bans. They're going to have to leave something else open. Perhaps Camille.
Yeah, definitely a lot of top lane options still left on the table. Oh, there goes one of them. Shen off the table. Would CLG even be willing to first pick a Nautilus if it was left up, though? I
think they take Camille, but we'll see. Like, I mean, Nautilus is open. The Lulu would have been an easy first pick for CLG, but that's gone. So, you know, now they're kind of forcing them into that choice. Balls also has not had a lot of success on Camille, so you could leave it open, saying, "Hey, you can't really play it."
Yeah. First pick Graves is apparently the answer for CLG. So we'll see what FlyQuest want to do here for their first 2 picks of this final game.
I mean, the Nautilus is up, and I think that balls on tanks has been really good for them. That being said, you know, they showed success with both the Renekton as well as the Rumble already.
And you've essentially already given over the better jungler to CLG. Are you willing to also give away this top laner that has been banned out time and time again? Because if you do not pick it here, you know, it's not guaranteed that Darshan will, but certainly has the ability to and has had some good carry performances.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, maybe FlyQuest want Darshan on a slower moving champion, so it takes them longer to join up with the rest of the team. Tank isn't very effective if he's not there at the beginning of the fights.
And if you do lock in that Camille, Poppy is available. We have seen FlyQuest run that matchup before as well, so that is something that they could look at.
Well, I like this from FlyQuest, actually, just straight picking the duo lane that performed so well in the final game and continuing to take Ashe away from Stixxay. So Karma, Ashe there, their first 2 picks. CLG, if they want Camille, probably have to pick it now.
I do expect us to see a Poppy come out if this is the option. A Nautilus would be strong here too, but I do think that FlyQuest has shown the propensity to pick that matchup, even when Camille was super overpowered.
Yeah, especially after the nerfs to Camille coming in, I definitely think that is a matchup they're willing to take. CLG, though, if they do lock it in, and they do, looking to commit to that split push style. I mean, Camille does still take a little bit of help to get through the early game. It's just, you know, once you get those items coming through, well, it really takes off.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see FlyQuest phase 2 bans as well after the next pick here, because although Stixxay lost, he did more than, I think, triple the damage of the Ashe last game. He was very close to actually taking over that game on Ezreal. He was very, very strong. And, you know, do you target things like the Caitlyn, like the Ezreal, trying to take Stixxay off one of those threats? Because if that was a closer game as far as gold, I think he does take
I think so as well, but there's an army for CLG to go with the Camille, and Renekton is actually the pick that balls wants, not the tankier pick like the Poppy. They continue to ban Vlad away as well, so Stixxay will have an 80 carry option open in either Ezreal or Caitlyn unless they horrendously misclick in their phase 2 bans.
And I do think that Renekton can match up well with Camille, especially if you, as long as you're not behind by Trinity Force time. I think you do very well in the early game. You can be quite strong. You still have extremely powerful gank assist and can set that up.
And then a couple more jungle bans coming in against Moon, but Moon is the guy who has the Pocket Evelyn. Definitely has the Gragas still, has been one of my favorites actually of his champions that he can definitely delve into. So I don't think these bans are gonna hurt him that much.
No, but it would be very exciting to see something like that Evelyn come out in a game 5 if he has confidence on it, or to see if he goes to Shanko. Yeah, I was going there next. If Kobe gets tilted.
Well, there's Ariana actually banned for CLG, so I really like that little ban here. I think they're going to counterpick for high, but it kind of depends on what they're thinking of playing. If they're also trying to hide a jungle pick, they'll probably want to counterpick it as well. So should tell us a lot about what FlyQuest want to do here.
And they've taken away one of the safer blind pick mid laners. So if you wanted to leave your jungle for last, that is now made more difficult.
He's doing it. Straight to Evelyn. I mean, it makes sense. Moon, he's performed so many times on this champion. If you're in this sort of situation, you know that your whole team, but especially your leader high, is just saying, dude, you're great at Evelyn, just pick it. We're going to win this game.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what build he goes with, too, because Evelyn has a lot of options. It's very easy to be flexible in it.
I was going to say, I want to see a gunblade!
That's where I was leaning towards. He could go super offensive with it. Stixxay, one of the old specials here for him, definitely regaining a bunch of ground after the buffs to Blade of the Ruin King and everything.
Loves to build that first. And you can play some pretty unique builds as far as the lifesteal tank type setups on that Kalista.
Game 5, forcing out some more.
Oh, Echo!
Here, baby. Oh, and he's Echo. The champion they pulled off their double TP play with, and one of the assassins that he has been very good at taking over team fights with as well.
CLG has made a clear statement with this draft. This is a 1-3-1 setup. Yeah. You have your Kalista to keep your Nami safe, your Nami to disengage for your other.
All right, here we go.
You have the 1-3-1, 2 assassins in the mid lane.
We finally get High to have his assassin matchup, and he's the one to take the challenge.
Well, Talon for High is going to be the final pick for FlyQuest, and this draft couldn't signify the styles of these teams anymore.
Game 5, baby. It really brings out what people feel comfortable on. What are you going to go to in crunch time?
It's a beautiful thing, seeing all these players bring out these picks in the most important game of the season for them.
And that will test the macro play of CLG, their cool under pressure, the elegant play they've shown for so long, versus the raw aggression of FlyQuest. They've won the last 2 games going full steam ahead. I don't know what speed is above that for this team, but they will show us here in this game.
One thing I do want to say is the importance of Evelyn's start is made even more important by the fact that the rest of his team is all AD. He needs to be a solid AP threat so his team cannot itemize very easily towards mass ninja tabis and things like that.
Plus, High is all in with this mid lane assassin style. He's taking Ignite, whereas Echo almost always will take that teleport and have more options later into the game. Parkour is great for getting across the map fast, but teleport's better.
Yeah. And that's, once again, towards the split push, right? They want the 1-3-1 game. CLG does not need to really make something happen in the early game, I feel like. There's much more pressure on FlyQuest. CLG should look to play safe, farm it out, set up their 1-3-1. FlyQuest needs the aggression, and they need it early.
And these teams would not have it any other way in a final game, but only one of them can win.
Oh, really?
So we'll see whose style is going to look a lot
best
better
of
here.
7. Let's keep going.
Don't do that to Elimination. He's got the 3 things so down pat. 3 games, 3 matches, 1 last game here. CLG FlyQuest all the way to game number 5.
So interesting, too, when you have series push to game 5 like this, in the possible setups for the reverse sweep, is FlyQuest really able to keep it going? They have, people talk about momentum all the time, and they're definitely feeling more confident with recent wins. But CLG, no, this is the last stand and their last chance at getting further in the playoffs.
And also repeating their MSI success from last year. That was, the peak of CLG success was MSI last year. They need to win here to keep going, to fight for that dream.
Well, it looks like their future opponents are already weighing in on the result of this potential game. Both Bjergsen and Hornso, who these teams will play.
Well, CLG is actually coming down to collapse here.
Really nice here. Who are we going to start it off? Elimination. The triple flash force already for FlyQuest. CLG trying to get the damage done early. Smithy not quite enough bullets left. Ebb and Flow is there, but the Rake going to force them back.
CLG looking to get some early kills for themselves there, but everybody does get out alive. Flashes in mid lane.
Don't say it too soon.
Yeah.
Elimination, gonna get the Q
They're
down.
gonna get flanked though. This is super dangerous from CLG.
And it's 130 now. Minions are already coming down.
Moon is in, the damage is good. Afro's gonna be forced to flash away. Moon doesn't follow flash. So aggressive from everyone here at level 1.
Okay, so both supports, no flash. The Talon, though, critically as well. No flash in the mid lane. Could definitely take away a lot of the pressure that he likes to play with. The other thing is that Evelyn does get, fairly damaged clearing the jungle and got harassed pretty early on, going for the wraparound gank there to get that flash off the bottom lane. See if Moon goes for this. One thing you can do to get a lot of life back, starting that talisman, you just press the Q as you walk by the raptors. There's so many of them. It tags the health steal on every single one. You don't kill them. Just walk away and let the health come in.
Yeah, Moon actually cleared the wolves already and still has smite, so should safely take these raptors, or might even go to red. Great ward from CLG has spotted Moon out though. That's really important information against an Evelyn. Hui just harassing down onto high, but that time winder doesn't quite connect.
And look for Hui to really play the early stages aggressively, try to push with his Q, and then try to get a decent amount of gold and base. But it's an all-in in the bot lane. Elimination with no flash.
Ignite down first blood. 6A CLG on the board, but there's a trade kill. Alta gets one back, and he's got a flash. He might go after Afro here.
Stixxay had his flash. He could have backed off and still going forward.
I'm just trying to think what he was thinking was going to happen right there with the auto attack trading. But in the end, 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, it's the bubble from Afro. He's been so on point with those this series. Triggers the all-in. And Stixxay, I think he's just accepting his death there.
Yeah. You're like, maybe he could go for like the flashback, auto onto that minion and try to hop backwards. But yeah, maybe I just accepted it.
And I do think if you think there's no way to get out there, it's actually better to not trade flashes and just give up your death, keep your flash alive against someone like the Evelyn and the Talon.
Alright, just going to clean these minions out of the way. A lot of mana being expended by both of these assassins. Level 4 there for both of them as well, so things looking even there.
Yeah, and that does go in Hui's favor. If you can actually just make it a wave clear game, just push it back and forth, because you will be the one to push out the final wave, teleport back, and try to come back here with an item advantage. But Smithy's coming down.
There's so much aggression. Stixxay's only level 2 and now. Artek's being caught. Good flash going to get him out to safety, but he will not be so lucky next time.
Yeah, Stixxay did a good job chasing him up into the river there, right into Smithy's waiting arms and getting a free summoner for himself, plus denying a bunch of minions. This is in a very good spot for their duo lane on the bottom side, and it makes it fairly risky for Altec.
And Moon moving around here, getting some vision down. He does have the early Hunter's Talisman. He's going to come back and try to capitalize on this TP. Hui moving up, could be in some trouble, has summoners.
Waiting, but now he's going to move in for it. Damage is there. Hui already phase dives away. Not quite enough, but really well played.
And while that didn't look close at all, if he took one more step forward and High gets the Q onto him with the Ignite up, that's at least a flash. So Hui was very quick there, responded well.
Yeah, he knows the wave is going to push towards him, and he's going to wait around. You can see us with Time Winder just fine. Moon didn't want to sit there forever and wait for a commitment, or else he'd get very far behind in the jungle.
See, Altec definitely playing scared without that flash. Stixxay getting a control ward down that he bought from that early first blood gold and actually clears the vision completely out from under FlyQuest bottom lane. So Smithy's repeat, if he wants it, could be very successful. Otherwise, FlyQuest just forced to play back now.
And you have to be so careful against the Kalista because she can chase you down with that all-in, especially because of the speed-ups and the slowdowns that Nami offers for the Kalista.
And now we get into kind of a difficult situation for the Evelyn because Graves is going to power farm better than an Evelyn can ever. But there's so much pressure for him to create something, a laning advantage because of that fact. And right now he's waiting around bottom. We kind of talked about how he didn't want to wait around forever. He'll fall behind in farm, and that is kind of happening. He was shadowing down bottom here for the last like 20 seconds, even though his Krugs are up, and Smithy is just base, back out to farming, base, back out to farming.
And look at the sense that CLG has that he is around here. They know they pushed it in, so they do not need to move up to force the minion wave. That CS will come to them. So they back off, they play it very safe, because they know that Moon must make something happen. Do not give him an easy gank. Make him force it and put him in a bad spot.
Yep, so much of the last 2 games for FlyQuest have been about Moon's early success, so keeping the Evelyn down in the early game when she's strongest is absolutely vital. Hui diving him back onto High as well, but High back in there with a bit of a bleed.
Yeah, pretty critical there to get back the end of that trade. Level 6 now, 4 high.
And it is a very interesting matchup because both of these champions rely on that third hit.
That was a great shot.
Smithy's around here.
Smithy going in, but High actually going to get aggressed on there by Smithy. Parkours over the wall, but there's the W going to follow him. High back over the next wall. I don't really know where he can go, but he's going to try and get himself out.
He can try and time it out to go for an execute as well if he fakes them out here, or just go for the escape.
Lemon Nation here to save him. CLG over. Oh, he got the slow, but he's got enough walls to get out. Honey Fruit pops, and High gets out.
They do get the flash, though, and Hui will be able to have the push here. So that is still something gained for CLG.
Look, Smithy might even be waiting. Doesn't see the next leap. Has level 6, but blue buff is up here for High. He's probably going to lose it with CLG starting it up.
They do have to be a little bit careful. One of the tendencies Smithy has had is he has a tremendous amount of alone deaths. He is supported by the team here now, though, so we'll be able to take away that blue buff.
Gonna smite it away, likely donate the next one over to Who Here's Moon is looking with level 6. High gonna try and make something happen. And he's embraced down. Who gonna dive back in onto Moon. TP committed for CLG. Is gonna cancel it. Moon just burns the ulti and walks away.
It was matched critically, so neither team comes out with that TP advantage.
Balls has almost always matched. As soon as anyone sees a TP, I feel like they're making the call and he instantly matches, because that's so many times this series. Whenever Darshan starts it out, Balls is right there to answer, and then we'll just cancel it right after.
And I think especially between these two teams, they have such a willingness to commit to these crazy all-in team fights. If that's about to break out, you cannot afford to be late at all. So he's willing to not make the greedy play and always match.
Nice stuff there. Again, Balls just has so much experience playing with his two teammates, High and Lemon, and now a season with all of FlyQuest.
And against this very guy. I mean, Darshan and Balls have been playing against each other in the top lane in North America for years.
Blue buff over the two here, so the early smite from Smithy not going to cost him anything. Timeline going to snag it. And now going to walk back to mid lane. Serrated Dirk done by he's booking it back down, but Hui in a really good spot here in that mid lane again, just shoving it up. He's going to have the teleport back up in 45 seconds and can look to make some sort of side lane play. High. He wants to leave this lane where possible, but without the early start from especially his jungler, there's just not as many options for FlyQuest to be as aggressive.
And it's just the fact that Echo is always going to be pushing you in, is a very safe champion. He can match the roams as well with the TP, as he can also use the ultimate to get back to lane, so he has a lot of options to play around, although it would be risky against an assassin to use that ult to get back to lane.
Actually, pings here around the dragon area for FlyQuest even. They stop off on a couple of the wards, though, doing some vision work.
Altec with level 6, so good ultimate to add to the mix. 6A not quite there yet. You can see that push into the bottom lane really helping. FlyQuest, just really good positioning, are going to take this.
And Infernal Drake in this game with damage-oriented junglers, damage-oriented top laners, assassins in the mid lane is very big.
Done there for Balls onto Darshan. Zips out of the way from under that second Q, I believe. And it looks like our next Drake is in line with the tension of the series, because Infernal number 2 will be on the way shortly.
Yeah, puts even more pressure on it. I will say that the early game has gone the way that CLG would like it to. They're the ones who want to set up a split push. They're the ones, I think, that have the better setup for the late game, with Camille starting to outscale that Rengar in the 1v1. You know, Hui with a teleport to split push. So things are looking nice for them in that regard, but FlyQuest obviously right in there.
Big amount of damage from Darshan, actually. Balls trading nicely, but looks like his jungler is not behind him. That's
have Camille ult.
Balls does have his splash, but he's got to use it carefully. Now Camille ult is going to lock him down. He pops his ultimate, but he's got no help here. Darshan maybe going to get low here. Balls going to try and fight it out, but he doesn't have it. Smithy snags the kill.
Looked like he accepted his death there as well. Didn't want to burn the flash in attempted escape, because the flashes from CLG could come through after that as well. And Moon will at least be able to soak up that farm. Actually, Balls has his teleport, so that would create a desync if he decides to use it. They could just make the call, hey, Moon, soak this wave, and I'll walk my way over there if they really feel like having that teleport will be important for the bottom lane, which is crucial.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Especially, you know, when you only have one teleport against double TP, it feels really bad if you don't have either available, because you can very easily send your jungler bot, double TP on a wave, and look for that 5-man dive.
Well, it looks like Balls is going to let Moon have a bit of that XP and move his way back, holding that teleport. Moon with the Runic Echoes. Now, Finish goes back with a controller, but again, he's just been farming, which is fine, and he's got a good amount of CS, but still not affecting the lanes just yet.
One cool little thing to note in this bot lane is the positioning of Aphromoo. He is standing intentionally ahead of Stixxay for that incoming Ash Arrow anytime that they could be at risk for having that come in. That's because you can use the Fate's Call from Callisto to pull out your support and save him. So although he doesn't have a cleanse or something, look at how he's standing. He's always there to soak up that incoming arrow.
Soaks up Poke as well, as you can see, as Moon actually did sneak down here. Xmithy, though, also in the area. Hawkshot going to seek it, try and get some information. Does spot Xmithy, but Moon is just creeping forward on the Evelyn.
If they go for this, they have to kill someone very fast because Smithy is near and there's 2 TPs available, but Moon is behind them. This looks like a great setup.
Arrow in onto Aphromoo, but now they're going to go after Stixxay. Knockup comes in, but it's not quite enough. As Altec flashes
Here's
forward.
the double TP.
Isn't quite going to go, but Stixxay almost goes down. CLG looking to close it down as Stixxay gets assassinated by Lemon. High makes his way down, but the Echo's already killed the AD carry. High gets stunned in the parallel convergence.
Balls actually went for the teleport interruption rather than the teleport answer this time around, which is very intelligent move because now they do have that extra cooldown, and in the end, both AD carries being traded. High was able to make his way down there eventually with his parkour, but actually, I do think that was favorable for FlyQuest considering both teleports for CLG now on cooldown.
And more bot lane summoners were expended. You know, CLG with a quick disengage, but Moon honestly set this up so well, getting fully behind the CLG bot lane, and
he walked back in after he had escaped, and Lemon Nation nails him with the empowered Q right there.
And you just feel the pressure that Stixxay is under. I mean, he is one of the stars, if not the star of CLG. He's such a good carry player. But he got first blood, but it was a trade kill. He's the first one to go down in that fight, and he knows he's kind of getting picked on. Like, the pressure is on this guy's shoulders, and he's performed before, but it's tough looking.
Definitely still have to, you know, give the respect to the support players as well, even though it's just a Karma over there. Just a Karma, able to thread the needle and make sure it's a 1v1.
Those Mantra Soul players are very, very powerful. It's interesting to look over at Huhi and how defensively he is itemizing. He's picking up, you know, the Ninja Tabbies, the Seekers, and going the most defensive part of the Proto Belt with that Kindle Gem. So he's going to be very hard for High to take out. He just wants to slow down the game, slow down the progression, and get into the side lanes.
And he still had enough damage to clean up the kill on the bottom side. So it didn't cost him not building the extra damage so far.
Gets the bleed. Xmithy here in the mid lane, though. Shadow Assault out. Just going to get him to safety, but good bit of pressure. Again, Xmithy really been in the right places for a lot of these lane trades.
And look at this. They are attacking balls once again. He has a ward this time around, though, so he can see them come for this collapse. I don't know about this pressure on turrets. They could actually bring a red buff Graves to destroy it pretty quickly.
And one of the nice things about a play like this is Hui does not fully commit. They back him off, and now they have zoned balls off the XP. But High's going bot side, trying to make a counterplay.
True to FlyQuest style, they're going to go for a play on the opposite side of the map. Actually, Balls snuck in there, too, to defend.
He's going to find him on the Krog. Jagged is embraced down on the Stixxay. Moon flashes forward. He needs the kill. There's a knockup going to happen, but High takes out Stixxay. Afro falls as well. High collects the double kill on Balls. Is he going to barely get away from this game? Xmithy goes in. The tower damage, not enough. Xmithy gets the trade kill.
Moon played that so well. He actually flashed over the Nami wave, avoiding that stun, allowing them to clean up the double kill.
And Altec shooting that angle down out to the outside, almost misses, but it ends up clipping Aphromoo as well. And they're able to pick up the kills and turret on the opposite side. What a trade.
It is the first turret, but that said, CLG may clean up 2 turrets here. So fighting back, they should come away with a gold lead.
But still a trade, though, because Infernal's up in 5. High able to save that turret, but Fly are likely to get the next drag. In fact, Lemon Nation gonna force a flash onto Huhi. Now snared up. High needs to get in there, but the ulti's down. That's gonna seal his down. I think Shadow Assault's in. Lemon Nation gets another kill.
Lemon Nation is on a rampage here. Ganks mid lane, gets the flash, the ult, and the kill onto Huhi. Wow, they get Infernal Drake #2. This game is out of control.
Yeah, Huhi just got his hand caught in the cookie jar. He wanted to finish off that last bit of health on the turret. Not only does he not do that, but he's not there to fight for the Infernal. The double scaling advantage will be so big, and here's this play again on bot side. CLG a little bit unlucky to get caught here, and watch the flash from Moon over the tidal wave. Does not get stunned. So well done.
The Evelyn invisibility really the key here because they saw High coming and he throws the bubble. He's able to lock up High, but didn't account for the Evelyn. They sweep around the outside and they're able to pick them both up due to that arrow hitting as well.
The fact that High grabbed both the kills here too is pretty much exactly where you'd want to go. You know, get it snowballing on that Gary.
Yeah, from CLG's perspective, if they are to snowball right back into this one because the gold lead is very close. The big differences are those Infernal Drakes. If they are able to get back in this one, it's going to need to be off of, this Camille scaling, right? Her Trinity Force is getting pretty close. Has the Tiamat. They focused on that side, and they're still focusing on that side.
Ultimatum still there. Balls just can't get out in time. He tries to dash away, but Darshan is going to chase it down. Good bit of healing, but Darshan still gets the kill again.
It is becoming a bit problematic that they're not actually defending balls on the top side. They are trying to roam up and make a counter play. We'll see if they can catch him.
This game is just full of pain trains now. Everybody goes up to the top side after he dies. Now they're going right back mid as they are alerted to the roam.
It's never a fair fight, Kobe.
Well, Xmithie has done a great job helping pressure these lanes. You can see 2-0-2 involved in almost every kill for this early part of the game for CLG, but FlyQuest still a team that will play in your face for as long as possible. High skulking down towards that bottom side, looking for a target. Moon doing the same. This is the tag team that's going to carry FlyQuest through this mid-game.
Yeah, definitely true. And it just reiterate Azel's point earlier about the armor stacking as a possibility. It is crucial that Moon does get some of the gold here to be that AP threat. Already you can see 4 Ninja Tabbies are purchased here on CLG's side. They did not hesitate.
No, not at all. And Darshan, while he is going to build aggressive first, likely seem to try Force and then probably get something like a Titanic, you can build tanky after that. And you can stand up very well to the rest of these members.
Moon hoping someone else walks past, but Altec is going to pressure this turret. Hurricane not quite there yet. In fact, both AD carries should be starting their builds in a very similar fashion. Blade of the Ruined King's done. Runen's on the way next. There's a proto belt now done for Huhi. Although we're still looking again for Darshan Trinity Force, Flight Cleaver done for balls, and the BF Sword again for High, so looking for a lot of that early damage. If FlyQuest can find the right targets, High especially will just destroy them.
And the one-on-one between Huhi and High is going to be so critical. If someone can get this big edge in that unlocks the split push completely for them.
Interesting allocation here as FlyQuest opt to rotate 2 up to the top side. Try and get some pressure onto Darshan, but their middle turret is so low, I don't know if High alone could hold that. That's like 1 auto attack from 6 and maybe 2. He scares him off though as the roam comes back down from the top squad.
Yeah, both sides kind of bail out of the play as Darshan is able to clear it out. Then High, with the rest of the members missing, can threaten that engage too. So both teams playing with a lot of respect for the other team. This is game 5. There's so much additional pressure on the line. One poor decision can cost you the game, and oftentimes that can make players play at a more measured pace.
Yep. Love game 5 full of all DPS champions.
True. It looks like High goes back down towards that bottom lane to match Huhi. This is kind of the framework CLG want for that 1-3-1, so this should get better as the game goes longer. High, though, right now, looks to have some sort of 1v1 advantage, but he can't see what the rest of CLG are.
Definitely can. Another thing I'd like to track is, will Aphromoo go for an earlier Mikhail's this game? He never picked one up last game. We don't have QSS. The Ash arrows were insane from Altec last game, and I do think that Mikhail's can be quite powerful to help with that.
Buy Mikhail's, save a life. Altec has been very accurate with those arrows from an abnormally long range as well. We'll see if he does get more of those shots. I mean, he's got a lot of Fog of War to fire them from. One thing about the ward coverage of FlyQuest, they've protected their territory very well. And if you shoot the arrow from your Fog of War, it really does increase your chances a lot with being able to land those. So much more difficult for the CLG members to dodge.
High's actually going to move towards the top side of the map, maybe due to the fact that Darshan looking strong with that Trinity Force now finished for Camille. Black Cleaver also now just picked up for Xmithie. There's a Drake up in a minute 5, so FlyQuest, see if they can continue their run on that objective, or if CLG and that 3-lane pressure is going to start to really cause problems now that we're 20 minutes into the game.
Definitely true. Both teleports are ready for CLG. Even though the 2 Infernals are there for FlyQuest, the gold is fairly even. And it does okay, that one not going to find a spark.
Good attempt though.
Narrowest of margins keeping 6A alive there. He was gone if that hits.
Yeah, Moon was there as well for follow-up. He's been really good about sitting in the correct part of the lane and kind of doing what he needs to do.
And actually, The Triforce now being done on Darshan means Ball's time in this one-on-one is kind of over. It becomes very difficult to match up with that power spike, and the additional true damage coming out with that Triforce proc is so big.
Exactly. That's why we can kind of see him hugging the turret instead. But
goes in. Straight in onto it, but Stixay pops the blade high. Actually gets bubbled up.
DB's coming in.
Darshan going to make it first over the looks of things. They are going to both complete. There's Huhi, excuse me. Darshan already here, and now Boss. That's going to run away. Power Convergence going to set it up, but there's Boss diving straight back into it. Huhi, he's going to look to go down, but he also keeps himself safe high. Tries to get onto Stixay, but it's not quite enough as he flashes back forward. Stixay so low. Bubble hits on the high. Outtake in the front line. Stixay takes down high. Darshan, he's going to die to the volley. Tags him through the Raptors. Another one for one trade.
This is a sick game. What a team fight. Holy moly. All the flashes being blown there.
They're still sticking around.
Oh my goodness. The 1-1 trade. Turret's going down.
Gonna get aggressive. FlyQuest outtake caught by a bubble. Moon gonna run a screen to try and cover for his AD carry. This should mean the end of the siege, but we'll see. FlyQuest playing crazy.
That's what I like to see. Everybody taking lots of damage. Flashes in and out there. Just barely trading the kills.
Yeah. Almost every flash expended from FlyQuest there, going in, going out, such a close fight. Alltech, hold up!
No, Moose not quite far enough forward, and now Stixay gonna look to take him down. Arrow does land and takes a couple of turret shots, but
TP in
here's
from
the
Darshan.
second TP. Darshan makes it down.
That's gonna be great.
I mean, they stay for the Drake, and that's what cost FlyQuest that kill.
Aphromoo on the Nami has landed so many Aqua Prisons, and this one, the confidence to go for that flash onto Alltech, earns them an objective. All right, we all need to calm down a little bit, I guess.
That's what this is telling us. Everyone relax.
The Aqua Prison is actually deceptively hard to hit, too. Like,
It's super hard to hit.
Yeah.
If you play Nami one time, you're like, how does anyone land any of these? Without slows on someone before them, it's definitely difficult. Good flash there from Aphromoo. Gets Alltech. Whew.
And you know, it's kind of nice to have a spot to just let some of the tension slide away, at least briefly. We'll get news on what exactly is happening, but we do have a pause here. And I mean, it's kind of funny that this is the only time in the series so far we've had a pause, but I think it's fitting given the situation. And I think the thing I really love about Best of 5 is it tests all your skills. And we're expecting shot calling to be a big thing in the series. We test mechanics, we test macro. What's your drafting like? How good are you at adapting? But
team fighting.
More than anything else, Best of 5s test your heart. And these two teams have so much experience that, I mean, we're going to see really what these teams are made of.
I mean, you know, saying test your heart sounds kind of funny,
That's
but it's
some Captain
very
Planet stuff.
It's very true because it's one of those things where team morale, right? That is so massive in a best of 5. If you allow your team to feel defeated, it's so easy to have a landslide defeat, and you need to stay motivated. You need to keep up the confidence in your practice.
That's why we've emphasized so many times the importance of how many veterans are on both of these squads. CLG, you know, one of the squads that's been together the longest. High, Balls, and Lemon Nation as a trio have played almost their whole careers together, and definitely showing up pretty big in this best of 5.
They certainly are, and they just have so much experience to lean on from being in tough situations time and time again. They were able to pull it back. You know, they know that they can do it, and they have the faith in their team to be able to execute on these plays and to play, you know, risky comps with high barriers of execution. Eve Talon in Game 5. We're back at it.
Let's look at this crazy fight again.
Yeah, let's take a look. All right, so that was one Aqua Prison onto High to delay this for the teleports. Now, Balls didn't want to cancel this because then his team would be left with odd numbers, but completing it does open him up to a decent amount of harassment. Then they almost stun lock Kuki there. Everybody gets out of his ultimate when he goes back in.
Yeah, and High even W flashing in for more damage does get picked off, and it ends up being a trade. It's such a close fight.
And what killed High? Another Aqua Prison from Aphromoo.
And then the initial play does continue. They're trying to force down. It ended up being Alltech that was caught off that, which resulted in CLG going towards the Dragon where we are now. At this pause, Game 5 here, 22 minutes in. It's really tight.
And I think it is important to highlight Aphro's play has been exceptional on the Nami all series long. And High, you know, kind of doing what he needs to do. Certainly looking a lot more comfortable now that his team's picked up some momentum. I know we called it the shot caller stream when we were looking at the old stream for the first 2 games, but that kind of undersells other qualities that these players have. Like, leadership is very important in moments like this, and that's the other thing that the captains of your team bring. It's, you know, being a cheerleader and boosting that morale. And once again, High and Aphro will be tested at every single level.
I really do like that distinction because these guys are two of the best in-game leaders and out-of-game leaders that we have ever had in the North American LCS.
Just a quick update as well. Altec had a problem with his screen, so that's what we're kind of investigating into. Apparently it froze. Very difficult to play when that happens. It happens to me a lot, but it's usually gray, so I don't really know about that bug. Seems a little weird.
Yeah, I get that bug too sometimes. I don't know.
The classic. Me, never. I've never actually. I don't know what you're
Never
talking
made a
about.
mistake. Never died. Don't know what it's like to lose. That's Kobe. All right, so, I mean, back to the state of the game, I do still think, despite the Infernal Dragons, if you choose, one team to kind of take their spot, I do think CLG is still in a better position, taking the compositions and their kind of goals in this game into consideration, setting themselves up well for the 1-3-1. They have a good amount of gold on both of their split pushers, and I think it's going to be more on FlyQuest still to execute on plays.
And even though, we keep talking about, there's so much damage in these games and all these guys are running these DBS champions, small amounts of armor are going to go a long way for the CLG squad. And you talk about the team comps, that might end up being a factor for them. That being said, it's not like there's a tremendous amount of diversification across the other side. So Lemon Nation as well got a lot of kills on the Karma so far, so he's going to add some magic damage. And I mean, both sides really are going to be packing those small amounts of armor and resistances.
Yeah, the armor is going to be very helpful. One thing where I do think it can make quite a difference is for guys like Altec. If Huhi can land a late game combo on you, and you don't have something like a Maw, like a Mercurial, like some of that magic resist, you can go down so fast. Like once Echo is at like Lichbane type status, it's ridiculous how much damage you can do.
When there's so many assassins and so many mobile champions in the game, it becomes very difficult to play one of those AD carries that doesn't have their own dash, that is one of those low mobility carries.
One of the things I also love about the combo that they have here is you use the Camille ult. It sets up very easily for the Echo stun. You're trapped in there. You cannot escape that follow-up, and that makes it even harder for a dashless AD carry.
It's right inside. It's just like playing blocks when you're 5 years old. Put the circle inside of the hexagon,
Certainly
right?
tough to get past. Looks like we are a couple of minutes, so not too far away from resuming the game. Looks like things are going well, fixing Altec's issue, whatever he was having there. I think we've talked a lot about kind of the compositions and the scaling. I'm kind of curious, like, what does a winning team fight look like for, say, FlyQuest? Because it seems difficult to break up the 1-3-1, and that's going to be the challenge moving into the late game.
It's catching someone with an Ash Arrow. It's getting flanks. It's full commitment to a fight while the split pushers are not there, or it's a collapse on the split pusher and taking them out. You need to be extremely decisive.
On top of that, one of the best qualities that Moon has displayed in the LCS this season especially is his flanking abilities. And I think that really does come from, being born as this Evelyn main player that has played like thousands of games of Evelyn and solo queue as his main champion. Forget all that stuff. Let's get back into the game.
All right, let's go. Drake over to CLG. They'll get their first of this game. It is an Ocean High trying to defend the push that's coming down the mid lane, but deflects that one pretty effortlessly. Darshan, they're going to get a turret, and things starting to open up for CLG. A gold lead now forming of almost 2,000.
And Darshan also is going towards Ravenous Hydra, not Titanic. That is more of a 1v1 build rather than the team fight burst. You sustain up, you can outlast and outtrade this Renekton.
Definitely true if you're not worried about getting 100 to zeroed, which I don't
Brave
think
man.
he is.
I mean, there's a Talon with a Dust Blade that's just finished, so we'll see just how brave Darshan can afford to be. But FlyQuest right now just kind of defending CLG's siege attempts here. So Scuttlecrab on the left side is going to go down over to them. FlyQuest without a Drake to play towards, probably moving their power towards this left side as well. High, I think it wants to be in a side lane, just kind of continue to farm and maybe catch somebody out. But again, CLG will have the advantage in the side lanes due to those 2 TPs, although which they do have right now.
Yeah, here's some of that flanking we're talking about from Moon. Trying to get in there from the side, but nobody's sticking out here for CLG. They know that everyone has to be careful for the initiation. Altec looking for the arrow.
Ooh, actually going in. That might be a little too far. Gonna jump in on him and do some damage. He's snared down, invulnerable with the Zhonya's. Gonna have to burn the ulti quickly. No, goes down to Moon.
A lot of it too far right there for who he goes right in on them. And, Altec holds on to the arrow because he knows that's a commitment. And if anyone else from CLG steps up, they'll get nailed.
He actually had so much time to ult back out of that. Like, that is an unacceptable death. I mean, he dove into that. You see there's 4 people there. You press R, you're back out.
They still get in for that one auto onto the turret. which is kind of curious. Altec does have Arrow. I mean, I know they sent high up to the top side to farm the minions, but they just let that one go down afterwards, and CLG still get money out of it.
Blue buff getting stolen as well. Darshan has really just taken over this right-hand side of the map. Gonna even get the Grump as he kind of waits for the wave to move back towards him. Balls is playing so far back towards that turret.
Yeah, and he has to. He's going to have to for the rest of the game unless he has that support, which can make it very difficult. And Huhi going down does allow High to have time up here on this top side, but CLG is moving up.
High actually just gonna dodge out of the way. I've solved the mystery, by the way. He didn't have his ultimate. It was barely not back.
Okay.
It didn't quite have it. Ulted back from base to get into the fight. I don't know why you dive that far if you don't have your ultimate, but it cost him a kill that seems very unnecessary.
Makes a lot of sense. I couldn't quite see that on the monitor, but you know, it's such an easy play to make.
Couple of low health turrets that FlyQuest have to choose between, and they're hovering between top side and bottom side right now, or mid lane right now. Both of those, if they just make a push for it or if they get a pick, there can be a pretty big swing in this game.
Especially with Baron on the map. And we know both these teams are willing to go for these very early Barons. FlyQuest has taken a lot of their wins in this series off of very aggressive Baron calls, and they will move straight towards it if they think they have a chance.
I mean, Kobe mentioned earlier he loves Game 5s with all DPS champions. That also means that the Baron is a very easy objective to take down, especially with the 2 Infernals there for FlyQuest and the Mountain Drake coming up as the next one. So we can look to that objective as well as Huhi and High facing up. But Smithy's here, going to leap into action. So is Moon, though. 2v2 backs off.
Both mid laners pulling their jungle cards. Haha, here's mine. Now you back off. No, you. Okay, everybody playing fairly cautiously here as they are able to take down the control ward. And you can tell, you know, CLG still trying to split this map apart, buy some time there for Darshan. He probably is the one who can gain the biggest advantage as far as their lane spread, and the rest of them are just trying to keep these low health turrets afloat.
Yeah, it's really, a lot of it is on the 3-man squad in the split push, as funny as it sounds. You know, the star ends up being the guy who's in the side lane, but this 3-man squad cannot get picked off. If you do get picked off, if you do not maintain control, the entire split push falls apart.
Well, looks like CLG again just happy to wait and keep the lanes pressure back and forth. It is tough for FlyQuest to do much with those 2 turrets still up. The turrets are low, but they are not gone, and it's a huge difference at this stage in the game. CLG again just taking over, and with that Mountain Drake up in a minute 30, FlyQuest will struggle to get in there and try and contest for it.
It also means that a team fight victory is worth that much more. You know, if you win a fight as FlyQuest, you clean up mid turret, you clean up top turret, there's potentially Baron. Like, the swing that can happen off of a fight like that is insane, especially when you add in the double infernal power that they do kind of have in their back pocket.
Well, it looks like High is continuing to 1v1 Huhi, and he's actually 2 levels ahead, so CLG going to look to try and cover, perhaps as FlyQuest cheat towards the left-hand side. CLG is sticking pretty firmly in mid right now, just kind of waiting, making sure those waves are pushed in and that they've got the side lanes kind of guided in the correct spot here. The trio for CLG here, Stixxay, Aphro, and Smithy, do need to be very careful when their side lanes are pushing. Darshan and Balls again. Darshan takes a few turret hits, but doesn't seem too upset by it.
Yeah, at the moment, though, CLG are getting a pretty good push, and they've called over Stixxay, trying to take the turret down.
Now FlyQuest need to make a response. Do they go to the Baron? I mean, High is already over there.
Yep.
They might make the rush.
Very risky.
Here he goes.
The teleport has been pulled.
This is FlyQuest at their best. They love these aggressive Barons, but CLG are already in the area using those TPs to get in. Baron is low, though. Arrow going to miss onto Smithy, and FlyQuest, they pull off the Baron.
Oh, yeah, they wanted to bait him in a little bit closer to be able to land that arrow. Both teleports were used by CLG to answer, though, and now it's the spread.
And they have the mid lane track. CLG's going to run right up mid and go for this mid tier 2. Moon is behind, though, so they could look to set up a flank and the following fight.
Here they are, swooping around. Moon's got positioning behind CLG. They are grouped up as 5, though, and if they just turn...
for him. That's so smart. Look at Huhi trailing the team, trying to keep track of him.
Darshan may be caught, but CLG going to run out together. High, leaping over a wall to try and start something. Ball's going to get Darshan. Moon already spotted. Aqua Prison not going to quite connect.
Safety in numbers here for CLG, and they are able to keep the pack together. After getting this turret, now they can circle back around, try and defend. Oh, actually, they're flanking themselves.
Oh, Darshan actually maybe caught here by elimination, but they can actually cut the wave and prevent that turret from going down. FlyQuesters don't feel confident in a straight-up 5v5.
Now they have positioning to move towards the Dragon. CLG have really out-rotated FlyQuest after
completely out-rotated. The top turret for FlyQuest did end up going down, or CLG's turret in favor of FlyQuest. So they got a little bit of gold there, but definitely outplayed there by CLG. And nice maneuvering to at least get this mountain. So they might have comparable pressure around objectives like Baron. Oh, the fight though!
High actually trying to leap out, but he can't get out of the ultimatum. Hui managed to take him down.
This is honestly super scary now because you give the Mountain Dragon over to the Kalista team. If they can get control of the Baron area, it is not a 50-50. It is a very heavily
Apricot
inside.
Arrow gonna find it, but not quite there. Hui looking to defend his support. Does do so successfully. Moon doesn't go all in with the ultimate.
The difference between these two games, just in the arrows landing versus not landing, is so big. And here is High, ultimatum in, nowhere to go.
Yep, good job there by Darshan to jump on the pick, and CLG are able to get 2 for 1 there, basically.
You can see again, Stixay also building pretty defensively for an AD carry. He does have a QSS, which makes sense. Look, like Aphro didn't go for Mikhail, but Asterix as well.
I think it's such an intelligent build because FlyQuest, their team fight peters off pretty hard. You go in, you have the initial burst from Moon and High and the ultimate from Balls. If you don't kill someone right then, your team fight will start to fall apart against CLGs, I think.
Aphro chunks. Moon doing a healthy amount of damage with the Leandries, but kind of needs another item to really get things going. And it does feel like CLG have put themselves in a spot where they've got a good gold lead and the waves are all starting to push back up. Saw TPs have about half the cooldowns left. Stixay may be caught here by Moon, but he's got a turret to get safely back to. And now Stixay's on the offensive. Darshan in, finds elimination. That's going to force a flash. Balls tries to defend. High with a GA, might look for a flank here, but
Darshan's ultimate is just coming up now. As Ball's ultimate expires, they will be at risk, and CLG could force Baron.
Hui is going up to get the top side, pushing even faster as well. A lot of vision for CLG around this Baron to set up.
CLG again just so good at making sure they set up correctly around the map. But FlyQuest are a wildcard team. Lemonation going to be caught here by Darshan, but Altec going to lay the shots in. Darshan goes down instantly, and now High looking to dive back in, but he needs to get Stixay. Finds Smithy instead. Rake damage is almost enough to take him down. The Ignite isn't quite there. High actually does take him down. Jungler down.
The YOLO Camille throw right here from Darshan. No defenses, and he just goes right in on Lemonation. Easy focus fire there from FlyQuest. And a pretty big punish. Now puts CLG in a very scary position.
Baron.
Yeah, they're going to start the Baron, and High has a GA here. They can team fight into this very easily. CLG may have thrown the game.
Have to be careful though. Hui going to dive in, looks for Altec, dives straight in. Almost able to take him down. The time but not quite enough. High though on the Stixay on the other side, but Hui goes down. Balls barely stays alive, and now Stixay, he's trying to be the hero for his team, but High is going to take him down. Altec gets the kill. FlyQuest now back on the Baron with 4 from CLG dead.
And in game number 5, such a close game. FlyQuest come out with the victory in their own jungle.
Aphro steals this Baron. Okay, it's not going to happen. Lemonation gets low. Baron over the FlyQuest, and this game turns right back around.
They almost aced them out of their own jungle into a Baron.
That is just a disaster play here from CLG. I mean, in the 3v5, very hard to do anything. Hui does not have his ultimate, gets a lot of chunk damage out. Stixay flashing in. He thought he would get the reset, kill off Balls, but he's not able to do it. Flashed in, doesn't even get the kill thanks to the Karma Shield, and now it's a complete disaster.
You can say that again.
And Stixay just looks crushed. He can feel the weight of this game on his shoulders, and High, when he is happy, he is terrifying to play against.
I mean, it's not the best play from Stixay, but really, you have to look at Darshan. Like, what was that engage? They saw the entire team around, then they step out of vision for 1 second, and you all in blind onto Lemonation.
Over a wall that the rest of the team
follow.
can't get through, yeah.
It's just brutal. I mean, CLG, they do still have the 1-3-1 advantage, but FlyQuest have the tools they need to perhaps close out this game.
Yep, CLG really want to stall it out now.
High's going in. He wants to try and bleed out Hui. Huge amount of damage done as he procs it. But FlyQuest just playing around the map. Camille still has a good track on that bottom side, so Balls has to kind of stick there and move the minions back in, but he's got teleport. FlyQuest, if they see an opportunity, they can take it.
And having that healing debuff for High with the Executioner's Calling in the one-on-one, Hui's ultimate actually counts as a heal. So that is actually debuffed, I do believe, by that Executioner's Calling and will make a big difference in an eventual one-on-one.
FlyQuest still with just under 2 minutes of Baron left. Gonna try and knock down some more turrets. You kind of said it earlier, as they on that FlyQuest. When they win a team fight, they'll generally win big from it. This game, back to even as far as gold goes, and if FlyQuest can open up even more with this Baron, this game to be close to done for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, they want to spread the map, they want to hold on, and the side lanes are still the story.
Yeah, I mean, as much as that was a pretty big disaster for them, we got to see how much FlyQuest are able to take with this Baron buff. Because as you keep saying, Azael, this side lane Camille still has a lot of split push power, and CLG still have a lot of options. Double teleports are available again for them.
It's tough. The map's just a little too open for FlyQuest to really overcommit to anything when CLG have their globals. I mean, look how long that bottom lane is that Balls has to deal with. Like, Darshan is continuing to pressure on FlyQuest. Know that if we overextend and make a mistake, we're going to lose inhibitors. That's not a winning formula for FlyQuest, even though they have Baron.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, you have to fully commit to a fight when you do see the opportunity, but at the same time, you pick the wrong fight.
Oh, Stixxay gonna be caught again. High looking for it. Stark's gonna broke. High flashes in. He's trying to go straight for it. Stixxay getting low, cutting it up, but High manages to take him down. GA's gonna pop. Where's the rest of FlyQuest? It's the double TP, I think. Who is in now? Darshan can join as well. High does get taken down by Darshan, but Moon. Zonya's in the middle of the parallel convergence. Altec still needs to keep firing. It's 4v4 right now.
And this is Elder Dragon that's coming up in a couple seconds, so they can use this Baron buff to push up the minions, and now they're getting vision around that Elder Dragon.
This would be a tough fight if CLG want to take it. I think they have to, though. There is no escape from the Camille ultimate. That's what they're looking for.
And no teleport from Huhi, so he has to walk from base. If they can delay them, it's almost gone.
Outside looking for it. They're going to try and take
over the wall.
Smithy maybe looks to steal. Balls looks for Aphromoo, but forces a flash out. Like Smithy goes straight in for it. I think he's going to go down here. Redemption not going to be caught. He lives on the other side. Hui dives straight in. Big stuff with the parallel convergence. Moon locked up there as well. Huge one there. Gets the kill. Dragon over to FlyQuest though. And now Hui's dead as well. They're going to keep going. Aphromoo now going to go down, I think. Lemon's going to tie him up. Altec will move in for the rest of this kill. Disaster again for CLG.
We'll have to see that again. It actually looked like the dragon leveled up or something. It looked like the HP went up there.
It leashed back to its spawn as both junglers smited it and then healed up a little bit. Altec ends up getting it with the auto attacks or the volley, I believe, and now it's FlyQuest. Back-to-back huge teamfight victories and huge objectives.
They might just try to, we'll see how far they try to push this. Still 20 seconds left. They're trying to take this up. I think they're trying to end.
They do so much damage. 20 seconds.
I think they can end.
CLG are back. FlyQuest are going to go for it all right this second. Stixxay the only one to defend for quite a while. FlyQuest going to try and end the game high. Plenty of damage. There's one Nexus turret going down. Nexus turret number 2 as Stixxay tries to fight it out, but he's going to bleed down. High gets a kill. Nexus open and FlyQuest reverse sweep CLG and put Altec and the rest of the team all the way to Vancouver.
What an upset and what a turnaround from FlyQuest. They bide their time, they find the perfect fight around Baron, around Elder, but CLG, they had that game and they threw it all away.
What makes it even crazier is the way this series went with the first 2 games completely in CLG's control, dominating victories in game number 1 and 2, but then FlyQuest come back with the assassins for Moon and High, some first blood kills, some early snowballing, and they absolutely rally to take this series.
I mean, High was so big in this game. You're on an assassin doing the most damage in the game by far. Really getting a lot of work done here, but you know, CLG had their chances. They were set up so well with the 1-3-1, with the side lane advantages. They overforced by Baron, and that cost them the game.
I mean, I don't often say that players with this much experience are subject to nerves, but at some point, the tension, the pressure, it does get to you, and it's hard to say if Darshan makes that play, just not thinking the same way he would normally do in a different situation, but FlyQuest are a team that say never die, and this game, somehow they held on, game after game after game. And now with smiles on their faces, they'll be moving on to the semifinals.
You have to feel like Darshan felt pressure to make something happen because he had this advantage for so long in the side lane, and while Balls could not fight him, Balls was holding, right? Like, he was not able to actually push and get anything from that, and it felt like he said, hey, this is the big play I can make. This is the game win in my eyes, and he went for the big play.
What a great series. I really enjoyed that one. Glad you were here with me, boys. Oh my goodness, and an exciting way to end it out, you know, regardless of the little nitpicky things that we can go over. So many good setups there.
I mean, I think that series had everything we wanted. It has a high reverse sweep in there, combo picks for everyone in that final game. Like, it's just, I mean, I think we have to go all the way back. Aphro said it's taxing to play against High. Pretty taxing to play that series. Like, again, CLG are a team with so much experience and time together, but at some point, it just breaks. Like, you can't play that well for that long. And games 1 and 2 look very different from 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's taxing to play against Aphromoo. Did you see the first 2 games as well? Those ones looked like, completely other way. Such credit to the FlyQuest guys as far as morale, and mental stability in a best of 5, long series like that.
Yeah, the mental fortitude is insane to actually come back from that and then be up against it in game 5. Very few ways to win the game, and to still pull it out is incredible. And, people counted them out completely in this series, myself included. I thought it was going to be CLG for sure, and now, who knows? Sky's the limit for FlyQuest. They're going
2 more matches left. As soon as they get 1 reverse sweep,
2 more until they're gods.
They all become way easier after that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the gauntlet.
Things come in 3.
We talked a lot about that trio again, High, Lemon, and Balls, but credit to the younger players on this team as well. Moon and Altec. I mean, Altec's been around for a while, but 2 19-year-olds, Moon, one of his worst performances last season, now coming in looking so good. And Altec, a player that a lot of people have questions about, especially when you're playing someone like Stixer, who is so good. They had 2 great games in the back half of this year.
Yeah, you have to say, this year, this spring split just has been such a revival for Moon as a player, and just came back in a very big way.
I mean, Deathless in this last game, pivotal in both the Rengar wins. He was massive this series.
Certainly looking great. But to hear more about that series, we're going to head stateside where Jat has an interview with a couple members of the victorious FlyQuest.
Hey, thanks, Pace, for your time. The High Moon combo, congratulations on the reverse sweep. Hi, I want to start quickly with you. You've been through a few reverse sweeps before. How does it feel to do it again? Is this one different than the previous ones in the Gauntlet a few years back?
Well, I didn't really see it coming, but the Riot wrote the script, so we just had to follow along. It kind of sucked to start 0-2, but, you guys told me we'd take the next 3 games, so I was fine with it.
Yeah, and Moon, also playoff series victory for you coming back from 0-2. How does it feel to make it into the semifinals?
Man, after we were down 0-2, I just got flashbacks to NRG where we got shit on 0-3. So I was like, man, we really got to pick it up because I did not want to have that happen again. I really want to go to playoffs and try to prove myself as a player.
All right, so I have to ask from your perspective, what happened? You were down 0-2, and then you came back in Game 3 and just progressed throughout the series into what was a really close Game 5 as well. How did you stick through it in this long, grueling series?
Well, for me, I felt like the first 2 games we just had I feel like it was a lot of draft problems. We didn't have any playmaking, so I felt like, and they had Rengar. They had a lot of playmaking, and we didn't have very much at all. So I felt like I was kind of stuck farming and protecting people, and I think that's just not how we want to play as a team in general. We want to be the team that's doing shit, and we want to be the team that's initiating stuff and making the first play. And because of draft, I think we couldn't do that.
All right, and Hi, you were also in this comeback as well. How did you identify what was going wrong and correct it for games 3, 4, and 5?
Well, the first step was to ban Aurelion Sol. Apparently, that guy's really good at that champion. I didn't think he was that good. Apparently, he's really good at that champion, so that wasn't that fun. And then as the games progressed, we just learned how to play the game better as far as versus that team. We understood that we had to be initiating the fights against them because when they start the fight, they're really good at that. But when we start the fight, we're a lot better at that than they are. So we switched things up and changed our game plan throughout the game. It just took 2 games to figure out what to do. So let's hope that doesn't happen against TSM.
Yeah, it's a process, and you guys do play TSM next. And I want to talk a little bit about playoffs because it's a bit of a new start to the season. And you guys started off the regular season so well and then struggled a lot in the middle of the split. How did you kind of prepare over these last 2 weeks to try and get back to that form you had early on in the season?
To prepare for the playoffs, we did what we did the entire split. We lost every scrim. We lost every single scrim. We came in strong. So we just got to keep losing, I think, and we'll win playoffs.
All right, and final question, Hi, you guys do now match up against TSM, almost old rivals for you. How do you see that match playing out, and how do you prepare?
Well, I've never lost in playoffs except for to TSM, and that's 3 times in a row, I think. So I kind of don't want that to make it a 4th. They play really well, and Bjergsen's probably the best mid in NA, so it's definitely going to be very hard for me to, show what I got against him. But I'm looking forward to it, and I think I can take it home.
Also, Bjergsen isn't the best mid in NA, Hi is.
Yeah, it makes me feel better,
Teamwork OP, congratulations on the thrilling comeback, guys. Best of luck in the semifinals. We're going to send it over to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear from both Moon and High in the run back here against CLG. 5-game series, but they do it. The upset, and they're moving on to play TSM. So it's not like the road gets any easier. But, man, what a great way for the series to end in just a really, kind of like gutty, gritty, skirmishy Game 5 where kills were going everywhere and everyone's on comfort champions.
I mean, that's exactly what we were saying about this series heading into it. These are two of the most aggressive teams, one of the bloodiest two teams in the league, and then we get a crazy Game 5 to wrap it all up. It really had everything with good early game play, good macro play, and then a couple crazy team fights at the very end.
My favorite part is how the series just kept developing, where it's like, Game 1, oh my god, Aurelion Sol's really powerful. They ban it out. Game 2, oh no, FlyQuest doesn't have any way to start fights and Moon's stuck in the jungle. And it's like, hey, you know what? Rengar's really damn good. Then they pick it blue side, then they get it again, and then the final game, it's like, no Rengar, everybody comfort picks, everybody back up against the wall. We're even seeing like Talon come through for High. We're even seeing Camille for Darshan, which I would consider comfort because he was one of the first people to pick it up. And I'm just like, everybody is just trying to be in a good spot for this last game and play to their strengths. And it was the closest of the series by far.
You've got Moon on Eve, you've got Stixay on Callista. I mean, I was very excited to see a lot of these champions locked in. Most importantly, though, I have to remind you both that you were incorrect in your predictions here.
I said if anything happens, Moon takes off.
Don't try and get out of Weezy.
You know why we were wrong, right?
We're wrong. It's all right.
We were wrong because we believed in CLG. And as soon as you think they're going to win, that's when they lose.
Kobe will tell you.
It's truly
Kobe will be the first one to tell you. But this was a crazy game, and I want to work our way kind of backwards through it from a gameplay perspective. Take a look at that final fight that ended it all, and then work our way back through. So here it is.
I mean, it starts off the back of High basically trading 1-for-1 against Stixay. That allows FlyQuest to get this inside track on the Elder Dragon. And then you see CLG making kind of desperate moves to try and get involved there. Smithy goes over early. That stalls out for a little bit onto the Elder Dragon. Then Huhi goes in, and they misposition themselves trying to stop the Elder Dragon so much. That's an easy fight for FlyQuest to clean up.
Yeah, it's still also Moon who does secure the Elder Dragon there. So he does end up getting on top of that. And I think that that's something that was a little bit missed there because he did still show up big in that fight.
Absolutely, and it was mentioned that he'll have to continue to be a top performer for this team if they plan on going any further in the playoffs. But I think that fight there at the end kind of showcased, or at least very well explained or kind of emphasized how much this series teetered on a knife's edge there in Game 5, where any fight could have gone one way or the other and really put the nail in the coffin. Speaking of which, just a few minutes prior to this, 32 minutes into the game, we've got a Baron fight here. CLG maybe overreaching just a little bit.
Yeah, this is Darshan going in and just trying to flex. And I feel like this is when you're very far ahead. You just try to brute force because it hasn't been making progress in the last 2 or 3 minutes. And you're like, all right, let's go. And they got completely caught off guard. They lose the jungler and top laner, and then they're free to start this Baron up.
Yeah, it's really the case where you're just getting over-eager. You had a great move previously to get that bottom turret down. You're feeling good. You have the vision control around the Baron. They face check. Darshan goes over, but there's no one on his team that follows that easily. The only person you really can is if you like throw a Nami over the wall, which is obviously not the correct usage of a Nami there. So this allows FlyQuest to start off this Baron. Is a decent contest by CLG given the fact that it's 3v5. Huhi does a good job kind of chunking out multiple members of FlyQuest getting them low, but the big mistake here is Stixay. They can save his flash and play this slower. They don't need to commit there. If Stixay hangs back, forces them to re-engage in the Baron, you still have the Nami and Callista.
I think there's 2 big misplays there. I think that Stixay one is big, but I also think the position of the parallel convergence from Huhi is not far enough in. It's too shallow. If you can actually put it near the Baron pit halfway through, then you're able to just change the positioning of everybody in the pit, even force them further back into the pit, which then puts them up against the wall for the Callista.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. Within these plays, we can point out probably 100 tiny mechanical things that if they go slightly differently, and again, it speaks to the pressure and the environment that these players are playing in a Game 5 here, elimination match from playoffs, and then you go back to what we're talking about at the beginning of the day, the High versus Aphromoo shot calling battle here, and how 5 games against High is fatiguing, mentally fatiguing, physically fatiguing, and at a certain point it did feel like CLG was grasping at straws more so than playing their methodical, planned out strategies that we've seen in the past.
Yeah,
they didn't have to get
exactly.
It was tough because I mean, your whole season rides up to this one team fight. And I think that's what CLG is going to look back on. A lot of those players are going to beat themselves up over those kind of small individual decisions that they were making on how they played that team fight out. Because if they execute that with the Darshan side, maybe they end the game there. Or if 6A and Huhi play a little better, maybe they hold on and they're able to take a more even-footed fight later in the game.
And I want to look at like the game as a whole here for a second, because you think back, this was a top lane focus. Like the Camille is slamming the Renekton in that top lane with so much help. But then the bottom side of the map is the focus for FlyQuest. They get way more off of these kills. They get the first turret in this game as well, and they are just having so much put into the bottom lane by Moon on this Evelynn. Bottom lane is one of the harder lanes to gank because you have a Sightstone down there, you have wards all the time, but Moon is able to find great routes, and then High also is freed up with the talent to roam, so they have four-man
Just in general,
bottom.
too, though, there was just a lot of great play. I mean, we saw there the flash over the Nami ult from Moon in the first clip there in the mid lane. Aphromoo, just the accuracy on those Nami bubbles across all 5 games.
Oh, yeah.
Stellar. Just everywhere you look, any player in this series here today, you could have picked a player or two to add to a highlight reel.
Yeah, and I mean, you get to see how good CLG played from behind from the bot lane. Like 6A and Aphromoo did a good job bouncing back here, and eventually you see how hard that they decided to go onto 6A. This is right before that Elder Dragon that eventually won FlyQuest the game.
Yeah, and then High's just going so deep there. The previous clip as well, like I think Lemonation had some pretty bad first few games in this series, but that last game ended up with some early kills, had 100% kill participation up until like the 17, 18 minute mark, and he was doing great work. Even in the previous clip, he flashes with Camille ulti on him to bring Darshan to the team to kill him. So there's like some like moves here from everybody on all of these teams here that I think everybody really had, like you said, a highlight moment at some point in this game.
And while there were plenty of carry moments throughout the day, we'd like to recognize one player who stood above the rest with significant impact in netting their team to win. So we're naming Moon our player of the series. Games 2 and 3 on Rengar being the big reasons why.
Yeah, that early game, like
or
we
not
mentioned,
2 and 3, 3 and 4.
3 and 4 on the Rengar, forcing CLG to go blue side. That changed up the way the entire game was playing. And then you saw game 5, that Evelynn performance kind of snowball off the bot lane pressure that they had. And I mean, huge redemption story for this guy, given where he came from at the end of Season 6, kind of seen as a bit of a failure almost in the sense in the league where he wasn't able to perform, and now totally bounced back.
And this will be his first semifinal performance ever moving forward on a team that, you know, has pretty much made the finals except for Altec.
Right, and one step closer to being gods.
Are they demigods now?
Yeah,
they're like in their trials to become
the demigod status on their way to becoming full-fledged gods.
The
in
reverse
words of
sweep
elimination.
demigods at the moment.
Yeah, but again, like the way that they did it is very reminiscent of the gauntlet run that we saw C9 make when High came in as a jungler.
They're like the Borg.
The reverse sweeps for 3 series in a row. I don't know, do you think that FlyQuest would be able or capable of doing this similar thing, just again, in terms of a fatigue level, in terms of having to craft a 15-game run, essentially, to the finals? Does this squad, with veterans and some rookies who have shown inconsistencies, have what it takes to actually take an NALCS title?
I mean, it's tough. It's obviously an uphill battle, especially against TSM, who's kind of like this brick wall in the sense where it feels like you have to pass like this bar to be able to beat them. That means you have to be like amazing everywhere with good early, mid, and late game. Like all these things need to go right. But that said, FlyQuest will be feeling themselves after this, have a huge confidence boost. And sometimes teams can come out a little flat when they've had essentially 3 weeks off, which is what TSM is going to be kind of dealing with.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I just want to kind of dive in here for a moment because I think that this matchup up against TSM is really interesting because TSM is perceived as having a weaker bottom side of the map and not top-level performing jungler at the moment, where if Moon plays to his full potential and then they group up with High, maybe they do something with Bjergsen and then they move down bottom and then punish that lane exactly like they did today against Counterlogic Gaming. That could be a winning formula for FlyQuest against TSM. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that it's something that they could possibly accomplish.
There are paths to victory, and the path to the finals is getting all that much more clear. So with only 4 teams left in the playoffs, let's pull up the brackets to see how they'll face off. On Saturday, Phoenix 1 took down, or rather looked to take down, Cloud9 in their first appearance in a North American LCS semifinal, while FlyQuest and TSM match up on Sunday, for a chance at the championship bout in Vancouver. We already talked a little bit about that TSM FlyQuest matchup. Let's talk also about C9 Phoenix 1. Thoughts there?
I mean, you have to look at the matchup that they had in Week 9 where C9's bot lane kind of destroyed Arrow, who a lot of people were saying MVP of the league, and then they kind of put a big asterisk on that one where it's like, oh, hold up, maybe not.
They didn't destroy Arrow?
They destroyed Stunt and Shady.
They destroyed the bot lane.
No, I'm going to fight you on this
Yeah,
one.
no, you're right.
No, I'm just going to fight you on this one.
You're right. They destroyed the bot lane.
And those two people are like, Arrow had a really bad match.
He was 0-0-2 or something.
He's like 2-1-2 throughout that series. He has one death as well where they said, kill this KDA player and I'll chase him down. His support's 0-7, 0-4. I'm like, that's not on Arrow, man.
I'm a 100% Arrow fanboy, so I'm with you there.
Right, so not Arrow specific, bot lane
the bot
specific.
lane. Bot lane specific. We saw that C9 heavily exploited the bot lane in the last time they matched up. And, I mean, you look at, as well, the fact that Contracts has looked at times a little unimpactful over the course of a series, and then Nori had a good bounce-back performance in the playoffs this time.
All right, so
That's what I'm
if
looking for
you're
in Nori.
so if you're saying that the bot lane obviously got smacked around a little bit by C9 in week 9, how did you feel about Phoenix One's bot lane performance here in the first week of the playoffs? Do you feel like they elevated themselves from where they were at week 9 and might be able to challenge C9 a little bit more in that game?
Yeah, I mean, they actually kind of took apart their opponent's bot lane. So I think you saw a big bounce-back performance out of Arrow. Like, the whole team, just like week 9, P1 did not look like themselves, and so you see in the playoffs, they kind of look more reminiscent. Zig doing a good job in the top lane, being that kind of role player for the team, doing whatever they needed, and then it was really on Arrow and Rio being two monster
I was like,
carries.
Those imports, man, they stepped up huge. Ryu, I think, was the big surprise there because we know he's good. We know he's damn good. We know he plays well in playoffs, but that was a disgusting performance from him in that series.
Some things to consider here, right? FlyQuest up against TSM means that if they are able to take down the #1 seed, they have the opportunity to maybe go up against Cloud9 for a finals, which would be hilarious to watch both High, Balls, and Lemonation up against their old organization. But then also, I want to recognize the fact that in the semifinals, we do have 2 new organizations in Phoenix One and FlyQuest. So, I think in a region where we've become very accustomed to kind of the top-tier organizations always being the names that we see come those, first through 4th place matchups in playoffs, we're finally seeing a little bit of difference and some new orgs kind of sneak in.
Yeah, I feel like 75% of the playoffs teams are like the ones that we typically see. But last year, you think we had Immortals twice, and they were a new organization last year in spring. So I don't think it's unusual, but I feel like having 2, like you said,
that's what I'm saying.
is
We got
the one
2
that's
instead of
really
just 1,
weird,
right?
Because Counterlogic Gaming dropped down. So right now, there's a possibility that for the first time since GGU, we'll have one team outside of the 3 with Counterlogic Gaming, TSM, and Cloud9 that's not one of those 3 in the finals.
One FlyQuest finals?
I mean, that'd be amazing.
That would be
I would
weird.
love that.
Who knows?
That would be
Who
weird.
knows? You can find out next week, I tell you that much. Be sure to tune in for those matches next weekend and show your support using the hashtag HowILCS. We had some great submissions today, and here are some that caught our eye. First off, we have at TJ919 Ice Boy. What a name.
Boy.
Yeah, cheering on FlyQuest with man's best friend.
Got a corgi.
Love to see that. Also a Carolina Panthers fan, apparently. So a little bit of football sneaking in there. Then we have how do you wanted to Krajako or Krajako? All right, but multitasking for finals tomorrow. So watching the quarterfinals, prepping for the finals. I like that. A little bit of multitasking. Please pass your classes. And at Actual Substance also shared how they were avoiding studies.
A lot of schoolwork going on right now, it seems like. I'm so out of sync with like what's going on in college, and I'm like, oh, they're doing finals.
May or may not have done the same thing when I was in college, watching Jat, Freak, and
100% did the same thing. Not maybe did the same thing. 100%. Well, I'm glad that we had you guys watching with us today. The games are wrapped up, so there's nothing keeping you from hitting the books anymore. Get back to it. On to something a little bit more serious. I have a tease for a duos piece coming up, so I'll need you two, the 2 of you, to not interrupt me because Kobe ain't so good at that. Because their next installment focuses on the relationship between Cloud9's explosive top laners. Take a look.
스크림이라든지 경기를 하고 있을 때 약간 실수가 나오면 좀 약간 걱정되긴 해요. 이거는 만약 임팩트 형이었으면은 이거 되게 잘 대처를 했을 텐데 임팩트 형이 되게 독보적이잖아요, 위치가.
An interesting dynamic that I'm actually very excited to have a little bit more clarity on, especially as we've been asking the question all season long, where exactly do Ray and Impact fit into the team in a sub scenario? At what point is Ray the better decision over Impact and vice versa?
Yeah, definitely something to look out for in that regard. And also the whole story of Ray coming over with Apex last year, having this kind of very greedy play style in the sense where he was selfish about what he wanted to play and how he played it. And then joining an organization like C9, very infrastructure heavy, and you're going to play the game the right way, this kind of stuff, and being able to get exposed to that kind of situation.
Yeah, and to learn from a world-class top
Yeah,
lane,
exactly.
obviously.
Like, I remember having a walk and talk with Reaper at one point. I was asking him about the 2 top laners, and it's like, you know, does somebody have anything to prove here? And he's like, well, Impact really doesn't have anything to prove. He's a world champion. They respect him. And also, it's a great environment for Ray to learn, because not only does he have Impact, he has Reaper, who used to be one of the best carry top laners in Korea. So he has 2 guys who can teach him a style of how to play those tanks, but also somebody who knows how to play that more aggressive style around a team.
I love it. That episode of Duos will premiere on Tuesday, April 11th. So for an in-depth look of the entire weekend, I don't know, I just screwed myself up there. Separately, for a look at the entire weekend and the one ahead, make sure to join myself, Jat, and Zyrene for NALCS tonight. That's going to do it for us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you for the next week of semifinals.
Our second spring quarterfinal playoff match, FlyQuest versus CLG, starts right now.
Here he comes to
Oh,
get the
good
bubble.
bubble there. Lemonation could be in trouble. Hui going to roam his way down. Lemonation, it's going to be first blood there. Goes over to Hui.
No, go. Watch as ult, Zach.
Oh, we can kill.
We can
Yes, we can do Baron.
Baron, now, Jay. Come. I got it. Baron.
Alta going to try and turn it around. Stunting onto Aphromoo. Look at the sticks. They don't find the stunning. Alta, the heal's going to keep Aphro alive now. Darshan going here as well. And Alta completely caught. Darshan swoops in for the secure.
Waiting for Lemon specifically.
Oh, Lemonation, goodbye.
Oh. Nice.
What a horrible
side view here. In case you didn't really get the story of that
Because
game.
he didn't realize how dead he was.
If someone has a FlyQuest jersey. What the fuck?
I doubt it.
Where?
No, really, see? Yes, FlyQuest.
Oh, yeah, that's my sister.
It's a guy.
Oh.
Darshan's over the wall trying to stop that.
We're looking for it, but Darshan going to be disrupted. They take it. He's in the pit. He took down Baron.
Take a fight. Take a stop. Kalen's almost there. Go. Kill Ash. Nice.
Pressure is just everywhere.
Looks very similar to game number 1.
Ooh, got him.
Man, he is toast.
Leap in for it. Aphromoo there to defend, but the shockwave's enough. Really nice play from FlyQuest.
No flash. Nice. Let's go.
What a series, and it looks like FlyQuest are going to push us to that game number 5 to decide it.
There's a knock-up going to happen, but Aphro High takes out 6. They Aphro falls as well. High collects the double kill on balls. Is he going to barely get away from this game? Goes in, the tower damage not enough. High though on the Stixay on the other side, but Hui goes down. Balls barely stays alive, and now Stixay, he's trying to be the hero for his team, but High is going to take him down. Out that gets the kill. FlyQuest now back on the Baron with 4 from CLG dead. High gets the kill. Vector's open it. FlyQuest reverse sweeps CLG and puts Altec and the rest of the team all the way to Vancouver. FlyQuest gonna try and end the game high. Plenty of damage. There's one Nexus turret going down. Nexus turret number 2 as 6A tries to fight it out, but he's gonna bleed down. High gets the kill. Nexus open it. FlyQuest reverse sweep CLG and put Altec and the rest of the team all the way to Vancouver.
Crazy end to a crazy series there. 5 games between CLG and FlyQuest. Hello, everyone. I'm Dash here with Jat and Zyrene for another episode of NALCS Tonight. Playoffs edition, I guess. Yeah. So we're going to break down both series that took place this week, starting with the one that we just left. CLG versus FlyQuest. 5-game series, reverse sweep. FlyQuest into the semifinals against TSM. Jat, I got to hear a lot about what Zyrene thought about this series, so I want to hear from you.
We've seen it before. It's just a reverse sweep.
It's just a classic reverse sweep.
Man, this was insane, actually. The first game could not have started worse for FlyQuest. This was 22 kills to 1, a 25-minute victory, and FlyQuest looked absolutely hopeless. CLG then picks Mundo and steamrolls them again. You're thinking, all right, I guess FlyQuest just could never recover after that mid-season dip they took. Yeah. Time to go home.
But that's not the case. They got something to prove here, Zyrene, and it really did. So much of this series felt like it revolved around champion select and the evolving meta within the series itself.
It was so interesting because at first, like I went over it on the desk where they didn't really have much engaged for FlyQuest. Then they started freeing up Moon. Then they actually got their hands on Rumble and Talon, and they started adding more things to the ban list for both teams as the series progressed. And the final game was the first time Rengar wasn't picked, or I was banned away, and then they ended up going for comfort with like Evelynn, Talon. We had Camille, we had everybody running around on stuff that they thought they could win a Game 5 on.
A lot of really exciting stuff, and we saw also too. You had an opportunity to do the shot, or not the shot calling stream, along with Smoothie and Meteos for the first couple games. Did you? Since we actually didn't have the opportunity to watch that stream, what kind of insights did you maybe pull from them about this series and those 2 shot callers specifically?
Yeah, so we covered the first 2 games, and in those games, you really got to see how well CLG blocks your vision when they make roams. So specifically the Aurelion Sol game, they never let wards accumulate where he was going to be making his roam path. So every time he was who was in the bot lane, he just appeared there, and it was almost a total surprise. But we didn't get to see FlyQuest doing well. So
you're only analyzing the 2 games where they got completely smashed.
Pretty much.
But it was really interesting how that entire series kind of turned on a dime, and a lot of it was, starting in Champion Select, unlocking players to do a little bit more throughout the series, and then ultimately came down to a very scrappy Game 5 where it came down to a single fight to determine it all. I mean, I was tracking Twitter right after the series ended, and every single person who was involved in that series was like, whew. Yeah, exactly. That's about all they could say.
Yeah, there were some throws, too. Darshan should not have died in that solo situation. Stixade tried to make the hero play. Everyone wanted to make the big play towards the end of the series, and only a few people could. Even the Elder Drake fight at the very end, the Elder Drake wanted to make a big play. He didn't want to die. He actually hit his leash limit. Elder Drake actually has patience, much like jungle camps do, but you don't see it. So it resets so many times. It started healing when all the junglers went in for the smite, so it became absolute chaos.
Chaos. FlyQuest comes out on top. This means they're on a crash course to meet TSM in the semifinals. Sight sets on finals, of course. We heard from Lemonation at the beginning of the day. They want to cement themselves as gods among the NALCS, but they got to get through this team to do it.
Yep, and this team looks like it has fantastic solo laners, and going up against FlyQuest, it'll be really tough. We know that they take some lane deficits, but TSM just, they're the #1 team for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest lost both of their sets against TSM in the regular season. TSM, while they did drop a lot of games, is still very comfortably in first place compared to the shakiness that is FlyQuest that just happened in this quarterfinal.
If I had to pick, maybe one area in which FlyQuest does get the better of TSM, it would be to the effect of TSM plays a similar style to most other NALCS teams. They just play it better, right? The kind of standard meta. FlyQuest is one of the few teams that I feel like has the opportunity at any point to break that meta. Now, we've seen it be successful and unsuccessful throughout the regular split. But if they are going to find success against TSM, it might come in the way of either crazy picks or some really bold calls. Like the Baron call that we saw in Game 2 today didn't work out for FlyQuest, but they definitely have the potential to make decisive calls and win off the back of high shot calling.
Yeah, I think that both these teams do make bold calls at times, but FlyQuest are the ones that'll put all the cards on the table, whether it wins them or loses them the game. In terms of mismatches, though, I do think the jungle right now with Svenskerian's current performance, especially in Game 1s, and those are the ones I'm very critical of, it doesn't look very good. and is really kind of leaning on both Hansner and Bjergsen. If Sven can step it up and not be a liability up against Moon, who it's the craziest thing in the world that I'm saying this, up against Moon, then that could be a problem because Moon has taken over multiple games and even the series today.
Yeah, Moon's been really good. He was my vote for second team All-NA-LCS jungler, and Svenskeren actually didn't crack my top 3. So if there's a position where FlyQuest might actually have an edge based on Svenskeren's current play, it would be in the jungle.
We got a week to wait till we get there. I want to flip over to the other side of the bracket. Phoenix 1 shook off their 0-2 finish in week 9 of the regular season to take down Dignitas last night, and this was 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, Phoenix 1 smashed them in this series.
I don't know what to
Game
expect.
1 was definitely very close. But Laud got an early lead, could not transition it. Ryu just continually snuck his way through the radar with his Stealth Syndra, apparently. And beyond that, the series was over. The rest of the games were not very close.
Yeah, Ryu just smashed over and over again, whether it was through the lane, but it was mostly like Laud didn't get to play League of Legends at all that day. Hopefully his radar is fixed because, oh my God.
Now, I know we haven't made it to the end of the postseason, but it might be time to talk, or at least start talking about the imports for this year in the North American LCS, and a lot of people are looking at Phoenix 1 as being the team that really hit the lottery with both Ryu and Arrow coming in for this squad.
Yeah, they've nailed it so far. Watching this Dignitas Phoenix 1 game as well was a little bit about following the imported players as far as where the lane strengths were going to be, but Ryu and Arrow clicked so well, and I think Ryu, having been in Europe for about 2 years, had been used to being in a foreign atmosphere, if that makes sense, since he'd already kind of done it. And I think that would have helped Arrow, not to mention, I know you know a little bit more about the infrastructure they've created for their Korean players within the house.
Yeah, they got a translator. Fly, of course, is a Korean coach, but they definitely have a Korean coaching style. And Nori even said, like, he didn't really think it was that great at first, and it was hard for him to get acclimated. They even boot camped in Korea, right? So this team was all kind of hell-bent on being a playoff team via bringing the imports in, making them comfortable, and making them feel like they're at home.
Of course, there will still be some questions around the subs as we move through playoffs. Of course, they played Stunt yesterday, and Inori as well. He picked up the Ivern. He spoke to a little bit of the practice that he was doing in order to get prepared to be the starter for the team. But they, of course, still have the option to switch things up as we move forward through the playoffs. They're going to be going up against our number 2 seed in Cloud9. And I want to go right back down to the bottom lane, because as we were talking about Phoenix 1's weakness maybe, our area of attack being the supports in particular in that bot lane, but the duos as a whole, C9, Smoothie, Sneaky, top performers from this split as a duo.
Yeah, I got to talk with Smoothie a lot today as well, and he just seems really in his element on this Cloud9 team. He's very confident. The team listens to him, which is a hard thing to do sometimes when you have these teams that have these big-name imports like Impact or even Jensen. The fact that these guys listen to Smoothie when he's making the right call really adds a lot to that team, and it shows in their play.
And Smoothie, like, in my mind, it's so crazy because this guy went from being in Challenger to being on TDK, auto-relegated 10th place team, picked up by Liquid, subbed out after 1 game for Matt.
Immediately out of
And then they got picked up by Cloud9, and they groomed him, and now he's just this incredible support that got the first NALCS Pro support.
The supports in this
so good.
series have had a bit of a journey. I mean, Stunt locked in Rammus accidentally in Challenger.
Oh, yeah, we're going the full dirty.
Yeah, we're going way back.
Dirty.
Recovered to be on Team Dignitas, where he only got to play 3 games in the first half
And
of the
then get
split.
replaced.
Now he's in the semifinals against Cloud9, right?
Yeah.
Playing
now
with Arrow.
Now he's the 3 seed in the semifinals
stroke
up
a lot.
against Cloud9. And while we talk about the bot lane and the sub options for Phoenix 1, we can't forget there are sub options on the other side for Cloud9. We talked about the duos piece a little bit earlier, Impact and Ray, the relationship that they've built and what that affords them. But I'm even more interested in it because it's up against Zig. And we saw Zig already up against Someday, and watching him grow as a player, both in his versatility and flexibility, but also carry potential, I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup, whether he's against Impact or Ray.
Yeah, when we saw him play against both of them, because they subbed him out in that week 9, 1 game for Impact, 1 game for Ray, he lost both times pretty hard. And there was a lot of jungle attention. I looked at like the jungle proximity for it. It was actually something like 30+% in that game, which is incredibly abnormal.
Yeah,
where
that's
they're
very
spending
high.
a ton of time. They're spending like 4 or 5 minutes around his lane in the first 15, which means that they are just destroying Zig and know that he doesn't get much attention. So if they're able to play through the top side and then destroy the bottom side like they did last time, where I think Smoothie was playing Malzahar and just destroyed Stunt, like that seemed to be the winning formula for C9. Camp top, and then, oh, hey, we're winning bottom. Can't always count on that, but they were able to win top both times, regardless of who they used.
All right, well, that about covers the series that we've already seen and the ones that we're about to. And so that's going to do it for the show for the most part. I got to ask you guys, though, how you're feeling about the way that the playoffs in North America have already
I want to know about
shake
this
out.
because the FlyQuest, we were waiting for him to turn back into a pumpkin. It was like, these guys are not legit, right? Like, Balls, that guy in the top lane, is he still going to be a liability?
Twist ending.
What'd you think of that?
Yeah, it's a twist ending. So that's what's happened. Like,
Jat will be forever unconvinced with FlyQuest.
Yeah, this was not a convincing series.
That's true. In all fairness,
Exactly.
Absolutely.
There was a lot of mistakes from CLG. I think FlyQuest will be now reinvigorated with confidence, and we saw what the positive momentum did for them throughout the regular season. So there's definitely a chance they can use this next week and punch TSM in the mouth when they get into that game. But I think they are massive underdogs just because this wasn't convincing.
Yeah,
how they won.
And I love that because when you first think about FlyQuest coming in, everybody was like, nope, bottom of the standings. And then that actually made them good because they felt like they had no pressure on them because everybody expected them to be at the bottom.
Right.
So if they win, it's an upset. It's unexpected. That's exactly the spot they're in again, and that's when they were strongest.
Yeah, they'll be coming into next week feeling good. But like I said, that's going to do it for the show tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, these two guys, and the whole broadcast team here at the North American LCS, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.